Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku kept one for all but became a villain story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. People were not born equal. This was a truth that Izuku Midoriya could not forget. The scars that painted his body prevented it. The first recorded quirk user was born in KK City, China, and they were known as the bioluminescent baby. Before long, people with all sorts of superpowers popped up left and right, centering around Asia and expanding outward. No one was sure what caused quirks to appear, but it quickly became clear that they were here to stay. The world's current quirked population was at 80%. However, that percentage skews the reality of things. The vast majority of the world's quirkless population, 16% out of 20%, were over the age of 60, and the highest percentage of people with quirks were born in Asian countries. Imagine Izuku's surprise when, at the tender age of 4, a doctor told him that he wouldn't get a quirk. He'd never pull things toward him like Mom could. He wouldn't breathe fire like Mom told him Dad could. He wouldn't get a combination that let him manipulate fire. He wouldn't even get one of those rare mutations where a quirk that didn't resemble the quirk of anyone in the family cropped up. He was shocked. No one ever talked about quirkless people. Izuku hadn't even realized that it was a possibility. He hadn't known that people without powers existed. Izuku remembered the moments after that clearly. His mother had driven them both home in a weighted silence, and he had gone back to their computer, watching All Might's debut over and over again with tears in his eyes. "Mom," he said, "no matter how much trouble you're in, he'll save you with a big smile. Can I be a super cool hero like that?" Inko's face scrunched up as tears rolled down her face, saying, "I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry." That wasn't what he needed to hear. Izuku needed to hear that he could still do it, that he could still help people even without a quirk. His mother's words didn't discourage him though. That day, Izuku decided that he would hold his head up high and become a hero no matter what. If no one else would believe in him, then Izuku just had to believe in himself. He quickly learned that nothing in life was quite that simple. Teachers changed after they found out that he was quirkless. They stopped calling him a bright boy and only ever said his name during roll call. They looked at him with pity, disgust, or a combination of the two, and the other kids picked up on it. Teasing about him being different turned into outright bullying, and the name Izuku was lost to the cruel, taunting nickname that Bakugo gave him. Deku. Useless. Izuku Midoriya wanted to be a hero more than anything else in the world. His classmates told him that his head was in the clouds, that he'd never be able to be a hero, but he'd bet an entire month's allowance that none of them had looked at the statistics that he did. UA was the only high school in the country that allowed quirkless applicants. They weren't the only hero school, they were the only high school, PRD. The others didn't outright say that quirkless people weren't allowed to apply, but Izuku had always been good at reading between the lines. Those who knew where to look would see it too. If he didn't get into UA, into at least the general education course, then he was going to be moved into a workforce where it was legal to pay him less than half of what everyone else made. All of this because he didn't have a quirk. He refused to become that kind of permanent burden on his mother. Izuku loved his mother. She wasn't perfect, but she was the only person that he had. She noticed when he started coming home bruised and burned, and she always helped patch him up with tears in her eyes, walking him through the steps so that he could do it himself if she wasn't home. She swore to him that she would go sort things out with the teachers. He remembered looking up at her at 7 years old, seeing her eyebrows furrowed in the determination she had to have as a lawyer, and being unable to bring himself to tell her that the teachers already knew. It didn't matter. The expression on her face the next day told him that she found out either way. Initially, his mother had been determined to get him enrolled in an online school. She couldn't homeschool him, not with how busy her job kept her, but she wanted him to be safe. No programs would take him. They always told her that they'd met capacity for the year, that they couldn't take any more students, but they knew. They both knew. Inko signed him up for self-defense classes instead. It had been difficult to find one that would take him, but she eventually did, and Izuku found confidence in knowing that he was capable of protecting himself. That was the first step to protecting others, after all. Izuku knew that his mother still didn't believe that he could be a hero. He could see it in her eyes, but when he asked her if he could start Aikido classes right before his first year of middle school, she said yes. He never used anything that he learned in those lessons at school. He didn't want to give old Dera the excuse to expel him. He knew that they'd jump on it and then he'd never get into UA, but as time went by, he grew more confident in his techniques and more sure that he'd get away from his bullies if he was allowed to defend himself. Izuku Midoriya was on the path to become a hero. He would claw his way up from the bottom and ensure that people were never treated the way that he was ever again. However, one cannot forget that a hero to some is a villain to others. You guys are all third years now, so it's time to start seriously thinking about your futures, his homeroom teacher cried out, taking a piece of paper off the top of the stack as he looked over them all. Izuku kept his head down low, jotting down his observations about Mount Lady after he'd seen her debut earlier this morning as his teacher slammed his hands down on his desk. I would hand out these future career forms, but papers flew all over the classroom after the teacher threw them. I know you all want to be heroes. There was a cacophony of cheers as everyone else in the classroom started using their quirks. Izuku tensed up briefly, before forcing himself to relax. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks. But you know that it's against the rules to use them in school, his teacher chided, putting up a token protest, as usual. Nobody stopped using their quirks. Don't lump me in with these losers. Bakugo scoffed. Izuku had stopped calling Bakugo Kachan a long time ago. His mother had sat him down and explained that friends don't hurt you, at least not on purpose, and that what Bakugo was doing was wrong, and it was in moments like this that he wondered if he'd imagined the version of Bakugo that he used to admire. I'm the real deal. These extras will be lucky to become sidekicks to some busted D-lister. His classmates loudly protested that, but his teacher only encouraged Bakugo's ego by saying, Bakugo. You'll be aiming for UA, of course. Izuku could feel himself sinking even lower in his seat, resting his face on one of his arms as he hid from the world. He knew that Bakugo would get into UA. Everyone in the school knew that. It was probably why they never put a black mark on his record, not even when he beat up kids who weren't Izuku. I aced the mock exam. Bakugo screamed as he jumped up onto his desk. I'm the only one here that's got what it takes. I'm gonna surpass even All Might and become #1. And I'll get super rich doing it too. Because your family is already struggling so much, Izuku thought snarkily. With Bakugo's mom working as a model, he'd stopped calling her Aunt Mitsuki after his mom had a falling out with her. Once vague burns started becoming more and more obviously starburst-shaped for Bakugo's father, who was one of the most prominent clothing designers in Japan. His family wasn't exactly hurting for money. Izuku tried not to feel bitter about that, but seeing his mother working herself to the bone on and off the clock to support them was upsetting. He still felt bad for not understanding just how tight the budget was when he was younger. There was a reason why all of his hero merch was several years old at this point. You're also aiming for UA, aren't you, Midoriya? Izuku froze at the sound of his teacher's voice. The entire room went dead quiet as every student in the room turned to face him before bursting into laughter. Midoriya. No way. Good grades alone can't get you into the hero program. I never said that I was going for the hero program, he said, quieting most of the room. UA is the best of the best, but that's not only for heroics. There's support, management, and gen ed courses too, you know. Get real, Deku. A familiar wave of heat came, and Izuku barely jerked his chair back in time to avoid his uniform getting charred alongside his desk. He still tipped backward with the movement, landing on the ground with a grunt as his chair tipped over. Forget all these other extras with their crappy quirks, you're totally quirkless. You think that you can rub shoulders with me. I'm not trying to compete with you at all. Every hero needs a support system, right? I figured that if I can't help people directly, Izuku was desperately trying to de-escalate the situation, but Bakugo seemed particularly angry today. And who would want help from someone as useless as you, huh? You can't even help yourself, much less a hero. I think that you'd be surprised, Bakugo. Izuku let none of his thoughts show on his face. He just ducked his head, relieved when the first bell rang. He gathered his things before sitting back down at his smoldering desk, tuning out the review as he kept writing the details of today's fight down. touching up 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 page while he was at it. The rest of the day flew by with little incident, and Izuku had hoped that he would be able to sneak out before anything else happened. Bakugo dashed that hope immediately by snatching Izuku's notebook from his hands. "I ain't done talking to you, Deku." Bakugo's lackeys peered at the cover of Izuku's notebook, laughing at what was written on the cover. "Quirk analysis for my future. Come on, Midoriya, your creepy notebooks aren't going to help any heroes, Deku. Give it up already. Come on. Just give it back." "I'm not hurting anybody." Izuku's protest was cut off by the sound of an explosion, and he watched in despair as Bakugo tossed his ruined notebook out of the window. He tried to bite back his words, but he still let out a strangled "why?" Bakugo huffed at him. "Stupid Deku. The best heroes out there, they all showed signs of greatness, even when they were still students. I'll be the first and only hero to come from this shitty school. It's all a part of my perfect backstory." Is that why he goes to school here? He lives in the district, but I know his parents offered to send him to a better school. You getting into UA, even as some extra, would mar that backstory. In other words, don't even think about applying, Bakugo said menacingly, leaning forward and resting his hand on Izuku's shoulder as his quirk burned through the fabric of his uniform. Izuku went quiet, trembling as he bit back a cry of pain. The group of students that were lingering scoffed, starting to walk away as one of them said, "Geez, how typical. Come on, at least say something." "He can't say anything," Bakugo taunted with a sneer that Izuku could hear through his voice alone. "He's always been so lame. Even as a third year, he just can't face reality." Bakugo paused, and Izuku felt ice plunge through his veins at the look that his bully was giving him. "Oh yeah. I've got an idea for YA. Do you really want to be useful so badly? If you do, then go take a swan dive off the roof of the building and pray to be born with a quirk in your next life." Izuku jolted at that, and it was impossible to keep the shock off his face. Bakugo glared at him and popped off more explosions as he said, "Yeah. Got something to say. You've never gone this far. They'd have to give even you a record if I jumped. You realize that, right?" "That's what I thought," Bakugo scoffed. As Bakugo and his lackeys walked out of the classroom, Izuku acknowledged that the burning anger that he'd let simmer for years might be hatred after all. Why is it that someone like him is told that he's gonna be a hero every day while I'm ridiculed for even wanting to try? I just want to help people. Bakugo doesn't want to help anyone but himself. Izuku clenched his fist, took a deep breath as he blinked the tears out of his eyes, and exited the school building. He walked around to the pond that his notebook had landed in, digging it out with a sigh. "I'm gonna have to try to dry out the pages and transfer any legible notes to another notebook, I guess." Izuku was glad that his notebooks weren't expensive, he had to rewrite them entirely too often. Izuku was thrumming with indignation on his walk home, grimacing at the rank smell of his pond-soaked notebook as he walked under an underpass. Why is the smell so strong all of a sudden? The manhole that Izuku had just walked past rattled, and he froze, slowly turning around as someone made of sludge rose from the holes in the cover. A medium-sized body to hide in, Izuku ran, but he didn't get far before the sludge enveloped him. Aikido couldn't help him at all here. He couldn't redirect blows if his opponent wasn't solid, and Izuku squirmed helplessly, bitter tears forming once again. "Don't worry, kid. I'm just hijacking your body. Only 45 seconds and it'll all be over. No. It can't end like this. You're my hero." I never thought that he'd come to town. Izuku's hands jerked as he tried to get them out of the sludge, making the villain laugh. "There's no point in that. I'm completely fluid, you know." Izuku's vision was spotting with black. He couldn't breathe, but something about what the sludge villain said rang false. His eyes. I can't die like this. Slowly, one of his hands moved toward the villain's face. It was hard to aim when he could barely see, but Izuku's fingernails managed to scrape the edge of something that felt like a different kind of wet from the sludge. The villain howled, "You little." For a split second, the sludge around his mouth was gone, and Izuku took a deep breath before clamping his mouth shut again, preventing the sludge from diving into something larger than a nostril. "Fear not, kid," a familiar voice cried. The manhole hit the roof of the underpass with a resounding clang, and when Izuku looked over that way, his eyes widened at who he saw. "I am here." All Might drew back his fist. Texas. Smash. The shockwave of air completely flung the sludge off of Izuku, but it also knocked him back into the wall. He grimaced as he rubbed at his head, eyes widening in alarm when his hand came back red. The sludge villain was scooped up into 2 soda bottles that All Might was carrying, and Izuku still couldn't believe his eyes as All Might walked over to him. "Are you okay, kid?" Izuku didn't even answer before All Might continued, saying, "Apologies for getting you caught up in my villain hunt. The source system was more complex than I had imagined." All Might laughed, and Izuku chuckled alongside him, too relieved to be alive and too excited to see his idol to care about a head wound. "Even small ones bleed excessively, so I should be fine, right? I've had worse. My success today is thanks to you." All Might cried as he grabbed Izuku's notebook. He watched, wide-eyed, as his idol flipped toward the end and asked, "Who should I make this out to, kid?" "I Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Thank you so much. This'll be a family heirloom." Izuku scrambled to his feet and bowed, stumbling as dizziness rushed over him. All Might gently guided him out of the underpass before handing his notebook back. "Now then, I must take this fellow to the police. Do you have a phone?" Izuku nodded. "Then make sure to call an ambulance to get your head checked out." Wait. That can't be it. Izuku needed someone else to make that call. Quirklessness was heavily discriminated against in the medical field. Doctors and nurses had told both him and his mother that their machines simply weren't compatible with people like him and that the staff's quirks needed to assist with higher priority cases. A scraped knee would class as a higher priority case than helping a quirkless person with anything. "A pro battles both villains and time, kid. Sorry, but I've got to be going. Until next time." All Might crouched down, and Izuku, in a fit of fear or desperation, he wasn't sure, grabbed on. They rocketed through the sky, and Izuku closed his eyes as he clutched onto All Might's leg for dear life. "Hey now. I appreciate your support, but your enthusiasm is a bit much. Let go." All Might started thrashing around, and Izuku held on even tighter, life flashing before his eyes. "If I let go, then I'll die," he shrieked. Thankfully, All Might seemed to accept that and stopped trying to get him off, heading over to a nearby rooftop instead. When they landed, Izuku fell to his hands and knees. "Of all the... Hopefully, the people downstairs will let you out of the building, but I don't have the time." All Might sounded irritated, refusing to even look at Izuku, and was already walking over to the edge of the rooftop. Izuku stood up as quickly as he could, holding out a hand as he said, "Wait. Please, no. I will not wait." Izuku intended to ask him to call an ambulance, but he wound up asking another question entirely. "Even without a quirk, can I still be a hero?" Green eyes closed as he waited for All Might's response. Izuku had promised himself that he'd become one no matter what, but there was still a part of him that was desperate to hear someone, anyone, say yes. He wanted someone to believe in him. All Might was always saying that anyone could be a hero, so Izuku knew that he'd be able to keep going if he heard him say it personally. "Quirks are..." All Might's voice went quiet. Izuku's eyes opened slightly, looking to the ground as he said, "Because I don't have a quirk. I've always been bullied. That's why I want to save people. I want to help them so they don't suffer like I have. I started taking self-defense classes young and I've got over 2 years of Aikido under my belt too." Izuku was desperate for him to understand. He'd been working so hard for this, honing his body and mind alike in his pursuit of heroics. "I want to save people with a fearless smile, just like you." Izuku looked up, freezing when he saw a tall, thin, blonde man standing where All Might was before, steam rising up around him. "A transformation quirk. He could be an imposter, but he's got All Might's height, coloration, and even his bangs. I guess this explains why no one ever sees you outside of hero work." All Might chuckled nervously, BLD leaking from his mouth as he said, "You're correct. I am All Might. Shouldn't you go see a doctor? That can't be healthy." Izuku felt a bit hypocritical saying that, but it wasn't like anyone would refuse service to All Might. "This happens all the time, kid. I'm fine. All Might sat down with a sigh, looking up at Izuku as he mumbled, a fearless smile, here. His, really not like how I expected him to be. I know that all heroes have personas, but still, don't go telling anyone about this form, kid. I would never. Izuku's voice cut out as All Might lifted the side of his shirt, revealing a massive scar on the upper left of his torso. He barely stifled a gasp. 5 years ago, an enemy did this to me. My respiratory system was nearly destroyed, and I lost my stomach. Even after surgery, the after effects have had me wasting away ever since. I can't do hero work for much more than 3 hours a day now. So that's why he kept saying he was out of time. Izuku's eyes narrowed. 5 years ago. There's no way Toxic Chainsaw did this. The scar would look more jagged and less like a crater if he had. This looked like something that spread out from a single, incredibly forceful impact. You've done your homework, here. You're right, that lowlife didn't do this to me. All Might let his shirt fall back down, and Izuku wouldn't deny being relieved. It looked so painful. This fight wasn't a public one. Or rather, I ensured that this fight wasn't made public. A symbol of peace, someone who saves with a smile, he cannot be daunted by evil. The thought that there were villains out there strong enough to give All Might trouble was a scary one. Izuku imagined the unease that everyone would feel if they saw All Might get hurt like this, and he understood why All Might pushed himself so hard with the 3 hours that he could work as a hero. People depend on him. Losing him so suddenly or realizing that he could be lost, it'd be a disaster. My smile is far from fearless, kid. I smile to keep the fear and pressure at bay. A pro has to be willing and ready to risk his life at all times. All Might looked at him, and Izuku silently pleaded for him to stop talking. He could already see All Might's answer all over his face. Someone without power. I cannot say that they can become a hero. Izuku didn't even register the tears welling up in his eyes. A strangled whine escaped his lips as he trembled in place, watching All Might walk away like he hadn't just destroyed his dreams. If you really want to help people, then you could always be a police officer, kid. It's not wrong to dream, but you've got to be realistic. All Might threw a wave over his shoulder as he walked through the roof access door, leaving Izuku standing there all alone. But I couldn't. Even if they didn't have quirks that benefited them in investigations or on the field, police officers were required to have quirks. It was hidden in the fine print, but they refused to allow liabilities on the field. Quirkless people were always considered liabilities in the eyes of the law. Izuku sobbed. His vision blurred with tears, and for a long, painful moment, he looked over at the edge of the rooftop. Bakugo's taunt echoed in his head. Izuku took a single step toward the railing before stumbling backward, rushing down the stairs and out of the building as quickly as he could. He was terrified of giving himself a chance to change his mind. It doesn't mean anything, right? He thought as he walked home, rubbing his eyes. Everything is the same. No one believes in me, but that's nothing new. I just have to. Izuku paused when he heard explosions, looking over at a crowd that had gathered to watch another villain attack. Before he even realized it, Izuku wandered over to join them, and his eyes widened in horror when he saw the sludge villain wreaking havoc. Did All Might drop him because of me? This is my fault. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? Looks like the villain grabbed some kid. Someone else is enduring that pain. Because of me. I'm so sorry. Someone will come to save you soon, so just wait. Izuku paled even further when he saw familiar red eyes peering out from the sludge. That's Bakugo isn't but no one deserves this. Izuku had never seen Bakugo look so afraid before. He opened his backpack, pulled out a pair of scissors and a few sharpened pencils, and dropped it at the front of the crowd before bursting through the blockade by ducking between death arms and a police officer. Get back here, you moron. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Izuku tuned them out. He distantly registered the sludge villain saying something, but that didn't matter right now. All that mattered was that Bakugo could die, no one else was helping, and Izuku knew this villain's weakness. He bared his teeth in a snarl as he swung the scissors around, and the sludge villain, seeing exactly where he was aiming, panicked. He swung the scissors through the sludge just under the sludge villain's eyes, grinning when the villain flinched back before realizing that he hadn't felt any pain. You missed. Izuku's right hand reached through the sludge to grab onto Bakugo's arm as his left hand swung around, revealing 3 pencils held between his knuckles in makeshift claws. Izuku wasn't trying to miss this time, so he didn't. Pencils would cause a lot less permanent damage than blades, even the ones in scissors would, after all. The villain screamed. Sludge fell away from Bakugo as the villain recoiled, and Izuku took the opportunity to JRK Bakugo away from him. Why would you? Bakugo jumped back as the sludge villain surged forward again, releasing an explosion near the villain's face. Good. You noticed it too. You looked like you needed saving. Izuku said, baring his teeth as the sludge gave up on Bakugo and turned to Izuku again. Just try it. I won't go down without a fight. In the end, Izuku didn't need to. All Might came rushing forward in his hero form, steaming as BLD leaked from his mouth yet again. I ought to practice what I preach. Izuku darted back as All Might swung his fist, watching as a Detroit smash splattered the sludge all over the place. A cold chill fell over the area, and when Izuku glanced up, he saw dark clouds rolling over them as rain started falling from above. Here. Who would have thought that I'd ever get to see a weather-changing punch in person? The crowd of civilians was just as awed as he was, and the heroes that had been standing by before came together to gather the sludge villain up. There were more heroes here than I thought. Backdraft, Mount Lady, Kamu Woods, Death Arms, Slugger. Why did none of them do anything? Death Arms marched over to him and chewed him out for illegal quirk usage and needlessly putting himself in danger, and Slugger wasn't far behind him. Izuku knew that saying he didn't have a quirk to use illegally would only make things worse, so he just sat there quietly and let them yell at him until they huffed about him, not even listening, and walked off. Bakugo, on the other hand, had impressed a couple of the heroes with his quirk. Izuku tried not to let it sting that Bakugo was already being offered sidekick positions when Izuku was the one that saved him. It's not like I did it to be recognized, but still, after insisting that he was fine, Izuku escaped the paramedics. He refused to give them his name. They would know if he did, and started walking home. Mom's got to be worried sick. I should probably call her. Oi, Deku. Izuku blinked, looking back at where Bakugo was standing. Here. Why'd he follow me when he was getting the hero's attention? I never asked you to save me, you got it. I could have beaten him myself. How dare some quirkless failure pity me? Are you trying to win me over? It won't happen, so stop mocking me. Bakugo spun around after saying his piece, and Izuku watched him go with a sigh. Honestly, his refusal to accept help isn't going to do him any favors as a hero. Izuku resolved to wipe his hands of this entire incident, putting both Bakugo and All Might words out of his mind. Today was proof that I can do it. I probably wouldn't have been able to get away from the sludge villain the first time without All Might's help, true, but that doesn't change the fact that 5 licensed heroes stood around as I saved Bakugo with some school supplies and determination. Who cares if they never take me seriously? I can still save people. Izuku cared. Izuku cared a lot, but he would learn how to deal with it if it meant that he could do more of what he did today. He sighed, turning back around and continuing on his way home. Suddenly, All Might rushed out from a side street and stood before Izuku in his hero form. It can't be good for him to push it like this. As if the thought had undone a spell that they were both standing under, All Might reverted to his other form with several bloody coughs. Kid, I've come to thank you and revise what I said earlier. I also have a proposal for you. What? Did he change his mind? Without you. If I hadn't heard your story, then I would have stood among the crowd and done nothing, resigned to being out of time. Izuku shook his head frantically. That was my fault in the first place though. You never would have dropped him if I hadn't grabbed onto you. Maybe so, but that doesn't change the fact that, of all the people on the scene, it was only you, timid and quirkless, that acted. You inspired me, kid. All Might looked at him with a smile, and Izuku could feel hope rising within him. Most of the top heroes show signs of greatness from a young age. Many of them claim that their bodies moved before they could even think. Their longing to save others spurs them forward, no matter the consequences. That's what happened to you back there, yes? Yes, Izuku stammered, tears welling up in his eyes. Yes. I just wanted to help him. I couldn't stand there and watch. Young Midoriya. You can be a hero. Izuku sobbed as he fell, and his poor, abused knees would definitely need to be iced after a day like today. He didn't care how much he hurt or how sore he was right now, though. He'd finally heard the words that he'd wanted to hear his entire life, and his idol was the one who said them to him. I changed All Might's mind about a quirkless hero. And I believe that you're worthy of inheriting my power. Izuku blinked at that, looking up to All Might with a dumbfounded expression. Hey! All Might burst into laughter. What's that look for? I did tell you that I had a proposal. The real work starts here. I'm asking you if you want to accept my power. What does he mean by that? I'm talking about my quirk, young Midoriya. All Might held his hand out to him, helping Izuku to his feet. Everyone speculates that my quirk is some form of super strength or a power boost, but it's nothing quite so simple as that. I always dodge the question with a joke during interviews because All Might, the symbol of peace, has to be seen as a natural-born hero. Is he implying that, however? In truth, my quirk was passed down to me from another. And now, it could be your turn. Izuku was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. A quirk that could be passed down from person to person, not even through families, but entirely willingly defied almost everything that they knew about quirks. I know that we're still learning a lot about them, but this, it seems too good to be true. Stunned into silence, are you? Indeed, the quirk that I inherited is the ability to transfer power to another. It is called One for All. One person cultivates the power before passing it to the next, then to the next, then to the next, until it finally wound up with me. Now, young Midoriya, I wish to pass it to you. He finally managed, head swimming with a million possibilities and complex feelings that he couldn't quite name right now. I've been searching for a successor for a while now, but you were the first to truly capture my attention. My boy, today you were more heroic than anyone else on the scene. You rushed out to save that boy, had a plan of attack that you executed perfectly with minimal damage, and you saved the boy too. I know heroes with years of training and professional experience that couldn't have managed what you did today. Then why? Why does it still sound like you? I cannot think of anyone better suited for my quirk. It is entirely up to you, though. What do you say? All Might. He's trusting me with his secrets. He's the first person to ever tell me that I could do this. How could I possibly say no? Yes. Izuku's voice wavered as he said it, but he was certain of his decision. A quick answer, All Might said with a chuckle and a grin. I expected nothing less from you. His idol reached for Izuku's notebook and wrote something else across the pages that he signed earlier, and Izuku's eyes widened as he read it. We'll begin training soon. For now, you should head home. All Might walked off before Izuku could say anything. If he wasn't still looking at All Might's signature with his phone number written underneath it, then Izuku wouldn't have believed that anything about today happened at all. I met my idol. I saved someone for the first time and even impressed All Might while doing so. He offered me his quirk. It's my dream come true. I'll get to be a hero just like All Might. So then why did it hurt so badly for Izuku to say yes? A couple of days later, Izuku met up with All Might at Takoba Municipal Beach Park. He had to wake up earlier than he usually would to get here in time, but Izuku was hardly going to complain about waking up early to go train with All Might, of all people. I am going to complain about being forced to pull an already heavy fridge with All Might sitting on top of it, though. The aforementioned hero laughed as he said, "It feels quite nice up here. I bet it'd feel even nicer with some movement, though. Come on, All Might. You're 600 pounds alone." Nope. I've lost weight since that interview. I'm closer to 560 now. Knowing that fact didn't keep Izuku from collapsing into the sand, heaving with exertion after moving the fridge a couple of inches. Hey! Why do you have me dragging trash across this beach anyway? Because you're an ill-suited vessel. What? You said that I was worthy before. Please stop jerking me around like this. I'm not sure I can take it. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 cried as All Might laughed and took pictures, and he hated this feeling. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 always seemed to be the butt of some cruel joke. Your spirit is there, yes, but your body isn't prepared yet. One for all binds the physical strength of many people into one. You've got some lean muscle from your training before, but that's not enough to handle this power. Your limbs would probably pop right off. Oh, so you wanted to bulk me up by having my whole trash. That was a relief. All Might didn't seem like the kind of person to lie to his face like that, but 𝐒𝐭𝐴 had worried that he might have changed his mind. Exactly. But that's not all. All Might dropped down from the top of the fridge, knocking his hand against one of the top corners of the appliance and crushing it. I did some research on this beach, you see. This one section has been covered in trash for years. 𝐒𝐿 nodded. Yeah, I remember reading something about ocean currents dragging a lot of stuff to this spot. People took advantage of the build-up to dump their junk here too, even though they shouldn't. Locals avoid this place like the plague. The heroes of today only want fame and glory, All Might said, and 𝐒𝐿 couldn't help thinking of Bakugo. But being a hero is about volunteer work. It doesn't matter how unglamorous a job is, it's a hero's duty to help. So, All Might crushed the entire fridge beneath his fist. Let's clean this beach and make it a place worth visiting again. This is the first step on your path to becoming a hero. So cool. It's a good lesson too. I don't ever want to forget about the little things, even if it's hard to call this little. A grin slowly spread across 𝐒𝐿's face. Cleaning up the whole beach, here. Exactly. You want to get into UA, right? Of course. 𝐒𝐿 exclaimed. UA is the best of the best, and it's your alma mater. I want to go if at all possible. Their heroics program is amazing, and even their academics are unmatched. 𝐒𝐿 had never had any other options, but that didn't make his admiration of UA both for its programs and the fact that it accepted quirkless applicants at all any less genuine. All Might chuckled before saying, You really are a fanboy, here. Well, it's like I said before. That wouldn't be possible for someone who's quirkless. It's sad, but it's still the truth. That's the reality we live in. 𝐒𝐿's heart twisted in his chest, and he finally realized why accepting All Might's offer was so painful. He doesn't believe in me. He believes in his quirk. He believes that I could be great with it, but he's like everyone else, isn't he? He thinks that I'm nothing without a quirk. UA's hero course is the toughest there is. You're nowhere near ready for it now. I've got 10 months before the entrance exam, 𝐒𝐿 murmured. I'll need to make sure that my body is a suitable vessel before that point. He would be going up against people who had their entire lives to hone their quirks, and 𝐒𝐿 needed to get at least a little experience with his own before getting there. He refused to go into this blind. That's what this is for. All Might cried out, holding a stack of papers out to 𝐒𝐿. This is my pass the test, American dream plan that's designed to WHP you in shape just in time for the exams. It's a training regimen not only for cleaning up the garbage but for everything else too. Your entire lifestyle can be charted out with this. 𝐒𝐿 took the papers and flipped through them with wide eyes. He even allotted a specific amount of time for sleep. Waking up at 4 in the morning is going to SCK, but I can do this. I have to. I have to prove myself to him. This is gonna be super tough, kid. Can you do it? Yeah. I always knew that I was gonna have to work harder than everyone else to make it, All Might. This is no different from that. So, 𝐒𝐿 began training in earnest for UA's entrance exams. It was grueling work that left him sore and exhausted, but he worked at it every day. All Might's training plan was a good one, but when 𝐒𝐿 looked over it more in depth, he knew that he wouldn't be moving fast enough if he stuck to it. It's got too many break days. I'm in pretty decent shape, and while I know that I can't strain the same muscle groups without allowing them to rest for a couple of days, I can haul different types of trash and do different stretches on the break days instead. 𝐒𝐿 wound up getting rid of all but one of his rest days each week, and while Aikido was helpful, he asked his mother not to sign him up for next month's lessons or any after that point. He would practice his katas at home in between his other exercises. 𝐒𝐿 didn't have the time to keep going to the dojo. All Might couldn't always supervise him, of course, so 𝐒𝐿 often found himself on the beach alone. He left the bigger pieces of trash alone unless he had supervision, but Izuku didn't need someone to watch him as he moved bottles, tires, and desks over to where they loaded up the truck. If his arms needed to recover, then Izuku would bring rope, tie trash to himself, and drag it instead. He made it work. At first, All Might seemed concerned by how quickly Izuku was making progress on the beach, but as time went by with no sign of Izuku overworking himself, his mentor allowed him to keep going as he was. Izuku's mother watched him charge forward with determination, and though he'd hesitated to bring the meal plan to her, she helped him with a warm smile and a determination that mirrored his own. Finally, 3 months before the entrance exam, Izuku had done it. Takoba was spotless. He sat down heavily on the sand, watching the sunrise that hadn't even been visible over the piles of trash when he first started this. It really is appealing. Oh my goodness! All Might exclaimed. You went above and beyond both in time and scope. There's not a speck of trash, not even in other sections. Izuku turned back to All Might with a massive smile. Told you I could do it. Now we have time to practice with one for all too. I'm so proud of you, young Midoriya. You've worked harder than even I expected of you. Don't doubt for a second that you've earned this power. That being said, All Might reached up the top of his head, plucking a hair from it. Eat this. What? Izuku felt like he was being punked right now. One for all has to be passed down by ingesting DNA. A strand of hair is the most sanitary and safe way to go about that. Oh, Izuku hesitantly took the hair, steeling himself before he brought it to his mouth. He gagged trying to swallow it, but it did eventually go down. Izuku drank a lot of water afterward, trying to get rid of the unpleasant, tickling sensation in his throat. I don't feel any different. It takes some time to work, my boy. Don't worry. For now, why don't you go home, rest, and spend some time with your mother? No more than light exercises, and I mean it. All Might exclaimed while pointing at him. I like your go-getter energy, but you need to be fully rested before trying to use one for all. Izuku agreed easily enough. He couldn't disagree with All Might. It's not like Izuku knew how quirks worked on a personal level and he needed to iron out a few other details anyway. Most importantly, Izuku needed to come up with an explanation for how he suddenly wound up with a quirk. I know that I can't tell Mom about one for all, but I can't leave her completely in the dark either. She'll notice that I have a quirk. And maybe, just maybe, she'll support my dream now too. Izuku felt the exact moment that one for all settled within him. A rush of power flooded his veins while he was formatting a page for analyzing his own quirk, startling him so badly that he almost snapped his pencil in half. Whoa! This is... I didn't expect there to be so much energy, but I guess that makes sense if it's been cultivated by so many people. Maybe I could register it as an energy quirk. The last thing I need to do is draw attention to myself by having a quirk too similar to All Might's. That wouldn't work if I transform like he does, though. The thought kept nagging at him, and everything circled back around to Izuku needing to see what one for all looked like to come up with a cover story. Mom wouldn't buy me deciding against testing one for all, not with the way that I dissect quirks. It should be okay as long as I don't try to do anything with it, right? Izuku hesitated for a few moments before throwing caution to the wind. He took a deep breath, activated one for all, and immediately grimaced at the rush of power that burned through him. Only his experience with being quiet through pain kept him from screaming out, and he swayed the quirk off with a gasp of relief. Luckily, Izuku hadn't managed to hurt himself. He checked, but he was stumped about what to do now. I didn't even get the chance to see if one for all looks any different for me. How am I supposed to use it if I'm in blinding pain just by turning it on? There was way too much power, so how am I supposed to? Oh! His eyes widened as he realized something. All Might doesn't use his full power all the time. He can crush fridges with almost no effort, and using that kind of force against people would kill them. One for all isn't a light SWH, it's a water valve. I have to only let a stream of power through instead of the whole waterfall. He didn't want to push his luck, but Izuku knew that his mother was right in the other room working through case files. If he wound up hurt this time, then he could call out for her. He closed his eyes and braced for it before slowly, steadily, letting a trickle of power flow through him. He stopped turning the valve as soon as the power started edging toward being painful again, and 𝐒𝐿 opened his eyes, gasping when he saw green lightning arcing around him. Is this excess energy sparking off of me? It's not damaging anything it touches, so I think that it's just a visual thing. I guess this is my equivalent of another form. 𝐒𝐿 grinned wide, eyes shining with glee. This works perfectly. I can pass one for all off as an energy quirk with no issue. Green lightning faded from existence as 𝐒𝐿 turned the quirk off, grinning as he pulled out an empty notebook, grabbed a pencil, and started writing. Name: 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya hero name. Quirk: Accumulator. An emitter quirk that allows the user to accept, store, and release energy through their body that acts like a general enhancer. The user currently has a cap of about 5% of his maximum energy output before getting backlash. Quirk backlash includes crippling pain once the user surpasses that threshold. Physical consequences for continuing to use the quirk beyond that point are likely. Additional notes: Accumulator is a complete mutation that shows no resemblance to any of the quirks in 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya's family tree. In addition to this, Accumulator requires that the user gain a certain muscle mass before its first activation. The current theory is that the amount of energy the user can channel would have been life-threatening without that limiter, hence why it activated so late in life. 𝐒𝐿 grinned as he looked over his cover story, planning to submit it to the quirk registry as soon as possible. In the meantime, Mom, I've got something to tell you. The last 3 months before the entrance exam flew by. All Might rented a room at a quirk gym for him to train in, though All Might had to stay in his smaller form on the days that he supervised, and while controlling his power flow wasn't too difficult, it took a lot of trial and error for 𝐒𝐿 to get used to moving around with one for all activated. Once he did get the hang of it, 𝐒𝐿 started bouncing around the walls of the quirk gym and practicing his reaction times, realizing that one for all lent itself to speed and agility just as much as it did to raw strength. To further distance himself from an obvious link to All Might, 𝐒𝐿 practiced attacking with kicks instead of punches. While it took a lot of effort for him to mesh shoot style with his Aikido training, 𝐒𝐿 blended the mobility required for both in a way that made it hard for opponents to guess whether he'd spin around and kick them with a quirk-powered blow or redirect their attacks with his hands while targeting their joints to immobilize them. By the time that February 26 rolled around, the day of the entrance exams, 𝐒� felt more prepared for this than he ever could have dreamed of. You're already a force to reckon with, my boy. I have complete faith that you'll pass this exam with flying colors, plus ultra style. 𝐒� grinned as he walked toward the train station by All Might's side. You think so? He asked with a tilted head. I know so. Have some confidence, young Midoriya. You've come far since I met you. Thanks, he murmured. 𝐒� hadn't been able to completely silence the weird blend of genuine happiness and aching sadness that cropped up every time that All Might complimented him. Said compliments tended to be linked to one for all in one way or another, even if it was something that 𝐒� didn't need the quirk to figure out, but that didn't make him any less grateful for the advantages that All Might had given him. I won't let you down. 𝐒� was shaking with anticipation the entire train ride over to UA, and he nervously fidgeted with the yellow straps of his backpack as he approached the hero course examination site. He recognized uniforms from middle schools all over Japan, everywhere from Hokkaido to Kyushu, as students just like him walked down the brick path and toward a test that would permanently alter their futures. No pressure or anything. What are you doing here, Deku? Thought you were applying for support or some SHT. 𝐒� turned to face Bakugo with a smirk as he said, I only said that there were other courses at UA. I never said that I was applying for them. Bakugo didn't need to know that 𝐒� was applying to general education as a backup. While the general education program still wasn't easy to get into, it was the only exam based solely on the basic written test. 𝐒� didn't have the time to take the practical support exam or the second written management exam in addition to this one, and Bakugo snarled at him as he walked around 𝐒�, shoulder checking him as he did so. I hope that weird peace that's been between us since the sludge villain doesn't change because of this. Everyone has been leaving me alone for once. The footage that the news station aired didn't mention his name or show his face, but people at their school recognized the Gakuren. They also recognized the backpack and notebook that 𝐒� had dropped right before rushing out. They knew it was him. Even the teachers had started eyeing him warily any time that he took notes in the months afterward, and Izuku had been so wrapped up in his training plan that it took him ages to realize that they were afraid of him. Honestly, did they think I was gonna go for their eyes next? He thought snarkily, freezing when he realized that they may have. Izuku shook it off and walked forward, so caught up in his musings that he didn't notice a loose brick on the path. The tip of his shoe got caught underneath it, sending him pitching forward. Izuku scrambled to get into a rolling position. It would still hurt to roll out of a fall-on brick, but it would hurt less than falling outright. But his stomach jerked as he floated upward instead. He looked over at a girl with brown hair and eyes, seeing that she had grabbed his backpack as he floated upward. "Are you okay?" He blushed and nodded before saying, "Yeah. Thank you." The girl guided him back to the ground before pressing her fingertips together, and Izuku could feel the weight of his backpack again afterward. A gravity manipulation quirk. Those are pretty rare. And she not only floated my backpack but completely lifted me off the ground with it too. She must be able to control how much she affects something's gravity. I'm glad. It's a bad omen to trip and fall, you know. The girl said with a bright, sincere smile that Izuku was unused to seeing from people his age. His face only grew redder. "This is nerve-wracking, here." "Yeah, it is," he murmured. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Thank you again for catching me. Okiko Uraraka. I better get going, but good luck." Uraraka waved as she walked off, and Izuku smiled before saying, "Good luck to you too." He walked forward, determined to do his best in the written exam. If everyone at UA is even half as nice as her except for Bakugo, I can't even hope that he doesn't get in. Then maybe I'll make friends this year. After the written exam was over, Izuku made his way to the auditorium where everyone would be prepped for the heroics exam. He felt his soul briefly leave his body when he realized that he was stuck sitting right next to Bakugo, preemptively clamping his hand over his mouth to make sure that he wouldn't pierce the ticking time bomb off with his muttering. "Welcome everybody. Can I get a hey?" Present MIC yelled. The auditorium was filled with students who were all a blend of terrified and determined, so despite the hero's best efforts, silence was his only answer. "You're all so refined. Cool. So, I'm here to present the guidelines for your practical exam. Are you ready?" Silence once again. I feel kinda bad for him right now. I'd answer if Bakugo wouldn't ream me out for it. Alright then, listeners. We'll get right to it. The practical simulates cityscape maneuvers and lasts for 10 minutes. You're allowed to bring in whatever you want, and everyone will be directed to their assigned testing location afterward. Izuku glanced down at the ID that he'd received from the school before looking over to Bakugo's and smiling when he saw that they were being sent to different testing sites. It's probably to keep friends from middle school from helping each other, but they've saved my skin here. Each site is swarming with 3 different types of faux villains, Present MIC continued. Points are awarded to test takers who defeat them. 1-pointers are the easiest of the bunch, but you have to wreck a bunch of them for it to add up. 2-pointers are a good middle ground opponent, but you'll probably be competing against more people if you go after those. 3-pointers are the most powerful of the lot, so they'll probably take longer to disable than the other 2 types. Present MIC laughs at the tense silence. You've got to take down the enemies while prioritizing what makes you shine best, listeners. Use your quirks to disable the villains and earn points. That's your goal for today. Of course, attacking your fellow competitors is strictly forbidden and grounds for rejection from any course at UA, so keep that in mind. "You really is going to be good for me," he thought with a hum. Izuku looked over the handouts that they'd all been given, looking at the robot that was labeled as a 0-pointer. These have to be some secret test. No one will want to waste time on them, so if they wind up being any kind of threat, then it'd be a good way to test for those who will help people in danger without any benefit to themselves. Izuku wasn't sure if that was what the 0-pointers were for, but he also wouldn't put it past UA to subtly look for things like that. "May I ask a question?" a voice cried out right before Present MIC could go to the next slide. It was like the entire auditorium turned toward the source of the voice at once, but the applicant remained undeterred, still standing as he waited for Present MIC's response. "Sure thing, listener. There appear to be 4 different types of faux villains on this handout. Such a blatant error, assuming that it is one is incredibly unbecoming of a school as prestigious as UA. Nice catch. To answer your question, examine 7111. The fourth faux villain is exactly what it says on the tin. Defeating it doesn't give you any points at all, it's really more of an obstacle than anything else. There'll only be one of them at each site, and they'll rampage at close quarters. Understood. So it's like a gimmick to be avoided. Thank you, sir. I apologize for the interruption. No worries at all, Present MIC reassured the student. Coincidentally, that's all I've got for you today, listeners. I'll leave you all with this piece of advice. As Napoleon Bonaparte once said, true heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life, in whatever shape they may challenge us to combat. Go plus ultra. Best of luck to you all. Is that a hint? If I suspected that the 0-pointer was a test before now, Izuku grinned. I'll have to keep an eye out for it. Just in case. The students were all separated into groups before being led to buses, and Izuku's face lit up when he saw a familiar face in the crowd of students. Uraraka. She turned in his direction, looking confused for a brief moment before seeing him and smiling. Midoriya. Looks like we'll be taking the test together, here. He nodded. Talk about luck. Izuku wanted to ask her something, but with the crowds around them, best to wait for a little bit longer. The two of them talked idly as they waited to board the bus, sitting together once they were let on. Izuku turned to Uraraka right away, eyes gleaming as he asked, "You've got a gravity manipulation quirk, right?" He made sure to keep his voice down. He didn't want the others catching on to what they were doing, but he couldn't keep the grin off of his face if he tried. Yeah, I call it zero gravity. I take away an object's gravitational pull by touching it with my fingertips. You figured that out just by seeing it once. Uraraka glanced around as she said this, volume matching Izuku's. The nervous chattering around them would have drowned out their voices anyway, but there was no harm in being cautious. Do you want to team up? He whispered. Is that allowed? There aren't any rules against it. We'd have to make sure that we both took out robots. I'm not sure if our points would be split for working together or if we'll only get credit for the ones we destroy ourselves, but that won't be an issue. We could definitely help each other. Uraraka hummed as she gave him an unexpectedly shrewd look. How would we work together? My quirk is called Accumulator. It's an energy-based emitter quirk that acts as a general enhancer. I have to be careful not to use too much power, but Izuku met her eyes with determination lining his features. I'm faster and stronger than most people. You need to get close to the robots to use your quirk, right? MHMN. Just as a warning, I get super nauseous if I float too much at once or if I float myself. That's not a problem, he reassured her. If I carry you around, then you'll be able to get to the robots faster while watching my back and acting as an extra pair of eyes. It'll also give you time to recover from the drawback of your quirk. If you start feeling sick, then we can SWCH over to me taking them down with kicks. We could both rack up points and keep each other from getting too worn out by going full throttle the whole time. Besides, Izuku gave her a savage grin before saying, "You heard Present Eve, right? Talking about battling life's evils in multiple forms while also having an obstacle robot practically screams hidden test. Heroes aren't just supposed to beat the bad guys, they're supposed to save people. In the field, we'd need to work together for the greater good." You think there might be extra points for doing something like this? She gasped quietly. Izuku nodded eagerly. I can't guarantee it, of course, but they set this up as a competition for a reason. How do you think we'll look if we work together despite that? Like heroes, Uraraka answered him with a grin of her own. Count me in. What are you thinking? They spent the rest of the bus ride plotting together, laughing delightedly as they planned for increasingly absurd scenarios. Several applicants looked over at them uneasily, unable to hear what they were saying but fearing the aura that radiated out from them both. Izuku and Uraraka stuck close to one another once they got off the bus, and as soon as everyone was off, the two of them walked as close to the gate as they could get. Izuku crouched down so that Uraraka could climb on, and she did so without hesitation. We can't be sure when the test will start, after all. Best not to waste precious seconds. The volume of whispers around them increased after Izuku stood back up, An outraged spluttering grew closer as the same student that had interrupted present MIC approached them. "What on earth are you two doing? This is improper. Are you not taking this exam seriously?" Izuku was going to answer him, but a single finger lightly tapped on his left shoulder before he could. He looked up and at the direction that Uraraka silently indicated for him to, grinning when he saw a faint dot move on the giant podium that overlooked all the testing areas. He remained silent, putting one foot in front of his other as he bent forward slightly. "Hold on, Uraraka," he murmured. She nodded, lacing her hands together around his neck while holding her pinkies out. "And, begin." Izuku took off like a shot, green lightning arcing off him as he and Uraraka whizzed through the gates. A dozen robots were waiting for the applicants right at the front, and Izuku weaved between them all with a feral grin. Uraraka brushed her hand against 5 of the 12, sweating slightly as they floated up. SWCH. He shifted stances to let him tear through the remaining 7 robots with superpowered kicks. As soon as the robots on the ground were nothing but rubble, he darted a safe distance away from the floating robots. Uraraka pressed her fingers together, letting them crash to the ground. The robots crumbled at the impact. 9, she hummed. "Not bad." 15. "I'll have to make sure you get a chance to let go of them sooner, sorry." The two of them had agreed to count out loud so that they kept the points as even as they could. It'd be a bit harder to split them evenly when they came across clusters like this, but Izuku would just make sure that she got the next few stragglers to balance it out. "It's fine. Let's go." "What are you waiting for?" Applicants 7159 and 7127 have the right idea. You don't get countdowns in real life. The rest of the applicants in their area finally came rushing out of the gates, snapping out of their shock at present MIC's words. Izuku and Uraraka were long gone by the time the rest of them ran through the piles of mangled robot parts. Adrenaline rushed through Izuku's veins as he rocketed through the air, leaping high enough that they got a good vantage point on the robots below them. He landed in front of a group of 4 three-pointers, dancing around the lasers and RBB bullets that targeted them as soon as they touched the ground. Uraraka got all 4 of the robots up into the air, and Izuku sprung back up to a nearby roof to get away from them. She released her quirk as soon as they were in the clear, shouting, 21. A group of 2 two-pointers and a 3-pointer had Izuku saying, 22. The two of them both took out several 1-pointers when they come across a swarm of them. Izuku suspected that they were rising into the arena from this area. UA would run out of robots way too quickly if they didn't keep adding them throughout the exam, with Izuku and Uraraka both earning 9 more points. They left the area after, wanting to go after robots with a higher individual value. They landed on a nearby rooftop, nodding at an applicant with several arms that had ears on the end of them. "Looks like we're not the only ones scouting." The applicant jumped down whenever he heard something, gliding on the skin that connected his arms. Like a flying squirrel, a sharp tap on his right shoulder pulled Izuku out of his head, and he raced toward another group of robots. 5 three-pointers were harrying a blonde guy with a laser quirk. A couple of them were sparking, but the other student's quirk couldn't stay active long enough to destroy the most durable robots in the exam. Uraraka tapped 3 of them before shouting, SWCH. Izuku rushed in and kicked the other 2, grabbing the blonde before jumping away from the area so that Uraraka could drop the 3 she had floating. 39 and an assist, she whispered. 37 and an assist, he mumbled as he sat the laser guy down. Missy, Ms. Amy's. I'll be sticking to the 1 and 2 pointers from now on. They both wished the guy luck as he ran off, taking to the skies again right afterward. They came back down when they saw a few applicants trapped under rubble and the remains of robots, and Uraraka briefly hopped down to float the debris up while Izuku lifted them and moved them into out-of-the-way buildings, one by one. Only 3 minutes left, listeners. When Izuku regrouped with Uraraka, she was looking pale and shaky. He crouched down for her to climb on again, but this time she said, I'm almost at my limit. You don't have to keep carrying me around. I'm not gonna leave you behind, he said with a wide smile. We've come this far together, right? I still need an extra set of eyes up there. All right. Once she was holding on again, Izuku leapt up to another rooftop. That was when the entire city started to tremble, and they both watched in horror as a giant robot destroyed entire skyscrapers as it walked down the street. This is the 0-pointer. Isn't it a bit overkill? There's gotta be more to it than an obstacle. So, we're definitely running toward that, right? Izuku nodded. Robots can malfunction and it's almost impossible to predict how rubble will fall. Someone could get buried, stepped on, or hit so hard that, well, Izuku knew why UA had parents sign consent forms now. Uraraka's grip on him tightened. Then let's do this. The aftermath of what the 0-pointer had already destroyed was horrific. With everyone else running away from the robot, they had hoped that the people running alongside them would help them if they stumbled. The people that were left behind needed their help more. Uraraka had to lift the rubble off of someone who had their leg buried underneath it, and the unnatural angle that it was twisted at finally pushed her over the edge and had her hurling. Help me, they begged, but Izuku knew that moving them would only risk hurting them worse. Uraraka, will you sit with them until the test is over? I don't have anything for a splint. Last time I make that mistake, she nodded before saying, go. Make sure that no one else needs help. Izuku did just that, helping a couple of people with minor injuries get to more structurally sound areas. He was about to head back to Uraraka. Time was almost up, after all, but he heard a sharp gasp to his left and the groan of a building falling over. He darted forward, grabbed a tall boy with gravity-defying purple hair, and ran far away, only stopping once the sound of crashing ceased. Are you alright? Put me down. I've gotta get at least 1 point. Time's up. Present MIC's words sealed all of their fates, and Izuku's heart twisted as he put the boy down and listened to him cry. This could have been me. If All Might hadn't given me his quirk, then this would have been me. It's not fair. I don't want to just leave him. Hey, it'll be okay, he murmured soothingly. Sure, for you, the boy scoffed. With a quirk like that, there's no way you didn't pass. Did you apply for Gen ED? Yeah. I figured that this would be weighted toward flashy quirks. Should have figured that I couldn't. My quirk has to be used on people, and it was against the rules. I couldn't risk losing my backup plan. I couldn't do anything. Then don't give up yet, Izuku said with a smile. People have transferred from Gen Ed before. It's not fair that they test us this way, but that doesn't mean that your dream is over. The sports festival is a great way to get their attention. Why? Why are you telling me this? You probably won't believe me, but I could have been in your shoes, Izuku said ruefully. I was a late manifestation. Very late. I thought I was going to be taking this exam quirkless. Oh, the boy rubbed at the back of his neck sheepishly. Sorry. I'm so used to people with quirks like yours just acting like the sun shines out of their butt. Izuku asked with a ped eyebrow. The boy snorted before saying, yeah, exactly. I guess you've probably been on the other end of that too, here. Oh, you have no idea. Name's Hitoshi Shinsu. Thanks. For the save and the advice. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and it's no problem, he said with a bitter smile. Us underdogs have to look out for each other, after all. Izuku was delighted when he exchanged numbers with both Shinsu and Uraraka, thrumming with excitement and satisfaction the entire walk home. I think that I should barely squeak into the hero course with 37 points, even if there isn't a secret scoring system. The written exam was easy, so if all else fails, then I'll just start in Gen Ed with Shinsu. I hope that I don't have to do that, though. It'd make it a lot harder for him to transfer. Inko was waiting for him when he got home, standing in front of the stovetop as she worked away. Oh, Izuku. Welcome home. Dinner'll be done in just a bit. I appreciate it, but wasn't it my turn to cook tonight? You should rest. I can finish the rest of it. None of that, Inko scoffed. You're not cooking your celebratory dinner. That defeats the purpose. Celebratory? Don't sound so unsure of yourself, Izuku. Inko looked at him from over her shoulder, smiling as she said, You've always been my little hero. There's not a doubt in my mind that you passed. Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes, and Inko's smile morphed into a small, bitter thing that Izuku often saw in the mirror. Is this because I have a quirk now? Izuku didn't mean to ask it, but the question slipped out of him anyway. His mother. looked devastated. "Oh, baby, no. I always knew you'd make a brilliant hero, and I knew that you'd get into UA too. It's why I've been putting your father's child support payments away for your tuition. I didn't want you to be crushed if you didn't get into their hero course. I probably shouldn't tell you this, but before you told me about Accumulator, I was compiling research on vigilantes. Since quirk usage laws didn't apply to you, I was thinking that you couldn't be charged for vigilantism either. You were going to encourage me to be an illegal hero." Izuku hadn't considered that option before now, but the irony of his mother helping him find legal loopholes wasn't lost on him. "I was going to encourage you to chase your dreams," 𝐒𝐭 said firmly. "I didn't want to see you give up, Izuku. You were made to help people, and I've had nightmares of you losing that spark in your eyes. I just got so fixated on trying to prevent a future hurt that I didn't see that you were already hurting." She turned the heat off on the stove before walking over to hug him, tears running down her face. "I'm sorry that I wasn't a better mother. I should have made it clear that I supported you from the beginning instead of getting caught up in my fears. I won't let it happen again. I'm supporting you 100%, okay? So just promise me that you won't forget to take care of yourself too." Izuku sniffled as he nodded, bending down so he could bury his head in 𝐒𝐭's shoulder. "I promise, Mom. It's like you always said, you have to save yourself before you can save others," they said in sync. Mother and son devolved into watery giggles. 𝐒𝐿 patted his shoulder softly before pulling back and saying, "Now go sit down. You can tell me all about the exam once the food's on the table." Okay. Izuku couldn't keep the smile off his face if he tried. It had always been his mother and him against the world, and even after getting one for all, Izuku had worried that her longing to protect him might strain their relationship. And while it didn't completely erase the old hurts and misunderstandings between them, Izuku could feel the balm of his mother's apology and promise for ongoing support soothing his heart. As the two of them smiled and laughed over pork katsudon, Izuku could only feel grateful for having someone who was truly in his corner. It was almost a relief that All Might wouldn't be texting him until after the results came out. Izuku didn't want to risk losing this piece. Izuku was pretty confident that he'd gotten in. He'd done the math over and over just to be sure, but waiting for the results still felt like torture. He and Shinsu sent each other floods of cat memes and jokes, and when Shinsu asked him how he trained for the exam before his quirk came in, Izuku started sending him workout tips. They hadn't met up since the entrance exam, but Izuku knew that he could consider Shinsu a friend now. Uraraka, on the other hand, wound up visiting a couple of days after the exam. His mother insisted that she needed to meet the friend that partnered up with Izuku, so Uraraka came over to eat lunch with them. The three of them talked about hero costumes and how Izuku and Uraraka could use their quirks together, and when Uraraka had shakily asked 𝐒𝐿 how she could be sure that Uraraka got in, 𝐒𝐿 had told her that there wasn't a doubt in her mind that they'd both crushed it. They quickly learned that Uraraka was a crier too. A week after the entrance exam, the letter from UA finally came. Izuku was finishing up his daily stretches when 𝐒𝐿 knocked on the door to his room, saying, "Izuku, the letter's here. It feels like there's more than a letter, though. I'll be out in just a second." After cooling down, Izuku opened his door, smiling as his mother all but shoved the envelope at him. It's oddly heavy. What did they put in this thing?" Izuku hummed before walking over to his desk and sitting down, fidgeting with the edge of the envelope anxiously. "Do you want to open it privately, Izuku?" He turned back to face 𝐒𝐿 and shook his head. She walked into his room with a gentle smile, resting her hand on his shoulder as she said, "I'm proud of you no matter what, okay? But you don't have to be nervous. You've got this. Right?" Izuku tore open the envelope, blinking in surprise when a metal disc fell out of it. He poked a small button that was on the front of it, and a holographic projection of All Might flared to life. "What? This is from UA, so why is All Might?" "This is a projection," the holograph All Might cried out, breaking the stunned silence that both Izuku and his mother had fallen into. Either they asked him to do the projection since he was in town anyway, or 𝐒𝐿's voice trailed off, and Izuku realized what she was insinuating a few seconds later. "I'm in town for one reason only. I've come to teach at UA." Izuku found himself feeling conflicted about that information. On one hand, it'd be nice to have someone at the school that knew the truth of One for All, but on the other hand, All Might had proven that he wasn't the best teacher. Izuku's progress had been made almost completely on his own. It doesn't seem very smart of them to announce that. It'll get out before long, and having All Might at UA will make everyone there a target, his mother muttered, eyebrows furrowed. It is UA, though, I guess it'll be fine. Young Midoriya. You passed the written exam with flying colors, earning 97 out of 100 points. Izuku blinked. Really? I thought I got closer to a 93, that's my baby. Izuku blushed at his mother's words, thankful that the projection started talking again right after. You also earned 37 villain points. That alone would be just enough to get you into the hero course, however. There was more to the test than that. Look at the screen for just a moment. All Might's holographic form pointed to a blank screen in the room he was standing in. Video footage of Izuku leaping around with Uraraka showed up on the screen, the two of them stopping to help others along the way, both before and after the zero-pointer was released. We've never seen such a collaborative effort between two applicants before. You and young Uraraka not only work together to take down more robots than you would have alone, but you also work together to save your fellow applicants whenever they got themselves into trouble. What kind of hero school would we be if we didn't reward that heroic behavior? I knew it. There were also rescue points. With the combination of your save of young 𝐴MA relocating injured applicants, and your actions regarding the zero-pointer, you earned 59 rescue points, Izuku Midoriya. Okako Uraraka was shortly behind you with 54 rescue points. The screen changed from the paused video of him and Uraraka, showing the overall results. Izuku gaped when he saw that he was at the very top. Congratulations, young Midoriya. We all look forward to seeing what you can do. The projection fizzled out now. Izuku stood up, trembling with shock as he turned to face his mother. I'm at the top. Mom, did you see that? 96 points. And Uraraka was only 3 lower. We both beat Bakugo. Tears welled up in 2 identical pairs of green eyes. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. You're going to do amazing things. The night after he received his acceptance letter, Izuku went to meet up with All Might at Takoba Beach. Congrats on passing, kid. You really impressed everyone. Izuku blinked at the absurdity of All Might offering him a high five before shrugging and slapping their hands together. I wanted to tell you that UA doesn't know I taught you. You seem like the type to be worried about favoritism. That's good to know, but I wasn't worried about that. If nepotism had any influence on my score, then Uraraka wouldn't have been right behind me. So, you're teaching at UA this year. I was surprised to hear that. I guess that explains why we always meet here or at the local quirk gym even though your agency is in Tokyo's Minato ward. You're muttering again, young Midoriya. Izuku blushed and clapped one of his hands over his mouth. Sorry that I didn't tell you sooner. I couldn't tell anyone until the school made it public knowledge. I initially intended to search for my successor at UA, but All Might ruffled Izuku's hair, a warm smile on his face. I couldn't have chosen better than you, my boy. I'll just be there to watch your progress now. About that. Izuku pressed the tips of his fingers together nervously. I don't mean to question someone like Nezu, but are you sure it was smart to announce that you were working at UA? Mom is super worried about that making students a target, and you could have always taught in this form. All Might laughed as he patted the top of Izuku's head as he said, You worry far too much, young Midoriya. Everything will be all might. Izuku groaned at the horrible joke, darting away from the hand that felt a touch too patronizing for his liking. It's a valid concern. Hero students and freshly graduated heroes are already targeted at higher rates than most pros. With the symbol of peace and hero students in the same place. I'd be more surprised if we don't get attacked. I can practically see your brain smoking. Seriously, kid, UA security is top-notch. There's nothing to worry about. Izuku laughed uneasily as he nodded along. I hope you're right about that, for both of our sakes. You've already been working yourself into the grave. I don't want to see someone shove you in it while you're not looking. A few days after that, Izuku and Bakugo were both called into the principal's office. Izuku knew he was screwed as soon as that announcement was made, And after they were commended for their accomplishment as if they hadn't already written Izuku off years ago, Bakugo took the opportunity to corner Izuku outside of the school building. I don't know how you conned your way into the hero course, but you'd better withdraw, Deku. They'll find out that you're a useless, quirkless runt before long. You may as well save them the trouble of expelling you. Bakugo snarled as he grabbed Izuku and shoved him against the wall. I don't know whether to be flattered that you think I could trick someone as intelligent as Nezu into giving me first place, or insulted that you still see me as the SHT beneath your shoe after I beat you. If I'm truly such a lowly creature, then what does that make you? Izuku couldn't keep the rage out of his voice, and Bakugo was stunned by it, releasing him as he stepped back. I was supposed to be the only one. You ruined my perfect origin story. I did no such thing. You were the one who chose to stay in the worst school in the district just so that you could brag about coming from nothing. You had opportunities that most people could only dream of, Bakugo, and you squandered them. The fault rests on your shoulders alone. Bakugo. Since when did you call me that? You didn't even notice, did you? I haven't called you by that stupid nickname since we were 7. We're not friends, Izuku said with a scoff. He pushed himself off the wall, dodging out of the way when Bakugo lunged at him with explosions crackling in his hands. Izuku grabbed Bakugo's wrist and twisted it, just on the edge of breaking it, as he said, I won't be pushed around by you anymore. You and I both know that you don't deserve to be a hero. Getting into UA. My word won't mean nothing anymore. Unless you want me to start telling people about who Katsuki Bakugo really is, you'll leave me alone. When Izuku left Bakugo behind, his bully was pale-faced and shaking. He hated himself just a little bit for how satisfied he was with that outcome. Izuku spent the rest of his time before attending UA preparing for his future. He and his mother sat down together as he sketched his and Uraraka's hero costumes, working together to make sure that they'd have everything that they needed to stay safe. He was pretty happy with the finished products, but they'd have to see how the real things turned out before deciding if any tweaks needed to be made. His first day at UA was here before he knew it. Izuku, did you grab your extra notebook? Yeah, I've got it. Your pocket? Tissues? Yep. Izuku said with a laugh, bending down to tie his shoes in front of the door. I've got to get going, I can't afford to be late, I know. Just face me really quick. Izuku did so, blushing when his mother sighed. Come here. Let me fix your tie. He did so sheepishly, thanking her once it was straightened out. There you go. Now you look ready. Go show them what you're made of, Izuku. I will. Thanks, Mom. Have a good day at work. Izuku took off, catching the train and being congratulated by a few strangers here and there who wished him luck at UA. It was honestly surreal. He shook it off once he got to his stop, heading off with a determined smile and swiping his student ID card to enter the school grounds. I'm really here. Now I've just got to find 1A. Izuku was glad that he and Uraraka wound up in the same class, and he was hoping beyond all hope that Bakugo was in 1B. However, once he stood outside the door of the classroom and heard familiar shouting, that hope was dashed. May as well get this over with, he thought with a sigh as he opened the door. Remove your foot from that desk at once. Your actions are an insult to our upperclassmen and the crafters who made that desk. Izuku almost groaned out loud when he realized that the blue-haired guy that yelled at him and Uraraka was in his class too. Why would I care? What middle school are you from, extra? Bakugo asked with a sneer. I'm from Sumi Private Academy. My name is Tenya Ida. Sumi. I knew you were some stuck-up elitist. I should blow you to bits. You, of all people, can't talk about being an elitist, Bakugo. Ida looked appalled by Bakugo's everything, and even though they'd started off on the wrong foot, Izuku felt for the guy. Bakugo's aggression was unsettling. How awful. Do you truly wish to become a hero? Seeing that this altercation wasn't going to be over anytime soon, Izuku stepped into the classroom. He walked over to read the seating chart on their teacher's desk, so that he was right behind Bakugo, and resigned himself to his fate. Ida rushed over to him before he could take his seat. I'm from Sumi. I heard you before. It's nice to meet you, Ida. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya. You and Uraraka perceived the true nature of the practical exam while I did not. You were clearly the superior candidates, and I apologize for misjudging you both, he said as he bowed at a 90-degree angle. Izuku blushed, waving frantically while saying, "There's no need for any of that, honest." Ida straightened up, obviously relieved, as Izuku finally sat down. He was glad that Bakugo only growled under his breath when he did so. It's not going to be pretty when that tension explodes. I'm not expecting him to leave me be for long. Midoriya. Uraraka's voice was a breath of fresh air that Izuku desperately clung to. Uraraka. It's good to see you again. He distantly registered that she looked super cute in UA's uniform before shoving that thought deep down. She walked over to his desk, beaming as she said, "I'm so glad that we teamed up. My parents are still going crazy about me getting second. They live out in the sticks, but they want to meet you and Mema Midoriya when they get the chance." "That'd be nice," he said, pausing when he realized something. Don't you live with them?" Uraraka shook her head. "Nope. The commute would be too long if I did, so I got an apartment in Musutafu." "Here. Well, let me know if you need any help. Mom and I know the area pretty well." "Will do. If you're only here to socialize, then you may as well pack your bags now," a voice deadpanned from the door. Izuku turned to see a man laying on the floor in a yellow sleeping bag, drinking from one of those meal substitute pouches. The room went dead quiet, and Uraraka awkwardly shuffled over to her seat, prompting anyone else who was standing to do the same. The man walked into the classroom, grumbling as he said, "It took you all 8 seconds to settle down. Time is a precious resource, you'll learn not to waste it soon." "Where have I seen him before? He has to be some sort of pro, but I can't quite put my finger on it." "I'm your homeroom teacher, Shouta Aizawa." Now Aizawa reached into his sleeping bag, pulling out several gym uniforms and dropping them at the desk of whoever they belonged to. "Go get changed into your gym clothes and head out to the grounds, all of you. Be quick about it." They all rushed to do just that, and Izuku was one of the first out on the field. Uraraka gravitated toward him, mumbling as she said, "I'm guessing that we're not going to the entrance ceremony or the guidance sessions." "Probably not," he whispered in return. "I'm guessing he wants to throw us in the deep end and see if we swim." Determination lined both of their faces, and they silently agreed to help each other out however they could. They'd worked too hard to back down now. "You'll be taking a quirk apprehension test today," Aizawa stated once the rest of their classmates joined them, and Izuku's eyes lit up when he finally realized who he was. Eraserhead, of course. That capture weapon of his was what I was remembering. It makes sense that he'd teach people how to use their quirks. I wonder if he'll be trying to throw people off throughout the test by using erasure on them. A hand raised, and Aizawa grunted as he asked, "What is it, Yorozu? Will we not be attending the entrance ceremony?" "Meetings with the guidance counselor were scheduled for today as well. We don't have time to waste on that sort of bureaucratic nonsense, not if you want to become heroes." Izuku grimaced at that. "I understand the entrance ceremony, but talking to the guidance counselor is kinda important. Heroes need a support system. UA is known for its freestyle teaching system. Teachers can do whatever they want as long as they produce results. Hello, Paranoia, my old friend. Guess I'll have to feel out all of the teachers here too." That sort of blanket permission sounded like an abuse of power just waiting to happen, and while Izuku trusted heroes, he did not trust teachers. All Might is proof enough that good heroes don't necessarily make good teachers. Softball throwing, the standing long jump, the 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength, side-to-side stepping, sit-ups, and the seated toe touch. You've all done these tests before during middle school, correct? Everyone nodded. "So that's what we're doing." The Department of Education still prohibits the use of quirks while calculating those averages. They're just delaying the inevitable, it's not rational. Yeah. Even when I did well in gym class, all the other kids would immediately say that it was only because they couldn't use their quirks. It would have been better if I beat them at their best. Then again, that might have just gotten me beat up more. "Midoriya, how far could you throw in middle school?" Izuku jolted out of his thoughts, stammering as he said, 52 meters. Aizawa gestured for Izuku to stand in the middle of the pitching circle, and Izuku moved to do so, catching the ball when Aizawa tossed it his way. Good. Now try it with your quirk. Do whatever you want, just don't leave the circle. Izuku's eyes narrowed at the way Aizawa worded that. Whatever I want. There's no way that's not a loophole. He all but said it. Give it all you've got, he said, neither confirming nor denying. That was answer enough for Izuku. Uraraka, I'll help you with the 50-meter dash if you help me here. Their class cried out in outrage as Uraraka walked over with a grin to do just that. Is this even allowed? Ida demanded, chopping his arms down violently. Knowing what situations an ally is more useful in than you is important to hero work. Reckless heroes who think that they can do everything alone only get people killed. A hush fell over them all at that, and Uraraka tapped the ball with all 5 fingers before running out of the circle. Izuku took a deep breath before allowing green lightning to flicker over his form, and though he could hear Bakugo scream, Izuku ignored that to launch the ball forward. It traveled several hundred meters before it started floating up, and Uraraka kept her quirk activated until Aizawa's scanner dinged. He spun it around to show them all an infinity sign. It's important for heroes to know their limits. Midoriya would have gotten a good score on his own, but he got an amazing score because he knew when to step back. Identifying your limits is the first step to discovering what kind of heroes you'll become. What the hell? Explain yourself, Deku. Bakugo blasted forward with every intention to attack him, but before Izuku could leap back, Bakugo was wrapped up in Aizawa's scar. The explosions fizzled out, and Izuku sighed in relief. What the? This cloth is so stiff. It's a capture weapon made of carbon fibers and a special alloy wire. Now quit using your quirk already, my eyes are getting dry. After a few more moments of struggling, Bakugo went limp. Aizawa let him go, sighing as he said, what a waste of time. Come on, the demonstration is over. Whoa, this is gonna be awesome. We really get to use our quirks, here. The hero course is so cool. Awesome, you say? Izuku gulped at Aizawa's tone of voice, quickly scurrying over to rejoin the class. You're all hoping to become heroes after 3 years here, and you think that it'll be fun and games. Well then, it's time to give you a dose of reality. The student with the lowest scores across all 8 events will be judged hopeless and expelled. What? Izuku looked over to Uraraka before saying, so, wanna team up again? Team Usagi is a go. I'll also help with the standing long jump. Can you help with the endurance run? Sounds good to me. Your fates are in our hands, Aizawa said as soon as the class quieted down. Welcome to UA's hero course. That's not fair. It's only our first day. How are we supposed to prove ourselves to you if you don't give us a chance? An invisible girl cried out, and Izuku grimaced at the fear in her voice. I can't imagine that her quirk will be super helpful here. Maybe I could. Life isn't fair, 𝐒𝐻𝐿. Natural disasters, highway pileups, rampaging villains. Japan is full of unfair things. It's a hero's job to correct that unfairness. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 shrunk down, and Izuku tapped Uraraka's shoulder before jerking his head over at her. Uraraka nodded. If you were hoping to spend your weekends lounging around with friends, then I'm sorry to tell you that you'll be doing no such thing. For the next 3 years, UA is going to be running you through the ringer. This is what it means to be plus ultra. The entire class moved over to where they were doing the 50-meter dash, and Izuku and Uraraka walked over to 𝐒𝐻𝐿. She was shaking like a leaf, clearly panicking, so Izuku gentled his voice and said, 𝐒𝐻𝐿. She squeaked before whipping over to face the two of them. Oh, it's you. What is it? We were wondering if you wanted to work with us. What? But someone is gonna be expelled. I can't help you guys, so wouldn't it be more heroic to not drag you down? Izuku shook his head firmly. 𝐒𝐻𝐿, your quirk is amazing for heroics. You could specialize in infiltration and informatics, getting in and out of places without even being seen. We'd be doing the world a disservice if we let you take the fall on a bias test. Exactly. Uraraka said with a sunny smile. There's no reason not to help you when we can. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 sniffled. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. Uraraka cheered. Team Man in the Moon is a go. How'd you get that team name? Izuku asked with a snort. Uraraka pointed to 𝐔𝐸𝐽, herself, and Izuku and said, Team Invisible Space Man aka Team Man in the Moon. They all burst into laughter, watching as Ida and a girl with a frog quirk ran the 50-meter dash, and when Aizawa called Uraraka over for her turn, Izuku jogged over alongside her. Aizawa sighed when he saw them both standing by the starting line. Are you two planning on being a hero duo or something? We want to form a hero team. Izuku said with a grin. He had thought about his role as the next holder of One for All for a long time, and this was the best thing that he could come up with. All Might had done a lot as the symbol of peace, but now everyone was dependent on one person. They all believed that All Might would save them no matter what. Izuku didn't want to continue that pattern. No matter how powerful One for All is, I'm still only one person. I can't be everywhere at once, and even All Might started to crumble under the pressure eventually. What else can you call working long beyond when you should have retired? It'll be better to share that burden with several people I can trust, and it'll also lessen the impact of any of us needing to step back for a little while. I don't want people to panic because I got sick or injured. Maybe we'll be able to destroy the preconceived notion that only weak people who couldn't make it as heroes alone form teams while we're at it. Fine. As long as you still use your quirk somehow, then I don't care what you do. They both grinned, and Uraraka lightened the gravity on her gym clothes and shoes before hopping on Izuku's back. They nodded to their tailed classmate, got ready, and took off as soon as the buzzer sounded. 4:26 seconds. They walked back over to 𝐔𝐸𝐽 with huge grins, watching as the boy with the laser quirk raced against a girl who skated across the track on acid. Izuku was up next, running next to Bakugo. Just his luck, but he was incredibly pleased with himself when he crossed the finish line before Bakugo did. 3:74 seconds. Bakugo screamed when the device cheerily said, 4:13 seconds. Izuku just ran back to the start of the line, holding 𝐔𝐸𝐽 up who couldn't turn off her quirk, so it counted as her using it and racing against a boy with hair that was white on one side and red on the other. The boy iced both lanes of the track before taking off, so Izuku wound up leaping over the entire thing, apologizing to 𝐔𝐸𝐽 when the device said, 4:79 seconds. It's totally alright, Midoriya. I would have been screwed trying to run on ice. Izuku looked over to see the boy looking at them oddly, and Izuku tilted his head in question. His classmate averted his eyes before rejoining the class. What was that about? Shortly after that, everyone moved on to the grip strength test. There was no real way to help each other here, but when Izuku powered up and got a score of 300 pounds, he was proud of it. His multi-armed classmate. Now that Izuku thought about it, there seemed to be a lot of people from his testing area in his class got a mind-blowing score of 1,190 pounds, and while Yaoyorozu and a boy who got stronger after eating sugar got higher scores than Izuku, no one else did. The standing long jump came after, and with the assistance of Uraraka, he flew over the sandpit entirely. She did the same thing to him when it was her turn, knowing that it was better for him to get them both across the pit instead of making herself sick trying to negate her gravity. He barely cleared the pit while holding her, but it was still a good score. Izuku got the same distance that he did alone when Uraraka negated both his and 𝐔𝐸𝐽's weight. Sidestepping was another thing that they couldn't help each other with, and Izuku was surprised to see that the short boy that had purple ball for hair excelled here. That'd probably be impressively smart if it wasn't coming from him, Izuku thought, grimacing as said classmate immediately tried to hit on Yorozu after doing well. The softball throw was after, and Izuku got to sit this event out after his earlier demonstration. Uraraka earned a score of infinity for herself, 𝐔𝐸𝐽, and, surprisingly, a classmate who introduced herself as Kyukajiru and asked Uraraka if she'd help. Uraraka hadn't even hesitated to say yes. They did the seated toe touch after, and Izuku grumbled when he realized that he wasn't as flexible as he used to be. I guess that's unavoidable after bulking up like that, but still. I'll work on getting that flexibility back. On the other hand, Izuku excelled with the sit-ups, going until Aizawa's side and marked him down as infinity just so they could get on with the last test. It was smart to save the endurance run for last. Everyone is getting worn out and won't be able to go as long as they would otherwise. Izuku had far longer days hauling trash on the beach, though, and those days were more LBR intensive too. He didn't struggle at all as he picked 𝐔𝐸𝐽 up in a bridal carry after asking her if it was okay, of course, and Uraraka climbed up on his back. What kind of monster is he? Stammered a blonde with a black lightning bolt in his hair. He can't run like that, right? So manly, a redhead with a hardening quirk cheered. You go, man. The buzzer sounded, and while it took a second for him to find his stride, it was a bit awkward to run while carrying two people. This wasn't a race to see who ran the fastest. It was a race to see who ran the longest. Yorozu had already sealed her victory when she pulled out a motorcycle, but Izuku kept going long after most of his classmates had dropped out. By the time that he let Uraraka and 𝐔𝐸𝐽 down so that they could keep running on their own, only Ida and Yorozu were still going. Everyone had recovered a bit by the time that Yorozu's motorcycle ran out of fuel, looking up at Aizawa with determination as he pulled out a holographic projector. Moving along then. It's time for your results. Also, I was lying about expelling someone. His shortest classmate burst into relieved tears, and Izuku couldn't help finding himself a bit disappointed by that outcome. It was a logical ruse meant to bring out the best in all of you. What? Of course it was a lie, Yorozu said, looking at their screaming classmates with concern. It didn't take much to figure that out. No, I don't think it was. From what I know about him, Eraserhead has no tolerance for incompetence. He saw something in all of us. The hologram sprung to life, and Izuku quickly made note of his classmates' names as he read up the list. Kyuka got 14th, 𝐔𝐸𝐽 got 4th, Uraraka got 3rd, and I got 2nd. No one was going to beat Yorozu. Holy CRP. Todoroki got 5th, so Bakugo was edged all the way down to 6. Anyway, we're done here. Documents with everything you need to know about the curriculum are back in the classroom. The rest of the school day was blissfully ordinary, only involving getting syllabi from their teachers, doing some basic introductions, and preparing to start the real work tomorrow. Once the final bell rang, Izuku walked out of it while talking with Ida, Uraraka, and 𝐔𝐸𝐽. I can't believe how Aizawa-sensei fooled us. Ida cried out. He made me think this is just how it is at the top, but I guess that was another test, here. I failed to see through it again, and your scores showcased exactly how important it is for heroes to cooperate with each other. I thought that he was a JRK, but he's just super uptight, here. Izuku laughed, saying, well, I just tried to treat it like we were on the field, you know. Heroes compete against each other to earn their rankings just like we were competing against each other to earn our place in class, but they still have to work together. I see, Ida hummed. Still, that was clever of you. You both made it a lot less scary, so thank you. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 exclaimed. I owe you both big time. Uraraka shook her head immediately. You don't owe us at all. We're classmates, of course we're gonna work together. Are you all heading to the train station? Izuku blinked, looking back to see Shinsu waving at him. Shinsu. Yeah, we are. How was your first day? It was fine. Mind if I walk with you? We don't mind at all. Uraraka cheered. A friend of Midoriya's is a friend of mine. I'm Okako Uraraka. Everyone introduced themselves to Shinsu, who sheepishly did the same in return, seeming surprised by the positive attention as they left the school building. So, Shinsu, what course are you in? 𝐔𝐸𝐽 asked. Gen Ed, for now. I'm gunning for a spot in heroics though. Oh. I wasn't aware that you could transfer, Ida murmured. Shinsu looked a bit defensive, so Izuku smoothly interjected by saying, it's not common, but it has happened. They usually scout out talent that slipped through the cracks during the sports festival. Shinsu has plenty of that. While his friend hadn't trained nearly enough before now, Izuku was working on rectifying that. Brainwashing was an incredibly powerful quirk, but Shinsu's determination to prove that it wasn't a villain's quirk left him fixating on it and leaving everything else behind. Then again, most people seem to train their quirks to the exclusion of all else. ♯had finally told 𝐒𝐿 about his quirk about a week ago. He'd asked about 𝐒𝐿's experience with school before UA, and when he realized just how badly quirkless people were treated, he shared his own experience as someone with a villainous quirk. Naturally, that snowballed into discussing specifics. I'm glad that he's warmed up a bit. He seemed afraid that I'd ditch him the second he told me about his quirk. Uraraka beamed before saying, "Then I look forward to seeing what you can do, ♯." As 𝐒𝐿 boarded the train with all 4 of his friends, one thought ran through his head. This never would have been possible without One for All. He didn't know how to feel about that. 𝐒𝐿's entire class was buzzing with excited energy as they waited for All Might to join them for foundational hero studies. I wonder what we're going to do today. Considering that All Might wanted me to go all out with One for All at first instead of gradually getting used to it, he had a feeling that they'd be jumping right into things. I'm coming through the door like a normal person. All Might cheered as he popped in, hands on either side of the doorframe. His classmates started whispering in awe, and 𝐒𝐿 hummed idly as he took in All Might's costume. He's going for nostalgia, here. It's been a while since he wore his Silver Age costume. Foundational Hero Studies is the class that'll put you through all sorts of special training to mold you into heroes. Let's jump right into it, shall we? The class cheered as All Might held up a card with the word battle blazoned across the front. Today's activity is battle training, and for that, you'll need these. All Might spread his arms wide as he clicked a remote. The wall to the class's left rumbled as several secret compartments revealed themselves, showcasing 20 numbered cases. In accordance with the quirk registry and the special request forms that you filled out before classes started, your costumes. The entire class jumped to their feet in excitement, and 𝐒𝐿 wasn't ashamed to be one of them. This is the real deal. I've been so excited to see what my costume would look like in person. After you change, come out to ground beta. 𝐒𝐿 grabbed the case with the number 18 on it, rushed to the changing rooms, and locked himself in a stall while they were still available. He opened his case and grinned at what he saw. I was worried that they might change it, but it looks like they stuck pretty closely to the design I had in mind. The first thing that he put on was the base of his costume, a forest green jumpsuit made out of Kevlar. He checked it over, lightly rubbing his thumb over the golden scales that were displayed on the side of each shoulder and looking at the hood before putting it on. It fit perfectly, and 𝐒𝐿 was immensely pleased to see that they kept the lop-eared look he wanted. His costume was accented with a bright red belt that had built-in pouches for carrying first aid supplies, future identification, and anything else that 𝐒𝐿 might need. His darker red gloves he and his mother had been worried about BLD showing on them if anything ever happened with golden accents went on next, and they were also made out of Kevlar. I may as well take advantage of the fact that UA makes these, right? Better to have stab-proof, bulletproof, flame-resistant material that protects me since I can. Bright red boots were put on next, reinforced with black, detachable iron soles that would give his kick some extra power alongside protecting his feet more efficiently. A note attached to said soles indicated that this was the work of a first-year support student, telling him to come in if any adjustments needed to be made. How did a new support student make this before our second day? There's someone to talk to. I'll have to go thank them at some point. A pair of bright red goggles with slightly tinted, shatterproof lenses were picked up next, and they were designed to protect his eyes from the wind, enemies, and any debris. There were 2 dials, one on the left and one on the right, that let 𝐒𝐿 activate thermal and X-ray vision, and he was especially happy about the fact that a quick test confirmed that he could use both at once. Finally, 𝐒𝐿 grabbed his gas-filtering mask with a built-in communication system including an earpiece that he put in right away and rebreather, gasping when he saw the amount of detail that the support department included. There were red, glowing dots for a nose and freckles, and a thin red line connecting the rabbit-styled nose to a grin modeled after All Might's smile, if a bit more sinister looking. The rabbit details helped keep the mask from being so scary that it scared civilians, but it would serve to intimidate villains too. 𝐒𝐿 put it on and pulled up his hood before stepping out of the store, rushing out to join the rest of the class at ground beta. 𝐒𝐿's eyes darted from classmate to classmate as he took in their costumes, some good, some not, as he jogged over to Uraraka. Shall we begin, my wards? It's time for battle training. All Might called out, and the class straightened up with determination. Uraraka beamed at Izuku as she said, "Looking good. Super practical, as expected from you. Thank you for sketching my costume out for me. I really like how it looks." Her costume was a pale pink one so light that it looked white jumpsuit with black and rose accents that was modeled after a spacesuit. Izuku had warned her ahead of time that the hero industry liked to put female heroes into bodysuits if they didn't specifically say that they didn't want them, so Uraraka had requested something loose-fitting and slightly puffy instead, like a non-segmented version of 13's costume, while using additional pieces of equipment to protect her pressure points and relieve nausea. She also had a black belt with pouches for first aid supplies. The two of them had sworn to be prepared for situations that required them after the entrance exam. Her gear was something that they spent more time working out. The two of them had debated over her helmet for a while, but in the end, they'd gone with a full helmet with a see-through face panel that also had built-in communication, air filtration systems, and X-ray and thermal vision adaptations. They also specified that her wrist guards have grappling hooks built into it, allowing for greater mobility once up in the air. The look was topped off with boots that were similar to Izuku's without the 𝐼𝐴𝐻 editions but in rose pink instead. The two of them had vastly different aesthetics, but a single unifier indicated that they were planning to form a hero team. Uraraka had golden scales on both sides of her shoulders as well. "I'm just glad I could help." "I'm so jealous," 𝐒𝐻𝐿 huffed. "You guys get to look all cool and professional, and I don't get anything at all." Izuku froze, looking at 𝐒𝐻𝐿, who was only visible because of her gloves and boots, with horror in his voice as he said, "𝐒𝐻𝐿, please tell me that you've got a costume on." No. It's kinda uncomfortable, but nothing can be done about it, right? Wearing stuff gives me away. I know for a fact that UA support department came up with something that let a student with a permeation quirk keep his clothes on whenever he used his quirk. Something about him flashing all of Japan during his first sports festival. There's no reason they shouldn't be able to do the same for you. "Thank you for telling me," 𝐒𝐻𝐿 growled. "I told them I wanted a costume, but whatever company they sourced it through said it wasn't possible." Mineta, having clearly heard their conversation, started creeping toward 𝐒𝐻𝐿, and Izuku gave him a glare that promised death before saying, "One more step and I punch you into the sun." The pervert squeaked and scuttled back, and the only thing that kept Izuku from chasing him even further was All Might calling out, "They say that the costume makes the hero, and you're all looking the part." "All Might Sensei," Ida called out, raising his hand and making it clear that he was the one in the full suit of armor. "This appears to be the same field used in the entrance exam. Will we be performing sit-escape maneuvers again?" "Nope, we'll be moving on to Step 2, Indoor Antipersonnel Training. A bomb scenario. That's interesting. Maybe this won't be so bad after all. I should have given All Might more credit. Villain battles are most commonly seen outdoors, but statistically, the most intelligent villains are the ones that you'll have to fight indoors. Between secret meetings, black market deals, and underground villain groups, the most dangerous villains lurk in the shadows, only striking out when they'll remain unseen. Everyone nodded along. I'm kinda surprised he's bringing that up. All Might focuses a lot on the public villains for the sake of keeping the peace, but with that secret fight that got him hurt, I guess he would know about that too. So, today you'll be split into villain teams and hero teams. You'll face off in 2-on-2 indoor battles. We don't get basic training first? Asui questioned, clearly as concerned as Izuku was about that fact. Practical experience teaches you all the basics you'll need. Never mind, this is going to SCK. Most of us have never used our quirks against people before, and he's just going to throw us at each other and hope for the best. Even if UA has Recovery Girl, this seems incredibly reckless. What determines victory? Yaoyorozu questioned. Can I just blast everyone away? Are you going to threaten to expel someone like Aizawa-sensei did? Mineta asked, trembling in his boots. How are we dividing ourselves into teams? Ida inquired. Isn't my cape fabulous? Amar asked, sparkling passively in a way that made Izuku wonder if that was part of his quirk. One at a time. All Might cried out. My quirk isn't super hearing. Izuku's mentor looked overwhelmed, and once the class quieted down, He pulled out a piece of paper that was clearly his script. Here's the mission debriefing. The villain team will be hiding a fake nuclear weapon in their hideout, and the heroes have to go find and take care of it. Hero teams have a limited amount of time to either capture both villains or secure the weapon. Villain teams have to either capture the heroes or protect the weapon until the time is up. And All Might grabbed a wooden box with a circular hole cut into the top. Your partners will be decided by drawing lots. Is that really a good way of doing this? 𝐈𝐴 questioned. It's pretty realistic, actually. Heroes have to team up with people from other agencies during emergencies all the time, so the ability to work with other heroes on the fly is an important skill, Izuku murmured. It was probably the most well-thought-out part of this exercise. I see. I apologize for getting ahead of myself. It's fine, young 𝐈𝐴. Let's just get to it. When Izuku and Uraraka each pulled out a ball that had the letter A on it, they lit up. Yes. Uraraka cheered with a feral grin. Team Usagi is going to crush this. Rest in peace to whoever goes against them, Kaminari muttered, making Izuku choke on a laugh as several of his classmates nodded in miserable agreement. Once everyone had their teams, All Might reached into two separated boxes labeled as hero and villain. Moving on. The heroes of the first match are Team A. The villains of the first match are Team D. Oh, for FS sake. I'm fighting Bakugo already. Bakugo looked thrilled at the turn of events, and Izuku knew that he'd be facing the consequences for standing up to Bakugo before UA and daring to beat him twice now. I'm just gonna have to make it a third victory, here. The villain team goes in first. The timer will start once the hero team enters the building 5 minutes from now. The rest of the class will watch through the CCTV. All Might turn to 𝐈𝐴 and Bakugo before saying, you boys need to adopt a villain's mindset. This is a practical experience, so go all out. Don't hold back. Though I will, of course, stop you if things go too far. Izuku gulped as Bakugo and 𝐈𝐴 walked into the building, thinking, I just hope we have the same idea of too far. Given UA's entrance exams, I can't be too sure of that. We better memorize these blueprints, Uraraka muttered, studying the layout just as intensely as Izuku was. Being able to see where Bakugo and 𝐈𝐴 are won't do us any good if we don't know how to get to them. Yeah, are you okay, Midoriya? You seem pretty worried. Izuku took a deep breath and nodded. I'm sorry that this might jeopardize our victory, but I'm gonna do something incredibly stupid. Uraraka tilted her head at him, humming in question. Bakugo is cessed because I have a quirk and he didn't know, and he probably thinks I'm only beating him because of it. I want to prove that even if I never got a quirk, I still could have done this. That I was never useless. That's not stupid, Uraraka insisted. Seeing your bully get into the hero course too, it's not fair. You want to prove that he was always the problem, not you, and if you want to do that by fighting quirkless, then fight quirkless. What do you need me to do? Uraraka. Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes, and he huffed when he realized that he couldn't even wipe them away with his goggles on, blinking rapidly instead. Thank you. Bakugo will want to go after me no matter what, so 𝐈𝐴 is probably gonna be stuck pretty close to the bomb. It'll be better for us to split this into 2 one-on-one battles if I'm doing this, so we'll have to separate pretty quickly. Can you go after the heat signature that moves the least? Maybe pick up some rocks and stuff to use as ammunition before it starts. I doubt there'll be much to throw around in the building without destroying it first. Sounds good to me. Just keep the comms open, okay? Izuku nodded. Even if it just means stalling him until Uraraka can get to the bomb, it'll still be a victory. Proof that I can do it without one for all. I won't let my grudge match cause a communication breakdown, though. That'll probably be one of the only advantages we have against Bakugo and 𝐈𝐴. Start! Izuku and Uraraka looked at each other, nodded, and twisted the knobs that would let them see through the walls and find Bakugo and 𝐈𝐴. One glowing light was going down to the 4th floor, marching at a steady pace that Izuku recognized. The other darted around in a central room on the 5th floor, moving so quickly that it couldn't be anyone but 𝐈𝐴. Uraraka used her quirk on him, allowing Izuku to quickly get up to a window on the 4th floor and slip in. She launched herself up to the window directly above him afterward and gave him a thumbs up before stepping through. Right. Let's do this. The hallways are tight, but I can work with that. Izuku walked toward where the light had stopped moving, footsteps echoing down the halls. I'll have to keep in mind that the souls give me away. Once he got close to the corner that Bakugo was waiting for him at, he swayed off both vision modes so that he wouldn't be distracted by the thermal readings around Bakugo or the ability to see his bones. Bakugo whirled around the corner, launching a massive explosion at Izuku's face that he was barely able to dodge by jumping back. I've made contact with Bakugo. Got it, Uraraka whispered. I'm almost at the room with the bomb, but I'm gonna go through the vents instead of the door. I'll have to be quiet and slow, keep me updated. I'm gonna mess you up just enough to not get disqualified, Bakugo snarled, drawing his right arm back in a predictable right hook. You make it too easy. Bakugo swung forward, and Izuku darted to the side before grabbing his grenade gauntlet and grinning. He hurled Bakugo over his shoulder, using his bully's momentum against him to send him into the ground hard. Nice, I heard that through the 𝐵𝐺 get him, Midoriya. Uraraka's quiet cheer spurred Izuku on. He looked at where a stunned Bakugo was starting to stand, looking at Izuku like he was seeing him for the first time. Too little, too late. You almost always lead with a right hook, you know. You're so predictable that it's boring, Izuku said with a sneer. I'm sorry, All Might. You're going to be seeing an ugly part of me today. He tilted his head at Bakugo, faux innocence radiating from him as he asked, so why would I bother using my quirk against you? I don't need to. But you think it's real funny, here. You've been tricking me this whole time. I knew you were always looking down on me. I wasn't, Izuku disagreed. When I was young, I genuinely admired you, Bakugo. But we all have to grow up at some point. I realized that you weren't worth admiring at all. Stop acting like I owe you something. I don't owe you an explanation. I don't owe you my time. I don't owe you a DMN thing. Izuku mirrored Bakugo's feral snarl with one of his own, not that it could be seen behind his mask. It made him feel more powerful. I wasn't looking down on you then, but I sure am now. You disgust me. I'm pretty sure I actually hate you, Bakugo. You PSS me the F off. You've got some DMN nerve, Deku. I'll wreck your SHT and get that explanation out of you, one way or another. Bakugo launched toward him again, and Izuku ducked low, pulling out the capture tape in an attempt to get this done and over with. The capture tape snagged on one of Bakugo's knee guards. For a split second, Izuku thought he might be able to wrap it around him, but Bakugo propelled his arms with explosions and went for another right hook. Izuku was forced to jump back, dropping the capture tape for now. Rope isn't going to be strong enough to hold him unless I knock him out. I was hoping to at least trip him up, but oh well. Izuku took off, running down the halls and toward the staircase to the third floor. I need to buy Uraraka time. I know that she can do this. Get back here. Bakugo screamed, chasing after him with explosions sounding off. He could try to ambush me again, there are plenty of places for it, but something tells me he didn't bother looking at the layout. Bakugo's loss was Izuku's gain. He didn't need a quirk to run away from Bakugo, after all. He had years of experience of doing just that. I'm going to crush you like the bug you are. I'm getting close to the room, Midoriya. I should be able to drop down on the bomb soon. Izuku chuckled as he kept running, saying, good. Just make sure to be quiet about it. People rarely look up, so you should be good as long as you don't alert him. Will do. He ducked around a corner, crouching down as his air filtration system worked overtime to provide oxygen in the airtight space. The soft mechanical whirring was the only indication that Izuku was hiding there at all, and he quietly twisted the knobs on his goggles again to search for Bakugo. Izuku darted away again when he saw just how close Bakugo was, but his footsteps alerted Bakugo to his position. He turned the knobs again as blindingly bright explosions came back into view, and in Izuku's haste to get away from Bakugo, he didn't realize that he was running straight to a dead end. Not until it was too late. I'm all loaded up, Bakugo said with a chuckle. You still not gonna use it? Quit mocking me, Deku. I'm not afraid of you, Bakugo. Izuku's earpiece crackled. I'm in position. Dropping soon. Bakugo lifted his hand, pointing his grenade gauntlet directly at Izuku. Now that he looked more closely at it, Izuku could see that it wasn't just an aesthetic choice. It's a weapon. You know, I should thank you for running like a coward. I've worked up a real sweat because of you, and assuming that my design requests were honored, these gauntlets have been storing all of that. Bakugo rested his finger on the trigger, grinning as he said, You'll have to use your quirk now. Secured. Uraraka cried out. The intercom beeped on, and Izuku watched as Bakugo's face contorted with rage. The hero Bakugo pulled the trigger. Team wins. Izuku's world exploded in hues of orange and red. 9 really is something, a middle-aged man mused. He glowed lavender, and all the other people in this dark realm glowed as well, though in different colors. I do not think that 8 knows him very well. Toshinori means well, truly, but the only woman in the group sighed. I'm worried. 9 doesn't know what he's up against. When he finds out. The kid's got spunk. He'll be fine. Besides, you all feel it too, right? A red, glowing man asked excitedly. He's reaching out to us. Perhaps it's because of his connection to me, but we'll be able to assist him more directly than the previous users, hummed a glowing green man. He reminds me of my brother in some ways. Before the power got to his head. I suppose that's to be expected. A young, glowing, blue man looked directly toward him, and Izuku felt a chill shoot up his spine. I look forward to seeing what you do, 9. One for all is behind you, no matter what path you choose. Izuku was disoriented when he woke up, the remnants of a distant dream lingering. His head was fuzzy and he fought back a groan of pain. What happened? The year's only just started and has been permanently scarred. Why didn't you prevent this, All Might? You should have called the match way before letting it get this bad. I'm sorry, Recovery Girl, you don't need to apologize to me. That boy's completely exhausted. I could barely start healing the external damage before I had to stop. He's always going to have that burn on the side of his neck. Oh, right. I guess Bakugo gave me another scar to add to my collection. I think that's lucky number 7. Honestly, I know that you gave him your power, but you can't let him indulge in personal grudges like that. I don't care if he's your favorite. You're right. I guess that I thought since he wasn't using it. He was doing so well until I startled young Bakugo into pulling the trigger. No. That wasn't an accident. Did you not see the look on his face? He wanted to hurt me just because he could. They shouldn't give children weapons that powerful, Recovery Girl muttered. Now go on, shoo. Midoriya needs to rest, and he won't do that with 2 people bickering over him. Alright. I'll get going then. Izuku closed his eyes, shaking slightly as Recovery Girl peeled back the curtain that surrounded his hospital bed. How are you feeling, Midoriya? Right. Guess I couldn't fool someone as experienced with people as Recovery Girl is. He cracked his eyes open, huffing softly. Like Bakugo just tried to kill me, he rasped. Recovery Girl sighed. I know that it was very scary, dearie, but I don't think he meant to. He was hopped up on adrenaline. All Might should have known better than to have you kids fighting each other so soon. They're just making excuses for him, Izuku thought as his heart panged. I thought UA was gonna be different. It was obvious, wasn't it? So why are they pretending that they didn't see it? Izuku nodded numbly, knowing better than to try arguing against it. He would just have to go talk to the support department about getting some sort of Kevlar piece to cover his neck too. At least I know that the rest of my costume can withstand Bakugo's blasts. He was going to need that protection. His mother was horrified when she got back from work. Izuku, baby, what happened to you? Izuku could only wash so much of the soot off of him, and it was especially difficult when he needed to keep the bandage wrapped around his neck dry. He chuckled bitterly as he laid both bowls of miso soup out on the table, sitting down at his chair and fidgeting with his spoon. Bakugo happened. That does it, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 growled as she dropped her purse on the counter. I'm putting a restraining order on him. Don't, he whispered. Izuku, it's not right, I know, but they think it was just a training accident. UA is the best thing that ever happened to me. I have friends and hope for my future and Izuku sniffled, dropping his spoon in his bowl as he rubbed at his eyes. I don't want them to choose Bakugo over me too. I don't want to give them that choice. You and I both know I was painted as the instigator at Aldera. I barely avoided a black mark as it is. Who do you think they'll believe? His mother got a pained look on her face, but she knew the answer to that question too. It was the only reason they'd never tried to do anything sooner. I hate the law sometimes. Izuku burst into startled laughter. Mom, you're a lawyer, that's exactly why I hate it. You know the number of times I've seen a negligent hero wiggle out of charges just because they've got a good quirk. The number of times I've seen innocent people locked away because people were scared of them. I don't know how you do it, Izuku. I'm proud of you, but I don't think I'll ever understand how you can be so good. Because someone has to be. After stopping back by Recovery Girl's office early the next morning and getting his neck healed as much as it would ever be, Izuku went to homeroom. The outcry when he opened the door was overwhelming. Izuku! I was so worried. Uraraka sobbed. When you didn't come back to classes yesterday, I'm sorry, he apologized with a rueful smile. I'm fine. My costume negated most of the blast. There was a moment of quiet disbelief after he said that his new burn scar was more visible than his others, after all, but Uraraka just gave him a sad smile and nodded. Wait. Izuku. Ah. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just worried and we've talked a lot and it's fine. I really don't mind. It was nice to have a friend that called him by his name. He couldn't remember the last time someone who wasn't his mother used it. Okiko then. It's only fair. With that little play-by-play concluded, the rest of his class approached Izuku's desk. You were so manly, Midoriya. Kirishima exclaimed. We had no clue what you were saying, but you were super intense. We were all pumped up after that first battle. I was impressed by your dodging skills, Ashido said with a grin. You move like a dancer. Did you take any classes? Nothing formal, Izuku answered with a shake of his head. Mom has a hard time making time for exercise, though, so we started doing routines together in the evenings. Why didn't you use your quirk yesterday, Kero? Bakugo perked up when he heard Asui's question, glaring at Izuku like he was daring him to dodge the question. Izuku sighed. Fine. You'll get this much. Not much point in having a cover story that no one knows. My quirk manifested really late. I trained hard, planning to become a quirkless hero, and then I found out that I had a quirk the whole time that just had special activation conditions. It felt a bit cheap. I wasn't going to hold back during the entrance exam, but I guess that I just wanted to see if I could have done it. I wanted to reassure myself that I didn't need my quirk to become a hero. I think I would have always felt bad about using it if I didn't. The entire class minus Okiko, who already knew this, and Bakugo, who just looked cessed, went dead silent, wide-eyed with shock. Kaminari was the one to break the silence. What? You're this crazy strong and got your quirk later than us. You are one who knows the darkness, Tokoyami observed. That you continue to embrace it despite your newfound light is admirable. Tokoyami's quirk popped out of him, looking at Izuku and saying, what Fumi means is that he thinks that it's cool that you're honoring where you started and what kind of hero you wanted to be. Quiet, dark shadow, Tokoyami grumbled. A sentient quirk. Those are so rare. I'll have to talk to Tokoyami and Dark Shadow later and ask them a few questions. The classroom door opened, and the few students who were standing scrambled to get to their desks before Aizawa walked in. Everyone was dead silent. Much better. Aizawa sat a stack of papers down on his desk. Good work with yesterday's battle training. I've looked over all of your grades and evaluations. Bakugo. Bakugo jolted upright. You're prohibited from using your gauntlets until you prove that you can use them safely. Yesterday's misfire could have had lethal consequences. Surprisingly, Bakugo conceded with a nod, sinking into his desk. He glanced nervously at the scar trailing up Izuku's neck. Are you uncomfortable when you're forced to see the aftermath of what you do to people, Bakugo? Good. I hope so, Izuku thought spitefully. Midoriya. Why yes. Don't get so caught up in proving something that you neglect your advantages. You could have disabled Bakugo almost instantly, and you know it. Izuku grimaced, but Aizawa wasn't wrong. Yes, sir. Now then, we've got some business to take care of during homeroom today. Sorry for the sudden announcement, but today you'll be choosing a class president. The entire class burst into excited chattering, raising their hands as they begged to be the one picked. Izuku wouldn't deny wanting the position for himself. Leading a group is exactly what I want to do with my agency. This would be good practice for that. Quiet down, everyone. Ida cried out. Leading the many is a heavy responsibility, and ambition does not equal capability. The class president must be trusted by all. I put forward the motion to host an election. The class murmured in assent, and Ida turned to Aizawa before asking, "Will you allow this, Aizawa-sensei? Do whatever you want. Just be quick about it." They did just that, and while Izuku contemplated nominating Yorozu for a few moments, he wrote down his name in the end. It wouldn't have mattered either way. What the? How the hell did Deku get 5 votes? It's decided then. Midoriya is your president and Yorozu is your vice. Aizawa motioned for them to both come stand at the front, and Izuku smirked a little at the outrage on Bakugo's face. I look forward to working with you, Midoriya. It was obvious that Yorozu was a bit disappointed that she didn't get the role herself, but he was glad that she was being a good sport about it. Me too. Do you want to sit with us at lunch so we can talk about how to split classroom duties? It would be my pleasure, Yorozu said with a small smile. The morning's classes went by quickly, and before Izuku knew it, he was sitting at a lunch table with his ever-expanding group of friends. Picking up more strays, Midoriya? Shinsu asked as he joined them all, chuckling at how off-guard Yorozu was to be referred to like that. I don't think I've ever spent time with so many people in my life. Name's Hitoshi Shinsu. Welcome to the cult of Midoriya. Shinsu, Izuku hissed. What did I say about scaring off friends with your humor? Tokoyami, the other new addition to their group, only nodded at Shinsu solemnly. It is an honor to be considered for membership. Yorozu snorted. When everyone turned to look at her, she covered her mouth, clearly embarrassed. Sorry, it's just nice to see you all getting along. I was a bit worried about your position as president after yesterday's battle trial, but you've got a way of bringing people together, don't you? Yep. That's why I voted for him. Well, that and the fact that I'm gonna get an actual costume now. I just had to say your last name and they promised to put a rush on it, Hagekyu said, trailing off in contemplation. That's because Mama Midoriya would rip them to shreds if they didn't, Okiko said with a snicker. I voted for Izuku too, obviously. We've been working together from the beginning. As did I. Midoriya's grit and decisiveness in a pinch makes him perfectly suited for the role. For all that I desired the position myself, I couldn't, in good conscience, vote for anyone else, Ida declared. The ambassador of dusk had my vote as well. He is the perfect balance of light and dark, suited for leading a blended lot such as ours, Tokoyami added, and Izuku had suspected that he was the other vote after he joined them today, but it was still nice to know. Well, DMN, Shinsu drawled. Look at you. Don't forget me once you've got your entire class wrapped around your finger. I would never do that, Shinsu. Besides, that had never happened with Bakugo in our class. There are thick shadows connecting you two. I sense a storied past there. Tokoyami looked directly at him, voice soft with concern. Yeah, we've never gotten along, Izuku said dismissively, not wanting to talk about it. Yorozu was quick to change the subject. We should probably exchange numbers, yes. Oh. Sure, anyone here that wants it can have it. Izuku was immensely pleased to get every number that he didn't already have. He was practically glowing with contentment. This is nice. I never would have dreamed of having so many people who genuinely like me. Right. We've got to help the class with their problems in any way we can. I don't see any reason why we both can't do that. Could you maybe set up a schedule for tutoring sessions? Offering sign-ups for those would probably be a good idea, though we'd get swamped around finals and midterms, Izuku muttered, mind running a mile a minute. Really? I'd rather treat us as 2 class presidents, you know. We're partners, so I want your input too. Yorozu looked stunned by that, but Ida only nodded solemnly. Knowing when to delegate is an excellent quality in both a class president and a hero, but it is just as important to work in tandem with others. Tensai is a particularly firm believer in teamwork making all the difference. Oh, speaking of, how is Ingenium doing, Ida? It's been quite some time since I last visited. Yorozu's words had 𝐔𝐸𝐽 and 𝐒𝐿 crying out. Wait, you're related to Ingenium. I knew you were a rich boy. Ida flushed. Well, yes. I try not to advertise it, but I am the second son of the Ida family. Ingenium is my older brother. Any further conversation was cut off by a shrill alarm. Security level 3 has been broken. All students please evacuate in an orderly fashion. What security level 3? Ida asked, tensing up as the people around them started jumping to their feet. It means that there's an intruder on the grounds, an upperclassman yelled over his shoulder. It's never happened in my time here. We need to hurry up and get out. Several of Izuku's friends started standing up, but he held up his hand and said, Wait. Here. Midoriya, we've got to evacuate. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 cried out. Look at everyone. They are practically stampeding. Trying to walk out right now would just get us trampled. We need some way to direct them. Izuku turned to Yorozu, a light bulb going off in his head. Yorozu, could you make a megaphone? Oh. Of course. She did so and handed it over to him, and Izuku mentally apologized to whoever had to clean the tables before jumping up on top of it, turning the megaphone on, and maximizing the volume. Attention everyone. The yell was almost deafening, but it did the job. Some people were still frantically running, but most of them had slowed on instinct and turned to look his way. Rushing like this will only make it more likely for you to get hurt. Everyone needs to file out of the building slowly. Hero students, raise your hands. He did so himself, watching as his friends, the rest of his classmates, and several people he didn't recognize did so as well. Anyone who is afraid of going alone, group up with a hero student. We'll keep guard. Izuku hopped down from the table once the students started doing just that, breathing a sigh of relief. Several people came over to him and his friends, and they all split them evenly and began walking toward the exit. When Izuku glanced out the window and saw what the commotion was about, he groaned. He held the megaphone up to his mouth and said, It's just reporters, everyone. We're all safe. This is entirely too much excitement for one day. It's not a good sign that the press is already that desperate to talk to All Might, though. I don't like this. Something feels off. Now, for today's basic hero training. Myself, All Might, and one other hero will be supervising. Izuku perked up when Aizawa said that. So this is a special class. I'm glad that Aizawa-sensei is going to be there too. I don't know if I'm ready to do something under just All Might's supervision again. What are we doing exactly? Zero questioned. Aizawa held up a card with rescue written across it. Is this a normal thing at UA? We'll be preparing you for disaster relief, covering everything from fires to floods. Rescue, here. Sounds like another rough day, Kaminari groaned. Kirishima protested, saying, No way, man. Rescue is what being a hero is all about. I'm pumped. I'll be right at home in a flood, Asui said with a hum. Hey! I wasn't done. The entire class settled down, and Aizawa sighed as he pressed the remote that revealed their costume cases again. You can decide whether or not to wear your costumes. Some of them are unsuited to this sort of activity. Isn't that all the more reason to wear them and figure out what needs to be fixed? There's no point in having a costume if it keeps you from rescuing people. The training site is a bit remote, so we'll be taking a bus there once you're all ready. Get moving. Izuku was surprised to see 𝐔𝐸𝐽 going for her costume case. Did you get your new costume already? Yep, she cheered. They were terrified of your mom, so they put it in on a rush order. Since they'd already done something like it before, it didn't take too long. I'll have to wear my gloves and boots until it's possible for it to become visible, but that's still so much better than before. Everyone rushed to get ready, heading out to the bus as soon as they were in costume. Once they were settled, Asui, who was sitting next to Izuku, turned to him with a contemplative expression. People usually say that I'm pretty blunt, Midoriya. Oh. What is it, Asui? Just call me Tsuyu. How long, exactly, have you had your quirk? Izuku froze. I was wondering that too. It's super manly that you honed it with even less time than we've had. It seems super versatile too. Way more flashy than my hardening. My quirk's useful in a fight, but it's also kind of boring. Your quirk is more than enough to go pro, though. Izuku insisted, latching onto the change of subject. It's super useful for protecting people. Yeah, don't be down on yourself, Kiri. Besides, pros also have to worry about popular appeal. You're super friendly, so you should do well there. Back to Tsuyu's question, Mon Ami. You were my hero in the entrance exam. I probably wouldn't have gotten enough points without your and Uraraka's help. Were you 9? 10? Izuku's eyes fell to the floor. 15, he mumbled. Pardon moi. I must have misheard you, I was 15, Izuku repeated, more firmly this time. I've only known about accumulator for a few months. What? But dude. You literally got the top score on the entrance exam. How? Kaminari cried out. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, and his voice steadily rose with his nerves as he said, I've always loved analyzing quirks, so when I figured out that I had one, I found a quirk gym and started testing things out right away. Okiko was a huge help too. I could just stay in the zone while she directed me. I have to be really careful about my power output, so it's kinda hard to focus on so many things at once. I'm working on it. His classmates were staring at him in a blend of awe and horror. Izuku was mortified when even Aizawa turned back to look at him. Midoriya, we'll need to talk about that later. Wise, sir, he squeaked. To Izuku's relief, the rest of the bus ride was far less eventful. Everyone fell back into casual conversations that he was happy to stay out of. Izuku had socialized more than enough for one day, and the entire class was excited when they arrived at the massive rescue facility. It almost looks like a theme park. There's the flood zone, landslide zone, conflagration zone, and so on. We cover every kind of disaster and accident that you can imagine. I planned out this entire facility myself. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. 13 gave the class a wave after their introduction. It's the Space Hero, 13. Okiko squeaked. They're such an amazing rescue hero. They've been my role model for as long as I can remember, and they even work in rural areas like where I grew up. Izuku had learned about Okiko's love for all things 13, all things space, really pretty shortly after the entrance exam, but he noticed several of their classmates seemed surprised by her excited rambling. Do you think Midori's rambling is contagious? Ashido asked, and Izuku hunched his shoulders in embarrassment as he focused on his teachers instead. 13, where's All Might? I thought that he was meeting us here. About that. 13 lifted 3 fingers as they said, he almost reached his limit during his morning commute. He's probably resting in the break room right now. Izuku sighed at that. Why am I not surprised? He's going to run himself into the ground. That man is the height of irrationality, Aizawa huffed. So be it. We'll just go on without him. Go ahead, 13. Yes. I do have a few points I'd like to make first. They turned to face the class more directly, and while it was impossible to see their facial expression, 13's tone made it clear that this was going to be a serious talk. As I'm sure that many of you are aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. It can SCK in and tear apart anything. Okiko nodded vigorously as Izuku said, yeah. You've used it to save all sorts of people in disasters by getting rid of rubble. Indeed. However, my power could also easily kill. I've no doubt that there are some among you with similar abilities. Izuku couldn't help letting his eyes flick over to Bakugo when 13 said that. In our superpowered society, the use of quirks is heavily restricted and monitored. Tell that to Aldera. It may seem like our system is a stable one, but we must never forget that it only takes one wrong move with an uncontrollable quirk for people to die. Aizawa's physical test helped you learn about your potential. All Might's battle training taught you how dangerous your quirks can be to others. This class is focused on teaching you how to save lives. Your powers are not meant to hurt others. I hope that you leave here today with a better understanding of what heroes do, help people. This is what it's all about. I hope we have more classes like this one. Thank you for listening. 13 said with a bow. Great. First off, Aizawa started, pausing halfway through his sentence before turning around to look at something. Izuku followed his line of sight, squinting until he made out a small, black hole that was slowly expanding outward. A hand reached out of it. Huddle up and don't move. Aizawa shouted. Izuku let one for all flare to life, green lightning flickering around him as he fastened his mask to his face and pulled his goggles down. I can't risk becoming a sitting duck. I need to be ready to move in an instant. His classmates took in his tense form and readied themselves as well. Izuku was proud of them. 13. Protect the students. Aizawa pulled his goggles down as more people stumbled out of the portal. Do not engage them, he barked at the class. These are real villains. 13. An Eraserhead, was it? The portal asked in a tone that somehow felt both sinister and curious. According to the staff schedule I obtained the other day, All Might is supposed to be here. Izuku felt like his heart was in his throat, practically choking him with a sudden, horrified understanding. It's already happening. Of course, that whole incident yesterday was this sum's doing. A villain covered in hands started talking. Where is he? We've come all this way and brought such a large party. All Might, the symbol of peace, is he here? We're already being targeted because of All Might. I wonder, would some dead kids bring him running? Varozu turned to 13 before asking, Sensei, aren't there intruder sensors? Are they silent? There are, but there should be an alarm. Are the villains only here or at the main building too? Either way, if the sensors aren't working, then one of their quirks is likely responsible, Todoroki said with a hum. They attacked far away from the main campus, disabling the sensors and picking a time when there wouldn't be many people here. This is well coordinated. They have to have some sort of objective, but what is it? Killing All Might. Shaking faith in UA. Whatever it isn't good, Izuku muttered. 13. Focus on evacuation and attempt to contact the school. Kaminari, try using your quirk to signal for help. Got it. Aizawa's capture weapon raised alongside his hair, and just before he hopped over the railing, Izuku cried out, Sensei, wait. You can't fight them all alone. Erasure is best suited to ambush tactics, and with that many, you can't even erase all of their quirks. Fighting that many people at once is a death sentence. It'll be all right, Midoriya. No good hero is a one-trick pony. 13. I'm trusting them to you. Izuku watched Aizawa leap into the fray, awed by him using the villain's numbers against them to sow confusion as he erased specific quirks and threw them at one another with his capture weapon. So this is what it means to be a pro. I guess Aizawa-sensei can handle himself, but he'll still get worn down eventually. We need to get backup. Fast. He joined 13 and his classmates, pointedly lingering at the back of the group while they made their way to the exit. The portal villain kept them from going very far. I'm afraid that I cannot allow you to escape. Everyone froze, and the portal villain chuckled before saying, Greetings. We are the League of Villains, and I am known as Kurogiri. Forgive our audacity, but we have come here today to end the life of All Might, the symbol of peace. I had a feeling, if they planned this out so carefully, then they probably have a way to do it too. The green lightning surrounding him. You guys didn't think this through, did you? He shouted. What kind of moron sends someone with an electricity quirk to a water zone? The villains burst into a cacophony of terrified yelling. OF! SHT, get away. Get out of the water. Tsuyu used their distraction to leap away, and Izuku looked down on all of the villains as the boat sank closer and closer to the water. Most of them were already swimming toward the edges of the water, but a few stubborn villains still lingered by the boat. You know, I don't want to kill anybody, but I'm pretty sure that they'd class this as self-defense. Wanna find out? Izuku kept his voice eerily light, hating every second of it. I don't like saying stuff like this, but it's better than actually hurting them. Thankfully, his intimidation tactic worked. As soon as the remaining villains were too far away to threaten him, 𝐒𝐿 launched himself over the water. He got about halfway across the zone before he hit the water. His iron souls weighed him down enough that he was forced to swim underwater for a while, but his mask allowed him to breathe just fine until he resurfaced in the shallows. He rejoined Tsuyu and Mineta at the edge of the water with a relieved sigh. "Good job, 𝐬𝐸. Acting like you had an electricity quirk was smart." "Thanks," 𝐒𝐿 said sheepishly. "A totally dependable class president." Mineta sobbed. "You saved us." "It's no big deal, really." "What should we do now, Midoriya?" Tsuyu questioned. "Right. For now, our first priority is getting help. We should follow the shoreline to the exit and avoid the plaza altogether, if at all possible." Tsuyu nodded. "That sounds like a plan. It looks like Aizawa-sensei is drawing most of them to the plaza." "There are too many of them," 𝐒𝐿 murmured. "He's more than holding his own out there, but it's still too much for him to handle alone. He knew that and jumped in to protect us anyway." Surprisingly, Mineta seemed to pick up on his tone. "What? Midoriya, don't tell me that you're gonna. I'm not saying that we should dive right into the fight. Just that we watch for openings and lighten Aizawa-sensei's load whenever we can." Keen, green eyes tracked Aizawa as he jumped around the plaza, watching as the first villain that stepped through the portal grabbed the end of his capture weapon before it could wrap around him. That's a fast reaction time. He's not like the others. The hand villain weaved between his allies as Aizawa fought them off, and 𝐒𝐿 gasped when he saw a hand grab hold of his teacher's elbow. A 5-point activation quirk. What? Aizawa's elbow started crumbling. Disintegration. Decay. Whatever it is, this is definitely the villain who destroyed the gate yesterday. Let the media in as a distraction while sending a warper to steal the schedule amidst the chaos. That's clever. He's the leader here. Thankfully, Aizawa jerked back from the villain's grasp quickly. His elbow continued taking damage without direct contact, but once his hair raised as he cancelled the villain's quirk, it stopped. 𝐒𝐿 made the mistake of assuming that things would be okay. Aizawa wouldn't make the same mistake again. He'd find a way to avoid the hand villains, well, hands, right. Then a behemoth with an exposed brain and a gaping beak with jagged, rock-like teeth rushed over to Aizawa in an instant, slamming him down and pinning him to the ground. The hand villain's delighted voice was loud enough to carry over to them. "Meet the anti-symbol of peace. This is the bioengineered 𝐿. This is how they plan to kill All Might. Aizawa-sensei can't beat something like that. Canceling quirks is pretty cool, but it's nothing special. There's not much you can do against raw strength." The 𝐿 snapped Aizawa's arm like it was a twig, and BLD dripped down onto the ground beneath it. "He's going to die. I have to get the 𝐿 off of him. I have to pull the thing off somehow." Deep within himself, 𝐒𝐿 felt a faint, pleased buzz. Something almost like satisfaction. Black tendrils exploded from him. They writhed as they lifted him into the sky, destroying everything in their path. 𝐒𝐿 gritted his teeth in pain, choking at the overwhelming, burning sensation as the tendrils dragged him toward the plaza. Despite all of this, only one thing was running through 𝐒𝐿's mind. Protect him. I have to protect him. Calm down, 9. Wield the quirk, don't let it wield you. 𝐒𝐿's eyes widened as a vaguely familiar red, glowing man spoke to him. "You may not have been born with a quirk, but you were born with certain secondary traits. You're capable of controlling this, 9, I know you are. Turn the valve. Control the power, turn the valve, protect him." "What kind of Slenderman fuckery is this?" The hand villain cried out, looking up at 𝐒𝐿 with something like fear. The tendrils still thrummed with energy, but they were less aggressive now. It was like the burn that came after a good workout instead of the burn that would come with touching a stovetop. The tendrils wrapped themselves around the 𝐿, intertwining themselves until they became a reinforced, braided cord. 𝐒𝐿 could feel the beast struggling against the restraints, but these tendrils could not be broken. They stretched, they heaved, and they hurled the 𝐿 through the roof of the USJ. Far, far away from the people he cared about. He would not let this creature threaten them. "Stay with me, kid. Don't lose yourself to this, there's still a threat here." 𝐒𝐿 heeded the glowing man's advice, taking a few deep breaths before lowering himself to the ground and patting the tendrils affectionately. He planted himself between the hand villain and Aizawa, the green lightning of One for All sparking up alongside his tendrils in an unholy dance of light and shadows. "You will not touch him," Izuku declared. "Leave." "Why you?" "How interesting," the villain hummed, sizing Izuku up. "You must be a hidden boss. No wonder All Might didn't show up for this level." Kurogiri suddenly appeared by the hand villain's side. Tomura Shigaraki, glowing, yellow eyes, blinked as they took in the scene. "What on earth?" "Kurogiri, is 13 dead?" Black tendrils flared and swayed menacingly as Izuku stared them both down, waiting for the answer to that question. "They were incapacitated, but not eliminated. Unfortunately, I was unable to warp away all of the students. One of them escaped." "Oh. It truly is game over then. With the heroes on the way and the hidden boss here, there's no point in sticking around. We're underleveled for this fight." Shigaraki turned to face Izuku as he said, "We'll be back, hidden boss." Shigaraki and Kurogiri warped away, causing several villains in the plaza to cry out in despair once they realized they were being left behind. Izuku stood in place as he guarded his teacher. A few villains tried charging him and Aizawa, but he put them in the ground for their hubris, leaving tendrils wrapped around them until help came. "Pretty useful, isn't it? That's my quirk, Black Whip. The quirks of the past users of One for All, they've been lingering in there all this time, growing stronger alongside the base power that was passed on. But you, kid, you're the first one that they've wanted to wield them. Black WHP is great for capture and mid-air maneuvers, but it's influenced by your emotions. It went out of control because you were so scared, but when you channeled that fear into determination to protect your teacher, they calmed down and focused on that mission. It was real impressive to see." "I see," Izuku murmured. "Midoriya." Izuku turned to face his teacher with a tilted head. Aizawa sighed, gritting his teeth as he started to stand. "We are discussing your quirk after this." Izuku nodded before paling when he realized something. "Wait. Can Aizawa-sensei hear the red, glowing man or don't panic kid? The only one who can hear me is you. One for All secret is still safe. And my name is Daigoro Banjo, though you can also call me 5. The fifth wielder of One for All, exactly that. You're smart as a WHP, 9. I'm almost out of time, but know that you aren't alone. All the vestiges are with you, and in time, 5 more quirks that are buried within One for All will be with you too. It's a lot to MSTR, but if anyone can do it, then it's you, kid. Work hard." Banjo began fading from existence, giving Izuku a reassuring grin, a thumbs up, and a pat on the head that felt more like a whisper of wind than any real touch. "I was not warned that One for All came with friendly ghosts." The feeling of mirth within Izuku was most definitely not his own, and that would be a strange sensation to get used to. Definitely need to talk to Tokoyami and Dark Shadow eventually. One for All seems to be a sentient quirk too. Or is it called something different when a quirk stores consciences? I doubt there's a category for that. Tokoyami would still be good to speak to. He's someone who has experience with someone else knowing his every thought and with feeling emotions that aren't his own. I'll just have to be careful about how I bring it up. Tsuyu and Mineta cautiously approached Izuku and Aizawa, the former asking, "Is there anything we can do to help, Kiro?" Izuku shook his head. "Aizawa-sensei needs medical attention, but all my first aid supplies got soaked in the flood zone. We can't risk an infection by treating anything with contaminated supplies." "I'm right here, Midoriya," Aizawa huffed. "A broken arm isn't that bad in the grand scheme of things. I can still walk. Let's just get you kids back to the entrance." Said entrance was suddenly blown wide open. All Might burst through the door, kicking up walls of dust with his speed. Once the air cleared, Izuku could see that his idol's teeth were gritted in an unnatural grimace that sent a chill up his spine. "Fear not. I am here." All Might's expression morphed into one of confusion as he looked at Izuku, who currently had several terrified villains wrapped up with Black Whip, though he rushed over to them anyway. "Aizawa, what's you're late," Aizawa spat. "And because of that, these kids had to fight for their lives. Some still may be. We've got the plaza, you go check the other zones. Are others coming? Yes, of course, All Might said, guilt written all over his face. His gaze lingered on Izuku for a moment before he shook it off. The rest of the staff is on the way. I'll go make sure all the kids are alright. Izuku watched his mentor take off before beginning to head toward the entrance, holding the villains he'd captured off the ground so that they didn't get injured by him dragging them along. Not like these guys are any kind of threat anyway. Akiko, Ashido, and Zero were crying at the entrance once they got there, clearly relieved that everything was over. Seitu was sitting down heavily as he took deep breaths in and out. Izuku hissed when he saw how the whole back of 13's suit had been obliterated. Shigaraki was never over here, so how? Oh. Kurogiri must have used their own quirk against them. 13 isn't a combat hero, so they probably couldn't react in time. Izuku, what was that? Akiko cried out. You were just suddenly in the sky with all these tentacle things coming out of you. I thought a villain got you, but then you were controlling it. How? Izuku laughed uneasily, and Black Whip vibrated with his nerves, shaking the villains in their grasp. One of them got sick. Apparently, my quirk is a hell of a lot more complicated than I thought it was. Thankfully, none of Izuku's classmates were hurt in the attack. Aizawa only had to be seen by Recovery Girl before he was at his best again, but he passed out immediately after being healed. Izuku tried not to feel grateful about the fact that he would be able to avoid that talk about his quirk for a bit longer. 13 was in more serious condition, but the paramedics that had taken them to the hospital told them that they were likely to make a full recovery. They could have just been lying to reassure us, but we can't do anything but hope for the best now. Now, Izuku was sitting in a room at UA. He looked back and forth between All Might and a plain-looking detective that apparently knew about his small form, given that he didn't react to All Might transforming at all. You wanted to talk to me. You said that it wasn't a time for giving statements. The detective smiled at him, but Izuku didn't trust it for 1 second. There was an uneasy look in his eyes that made Izuku feel like he did something wrong even when he knew he didn't. And this isn't quite that. My name is Naomasa Tsukochi, and my quirk is Lie Detector. Tsukochi didn't explain any more than that, but he didn't need to. I wonder how, exactly, it works, but he's probably keeping that a secret for a reason. I do want to ask you something about what happened, but your official statement can wait. Midoriya, what is your quirk? Izuku tensed slightly, cursing himself for the instinctive reaction. It's registered as Accumulator, an energy-based emitter quirk. I'm sorry, young Midoriya. Naomasa is one of my closest friends. He knows about One for All in addition to this form. You don't have to hide it. A little heads up would have been nice. How many people know? Why am I not allowed to tell anyone if you told people? Izuku took a deep breath before saying, right? My quirk is One for All. And you don't have a quirk other than that. Is this about Black Whip? Wait. Is this an interrogation? Izuku thought, truly hurt. All Might had rushed him off into a room to talk about this immediately, and while Izuku wouldn't have minded explaining, the fact that he brought someone to make sure that he didn't lie stung. Does he not trust me? No. It wasn't technically a lie. Black Whip was a part of One for All, so while it was its own quirk before, it was under the same umbrella now. Then, my boy, what was that power at the USJ? A part of One for All. I saw Aizawa-sensei get hurt by that Nomyu and could only think he's going to die and I have to protect him. Then those tendrils were everywhere. I guess it adapted to what I needed. He didn't miss the way that both Tsukochi and All Might relaxed at that, the latter practically slumping over in relief. Something is going on here. What are they not telling me? Tsukochi smiled at him before saying, thank you, Midoriya. You should probably get home now. Classes are cancelled tomorrow while we run a thorough sweep of the school and help them implement security measures, so get some rest. You did well today. So then why were you treating me like a criminal? Izuku breathed a silent sigh of relief when Aizawa walked into their next homeroom completely unharmed. Morning. It's good to see that you all stuck to the course, Aizawa said in an unusually gentle tone. Here. I didn't even consider that someone might. We did face villains unusually early though. We haven't even really learned anything yet. Glad to see you doing well, Aizawa-sensei. Ida cried out, and the rest of the class echoed the sentiment. It wasn't anything serious. What is serious, however, is the fact that UA Sports Festival is nearly upon us. We're still having that. Isn't that a bad idea after the villain attack? Mineta cried out. Most of Izuku's classmates seemed too excited to care, but Izuku did notice that Kuda and Ojiro also seemed nervous. It's necessary. Suddenly cancelling would create unease, and it's better to show that UA's crisis management protocols are sound. That's the thought behind it, anyway. However, it's not just business as usual. There'll be 5 times the police presence in comparison to past years, and heroes will be on high alert throughout. Aizawa sighed before looking over them all. Besides, the sports festival is important to your careers. It's one of the biggest opportunities you'll get. It's not something that can be cancelled over a few villains. Yorozu raised her hand before saying, the nation's top heroes will all be watching, correct? They'll all be there as scouts. They'll be looking to hire us as sidekicks after we graduate. It's a great way to get your foot in the door, Kaminari said with a wide grin. A lot of those sidekicks never manage to go solo, though. They're stuck as sidekicks forever. If you're not careful, then that'll be you, Kaminari, Jiru snorted. I really don't get why everyone is so obsessed with working alone. Hero groups can reach more people with a wider skill set. And why do we even call people sidekicks? It's not like they don't have heroes licenses. Aizawa cleared his throat. Naturally, you'll gain valuable experience and popularity if you're picked up by a big-name hero. The better you do in the sports festival, the more likely that will happen. But your time is limited. Show the pros what you're made of here and make a future for yourselves. You only get 3 chances at earning internships like this. Morning classes went by in a flash, and before he knew it, Izuku was excitedly asking his friends about why they wanted to become heroes. I wish to uphold the family legacy and make my brother proud. Ida declared. It would be my honor to work under my brother until there comes a time where I'm ready to work on my own. Okiko looked decidedly uncomfortable for a few moments before saying, for the money. I know that it sounds bad, especially compared to Ida's reasoning, but nothing wrong with wanting to take care of yourself, Shinsu insisted. Anyone who says otherwise but that doesn't know what it's like to be poor. Yeah. My family owns a construction company, but business is bad. We've always struggled to put food on the table. I offered to get permission to use my quirk to help them out, but they wanted me to chase my own dreams instead. So I decided that I'll become a hero, make money, and ensure that mom and dad can have easier lives. I would argue that is an incredibly noble reason, Uraraka, Yorozu said with a smile. In comparison, my own seems quite selfish. My future has been laid out for me since the day I was born. I was always meant to be the heiress of the family company, marry well, and have children. I wanted a chance to do something more than that. Heroism was the only thing noble enough for my family to even consider, so I leapt at the chance. It's not selfish to want a better life, Yorozu. Ida insisted. Izuku watched the play-by-play with a contemplative hum. I just wanted to be seen, Hagekyu said. I grew up terrified that everyone would forget I existed one day. I wished to comfort my fellow beings of darkness, proving to them that they have a place in our world too, Tokoyami declared. Quirk discrimination. My reasons for wanting to join the hero course are basically the same, Shinsu said, and he and Tokoyami nodded in solidarity. Izuku's friends all turned to look at him, and he realized with a start that he hadn't answered his own question. Quirkless people, we're not seen as human. UA was the only high school that I applied to. It was the only one that I could apply to. Teachers, doctors, police officers, if they heard the word quirkless, then they just looked away. No matter what happened. It felt like people were just waiting for me to die my entire life. Izuku, Okiko whispered. She had tears welling up in her eyes. I want to prove them wrong. To prove that the quirk someone is born with or without doesn't dictate what they can or can't do in life. Most importantly, I want to create change. Heroism is the only path that lets me do all of those things. Demon, you've already got the public speaking thing down, here. ♯muttered. Izuku went to respond, but a booming voice calling his name interrupted them. He turned to All Might with wide eyes. Didn't he want to be discreet? Everyone in the cafeteria is looking at us. Hey, kid. Could we talk for a second? Thinking on his feet, Izuku said, Oh. Aizawa-sensei did say that he wanted to talk about that new ability. Sure. Sorry guys, gotta go. He waved to his friends as he trotted off after All Might, breathing a sigh of relief once they were in the staff break room. All Might reverted to his smaller form, giving Izuku an odd look. What was that about, young Midoriya? We're supposed to keep one for all a secret, right? A link between you and me would be suspicious. I guess I could mention the sludge villain incident if anyone asks, but it'd still be better to keep anyone from asking at all, he muttered. Such a worrier. One for all looks quite different for you than it does for me, so I don't think you have to be so careful about that. Especially now that you have those, what are you calling them? Abyssal WHPS. Tokoyami had mentioned that they looked like something belonging to an eldritch horror, and Izuku hadn't wanted to risk someone digging deep enough in the quirk registry to find Blackwhip. He was going to have to keep track of a list of fake quirk names at this rate. Right, those. That's not what we're here to talk about though. I wanted to talk with you about the sports festival. Izuku blinked, looking up to All Might with a tilted head. Ever since I passed my power on to you, I've felt my time grow shorter and shorter. I only have about an hour and a half of my hero form left now. My time as the symbol of peace is quickly coming to an end, and there are those with villainous intent that have started to realize that. Yeah. Shigaraki outright promised he'd be back, and I doubt that he's the only one who'll want to take advantage of the chaos. I granted you my power so that you could succeed me. All Might clenched his fist, and when he looked at Izuku, it almost felt like he was seeing someone else entirely. The sports festival is an event that the whole country will be watching, so that means one thing for us. You, the next All Might, the fledgling symbol of peace. I need you to tell the world, I am here. This is a great chance to gain mass appeal for yourself. I don't know, Izuku mumbled, nervously wringing his hands. I want to get a good internship, of course, but I'm not sure it's wise to bring too much attention to myself. He already had one villain that had promised to see him again. Izuku didn't want to make himself more of a target. Not this early. I was gonna help the others stand out, actually. All Might chuckled, shaking his head. There's no one more dedicated to the world of nonsense than you, kid. The difference between those who aim for the top and those who don't. That matters in a big way once you make your debuts. I can understand how you're feeling, though. I won't try to force you, but don't forget what drove you while you were cleaning up the beach. I won't. My goal hasn't changed. If I'm aiming to be the best, then I want to lift other people up with me. I refuse to shove others down to get to the top. I refuse to be like Bakugo. Izuku only rested his hand on the burned, left side of his neck and nodded. At the end of the school day, Izuku stood up with a sigh, preparing to go talk with Aizawa about his quirk. Okiko was standing stock-still by the edge of the classroom, and when he looked past her, he saw a giant crowd loitering outside of 1's door. How did I not hear them? I need to get out of my head. What's going on? Okiko asked, tilting her head. Can we help you guys? Tisage, isn't it obvious, round face. They're scoping out the competition. We're the class that survived a villain attack. Makes sense that they'd want a look before the sports festival. Bakugo shoved his way past them all, sneering at the crowd as he said, Not that there's any point. Move aside, cannon fodder. Man, you really are as much of an butt as I've heard, Shinsu's familiar voice called out. Izuku snorted when he saw his friend's wild, purple hair peeking out above the crowd as he made his way to the front of the group. If I didn't know any better, then I'd probably assume you were all like him. Shinsu looked over Izuku's class, smiling and nodding at those he knew. You know, the sports festival is an opportunity for those of us who didn't pass the entrance exam to get into the hero course. The opposite is also true. I'm sure most of you don't feel too threatened by a general education kid like me, but I've been using Midoriya's training regimen from hell since before the term even started. Oh my god. There's another one, Kaminari whimpered. Consider this a declaration of war. Another voice called out, saying, Hey, I'm from Class 1B, right next door. Heard you guys already fought villains and wanted to hear more, but all I'm seeing is this arrogant bestiality. You better not make fools of the hero course during the sports festival. Izuku stepped forward with a placating smile, bowing before the silver-haired student. When he stood back up, he chuckled and said, I apologize for Bakugo's behavior. He's like a rabid dog. You piece of he's not quite housebroken yet, I'm afraid. We're working on him, Izuku continued, cutting Bakugo off. Shinsu choked on a laugh, and the silver-haired student guffawed as he said, Your class has won too, here. I look forward to fighting you guys. Bakugo screamed incoherently before starting to shove through the crowd. Dude, what are you doing? You're gonna have a whole mob of haters at this point. Izuku watched as Bakugo turned back to Kirishima, simply saying, I don't give a SHT. I'm heading for the top. Why should I care what anyone else thinks? Bakugo left after that, and Izuku listened as some of his classmates agreed with what Bakugo said while others were arguing against it. It's one thing to be aiming for the top, but it's another entirely to disregard everyone around you. How is he expecting to get to the top anyway? Public approval ratings are a big part of the rankings. Shaking his head slightly, Izuku looked out over the crowd as he said, I look forward to competing with you all. Let's all do our best, yeah. The vast majority of the students seemed appeased by that, a few even thanking Izuku for what he did in the cafeteria. He apologized to them all when he had to leave, telling them that he had a meeting with his homeroom teacher in a few minutes. Thankfully, they parted to let him and the rest of his class through, and Izuku made it to the teacher's lounge just in time. Aizawa-sensei, he asked, peeking his head in sheepishly. The voice he heard wasn't who he expected it to be. Hey there, listener. You looking for show? I didn't realize that Aizawa-sensei and Mic-sensei were friends. Izuku nodded. MHMN. He wanted to talk about my quirk. Ah, yeah. I remember him mentioning that. I hear we have you to thank for Sho being as uninjured as he was after the USJ. President Mic walked over toward the door, resting his hand on Izuku's head as he lightly ruffled his hair. You were super brave, Midoriya. But it was a fluke, really. And it's not like I kept him from being hurt at all. You've only been a student here for a few days, President Mic chided. No one expects you to be perfect. You're doing well. You've just got to keep at it. Izuku nodded, mumbling, okay. I'll do my best. I know you will, listener. Sho went to make coffee, but he'll be back in a minute. You can sit down if you want to, I was about to head out anyway. Once President Mic had gone back to pick up his papers and left the teacher's lounge with a wave, Izuku did just that, sitting down on the couch and texting his mom to let her know he'd be home late today. Oh good, you're already here. Izuku jolted when Aizawa's voice called out from the doorway, flushing with embarrassment at the obvious reaction. Now, I read your file once you were put into my class, but when I saw that your entry in the quirk registry was updated, I assumed it was a more technical detail. Clearly, that was a mistake. Shoulders hunched up to his ears, Izuku asked, That's not a problem, is it? No. It just means that we have to do things a bit differently with you. Most of the students here have already found their upper limits and have to work on increasing that limit, but you're still feeling out the limitations of your quirk. Do you have any idea where you're at right now? I think I'm at about 15% on the general enhancer application of my quirk. Letting more energy than that flow through me hurts too much for it to be worth it, but I can tell that I'll be able to push it further later. How far I can go with abyssal WHPS depends on my emotional state. They're very reactionary. Izuku allowed a little wisp of black whip to form, watching as the shadowy tendril vibrated slightly as it weaved between his fingers. I'm a bit nervous, so they're acting like this right now. The only reason they were so destructive at the USJ was because I was terrified. Once I calmed down, they were very cooperative. I'll just have to be careful using them in stressful situations. Got any idea how you managed them the first time? Might help us figure out what else you can do. Izuku nodded. That Nomyu, it was too strong. I could tell just by looking at it that I couldn't do a thing to it, But I couldn't just stand there and watch it hurt you either. Abyssal WHPS just happened. I think that I might be able to store and use different types of energy in different ways. I'm not sure. In retrospect, Izuku was very lucky that Black Whip didn't take physical damage. The thought of that Nomu breaking the tendrils somehow and that pain transferring to Izuku's body. He shuddered. Well, I won't say that I'm not grateful, but be more careful in the future, okay? The teachers are meant to protect the students, not the other way around. Izuku nodded, knowing full well that he'd do no such thing. The reason that he got one for all still stung, but he wasn't going to hold this kind of power and not use it to help people. Don't forget that you're the representative for the first years. Find time to write a speech in between your training sessions. Izuku smirked and said, I haven't forgotten. My speech is already done, actually. Aizawa pared an eyebrow at him before shrugging. That makes it easier. Go plus ultra, kid. Good luck. Is everyone ready? We'll probably be called out soon. Izuku looked over his classmates after asking this question, chuckling as he listened to a couple of them grumble about not being allowed to wear their costumes. He hadn't needed to ask, it was clear that everyone was just waiting now, but it made him feel better to do so anyway. Midoriya. Izuku hummed as he turned to face Todoroki, tilting his head. Yeah. What is it? You. It's undeniable that you're one of the strongest in the class. First the quirk apprehension test and then the USJ. Todoroki gave Izuku a considering look. All Might's keeping a close eye on you, isn't he? I'm not gonna pry about why that is, but even still, I will beat you. Well, someone has already noticed, here. Declarations of war from within the class too now. You guys are all so intense, Kaminari snickered, grinning as he started sparking off excess electricity. It's got me excited too. Kirishima reached for Todoroki's shoulder, but the latter just brushed him off. Come on, man. Don't go picking a fight right before we go out there. I don't care. I'm not here to make friends. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Despite his excellent poker face, something in Todoroki's voice sounded sad when he said that. Oh, I'm gonna befriend the F out of you. Todoroki, I think you misunderstand something. On my own, I'm nothing that special. I'm inexperienced with my quirk. I use a lot of support items that I'm not allowed to have here. I still can't use even close to the full extent of what I have figured out. You don't have to be so negative, Midoriya, Kirishima cut in. But it's my friends that push me forward. They encourage me, help me grow, and teach me things about myself that I never would have realized otherwise. Izuku looked Todoroki in the eye as he said, You're declaring war on the wrong person. I couldn't care less about rankings or a place on the podium. I only want to help people. Todoroki finally lost his composure, eyes widening at Izuku's words. They were called to the stadium before the jewel-haired boy could say anything, but Izuku couldn't miss the way that Todoroki looked at him like he couldn't quite believe what he saw. First up, you all know who I'm talking about. The miraculous rising stars who brushed off a villain attack with their steely willpower, 1A. The sheer number of spectators was intimidating and their cheers were deafening. And we're expected to put on the best performance we can despite the crowd. I suppose this is simply another skill required to become heroes, Ida declared. They're giving us way too much credit, Kirishima mumbled. But we won't let it shake us, right? Bakugo scoffed. DMN right. It only gets me more pumped up. Then we have 1B. You may not know them yet, but these rising stars are full of potential too. Izuku looked over the other hero course, nodding at the silver-haired guy with a smile. Following 1B, we have 1C, 1D, and 1E from the General Education Department. And then the support courses, 1F, 1G, and 1H. Yikes, you can definitely tell who everyone is here to watch. I can't blame the other classes for being upset about it. Midnight cracked her WHP, silencing all the muttering students. Now, for the athlete's oath. Your student representative is one as Izuku Midoriya. He gulped, clenching his fists as he walked up to the stage. All eyes were on him right now, so as he stopped in front of the microphone, he took a deep breath, steeled himself, and said, the sports festival, historically, focuses on the hero students. I'm standing here today to say that isn't fair. Izuku looked out over his fellow first years, smiling at the shocked expressions of several general education and support students. Every single one of us worked hard to be here. 1A isn't better than 1B because we survived a villain attack. Those of us in hero courses aren't better than those of you in the general education, support, or management. Yes, I see you all in the stands courses. We're all part of the next generation. We're all walking toward the future together, so let's do our best to make it a better one, okay? I look forward to working with you all. Have fun, and go beyond, plus ultra. Midnight gave him an approving nod as he stepped off the stage, and the happiness he could see on the faces of the other classes reassured him that he'd made the right choice. Well, after that rousing speech, let's not waste any time. A blank hologram popped up, and everyone in the stadium stared at it in anticipation. The first event is the qualifier round. This is the stage that sends so many people home crying each year, and this year's event is, Midnight pointed to the hologram, an obstacle course. That shouldn't be too difficult for me at all. It's a race between all classes. The obstacle course is a 4-kilometer lap that wraps around the stadium itself, and as long as you don't go off the course, anything is fair game. Racers, to your positions. Everyone moved to stand in front of that gate, and Izuku narrowed his eyes as he studied the size of it. The first obstacle, here. It's too narrow for everyone to go through easily. Start! Izuku jumped above the crowd with one for all active, skiing when he saw Todoroki rush forward in a trail of ice that left several students stuck. He activated Black Whip 2, using the shadowy tendrils to propel himself forward and shatter the ice in the corridor. Good luck, he called down to them. As expected, no one in 1A was caught off guard by Todoroki's first move, and Izuku grinned when he saw that Shinsu had avoided it too. Black Whip reached down to grab his friend and bring him up in the air with him, and Shinsu's startled yell had Izuku laughing before he could restrain himself. "Warn a guy, will you?" Present MIC's excited yell echoed throughout the stadium. Talk about a dramatic start. Todoroki tried to leave his opponents out in the cold, but won as reaction time was too fast. The icy path he left behind was smashed to pieces by Midoriya, freeing those who were trapped by it before. What's with that assistance in a competition? Midoriya did the same during the entrance exam and scored the highest of all applicants. He wouldn't see any reason to stop being a team player now, Aizawa said dryly. Well, let's see how they deal with the first obstacle. Robo Inferno. Even more robots. At least I know how to deal with these. Izuku gaped. In horror as he took in that, beyond the ordinary robots, there were about a dozen zero-pointers as well. Everyone paused as they looked up at them, and Shinsu looked like he was regretting everything that led him to this moment as Izuku put him down beside him. I don't think that 15% of one for all is going to be enough to damage these monstrosities. Black Whip though, so these are the faux villains that they used for everyone else's test, Todoroki muttered, ice already beginning to swirl around him. Yorozu looked concerned as she asked, where did they find all the money for these? Honestly, I want to know the same thing. This is a bit excessive. With a single move, Todoroki froze the zero-pointers on either side of him. The robots groaned and creaked as Todoroki rushed through, and Izuku could see Todoroki's strategy with that move now. Several students tried to take advantage of the gap that he left behind, but Izuku used Black Whip to JRK them all back, including an overzealous Kirishima and the silver-haired guy from 1B just before the robots crashed to the ground. One as Todoroki is busting through and sabotaging others in one move. Talk about ice cold. Thanks for the assist, Midoriya. Kirishima called out as Izuku brought all of the tendrils back to him. He danced around, sparking green as he took down several of the easy robots first, falling back to protect those who were struggling against them. Robots can malfunction. I will not give them the chance to. Down low didn't work for one as Bakugo, so he took the high road. Smart move. Tokoyami turned to Izuku with a questioning glance, received a nod, and joined Zero in chasing after Bakugo in the skies. Izuku grinned, knowing that what he was about to do would PSS off the explosive blonde beyond belief. Izuku leapt with one for all active, boosting his jump by striking the ground beneath him with Black Whip. Once he had landed on top of one of the 0-pointers, Izuku turned back to where so many students were stuck fighting, including some of his own classmates. Dozens of tendrils snaked out of him, aiming for the center light on the excess of the 0-pointers' faces and striking. The red glow on their faces died as they stopped moving, and Izuku gave a jaunty wave before moving on. What? What are you feeding your kids, Eraser? Midoriya just took out the rest of the 0-pointers on his own. That one came like that, MIC. Well, if the first obstacle was so easy, then we'll see how you fare with the second. Fall and you're out. Good luck crawling the ropes from platform to platform in the fall. Izuku kept running forward, jumping and using Black Whip as tethers to the platform he was aiming for. He was still behind Todoroki and Bakugo, but he wasn't aiming to pass them anyway. It'd be too much trouble. I want everyone to get the chance to show off what they've got, though, so I'll let them handle this on their own now. With the nets I can see down there, this is a much safer obstacle than the robots. Yo, Midoriya. Izuku grinned as he sent Black Whip to pick Shinsu up again, using 2 tendrils to anchor them to platforms now to account for the added weight. Not complaining about the weird shadow tentacles now, are you? Yeah, you and I both know it's better for them to underestimate me. Izuku nodded. No need to reveal your quirk if you don't have to. Save that for the inevitable one-on-ones. They moved more slowly with the 2 of them. It was a bit difficult to time the launches right and keep them from hitting the ground so hard they ate dirt, but Izuku was having the time of his life. I love flying. Being up in the air is so freeing. I wish I could do this more often. Izuku felt a foreign buzz of warmth and contentment well up within him. He sat Shinsu down on the other side of the chasm, wondering why that feeling was so familiar before realizing something. Wait a second, that was almost like when Black Whip. Go ahead, Midoriya. I've got it from here, Shinsu called out, and Izuku didn't hesitate to do just that, mind racing. Hello, 9. Izuku glanced to his left as he ran forward, seeing a woman with a glowing, white aura floating by his side. I'm Nana Shimura, also known as 7. And our leader has reached the final barrier. That is to say, he's just reached the minefield. A quick glance will reveal the mine's locations, so keep both eyes open and watch your step. They're not deadly, of course, but they still pack quite the punch. Todoroki is really going full throttle here. Wait. If you're 7, then doesn't that mean that you're All Mights? I was his mentor, yes, she said with a warm smile that only made that more obvious. I'm sorry that he's trying to push his image of a hero on you. He chose to become the symbol of peace, but many wielders of One for All never rose particularly high in the rankings. We want to help you become the kind of hero that you want to be. Thank you. That means a lot. Izuku hated feeling like he was letting All Might down by just being himself, but he didn't want to lose who he was by becoming a second All Might either. Do you think he'll? Toshinori is stubborn. He's had a certain image in his head of his successor for a long time now. It'll probably take time for him to adjust to the fact that you're your own person with your own dreams and goals, as bad as it sounds. He means well, but I don't think that he'd understand why you want to save even villains. Shimura sighed. Yes. You have a compassion for people that is rare in this world, 9. Very few people in your shoes would have chosen to save Bakugo. You could have walked away. It wouldn't have been right, though. Everyone deserves to be saved. In that moment, it didn't matter what he'd done to me before. Someone was crying out for help and no one else was answering that call. I couldn't possibly ignore it. Never lose that passion, 9, Shimura said, sounding immeasurably proud of him anyway. You're probably wondering why I showed up now, right? Izuku nodded, green sparking across his form as he rushed toward the minefield. You said you wanted to fly, didn't you? My quirk, float, will let you do just that. Before One for All, it just let me levitate, but once it combined with it, well, no way. That's so cool. Now, why don't you go prove that helping people along the way doesn't hinder you, here? And keep an eye out for the Todoroki kid. He seems like someone whose heart needs saving. Shimura floated up with Izuku as he leapt into the air, and she stood beside him as he hovered, eyes shining in awe. This is the coolest quirk ever. Lean into the direction you want to fly. You'll move fast, so be careful not to go outside of the obstacle course. Maybe keep Black Whip on standby just in case. What's this? While we were busy watching one as Bakugo and Todoroki fight over the minefield, one as Midoriya started hovering mid-air. I don't see any signs of his WHPS either. Izuku leaned forward with a feral grin, taking off like a shot. He laughed and cheered, and while he could hear present MIC screeching, the words were drowned out by the wind rushing past him. Nana smiled as she flew alongside him, giving him a thumbs up and fading as he approached the end of the race. He looked down as he started flying over the minefield, smirking as he watched Bakugo and Todoroki slow each other down as they fought over first place. Izuku overtook them both. A last-minute upset out of nowhere. Midoriya has flown into first place, literally. Since when could the kid do that? Todoroki and Bakugo looked up at him, eyes wide and abandoning their fight as he raced forward, but they were too late. Who would have guessed it? The first one to make it back to the stadium is none other than Izuku Midoriya. He slowly lowered himself to the ground, smiling as he cried with joy. I did it. I said I was here in my own way, and I proved that I wasn't weak for it either. Izuku felt like he could sing with joy. Within him, one for all did. It was going to take longer than usual for the obstacle race to conclude, and Izuku knew that was because most of the students were actually getting to finish it this year. I wasn't angling for more rest time when I helped them, but I'll take it. So the second event is always a team thing, right? Okiko asked him, and her pleased smirk made it clear what she wanted. Yep. The events change, but the general layout is always the same. Mass elimination, team event, one-on-ones. You know that everyone is going to be going after me in this round, right? He wouldn't deny wanting to work with Okiko here, but he wanted his friends to shine. If she thought that she'd be better off on another team. Like I care about that. We're a great team. Besides, think of how zero gravity and your new flying thing could work together. The possibilities are endless. Since when? Shinsu breathed as he joined them, glaring at Izuku. Since when could you fly, Midoriya? Oh, Shinsu. You'll learn to roll with these things eventually. Izuku is just a force of nature. No one knows what he's gonna do next. Okiko carefully lifted her pinky as she reached up and patted Shinsu's shoulder consolingly. I figured it out while taking us over that chasm, actually, Izuku snickered. So thank you for your contribution. Menaces. You're both menaces, Shinsu hissed. I was gonna join you guys for the second round, but Izuku waved him off. It'll suit you better to not have that spotlight on you, I know. Don't worry about it. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 joined them not too long after, exhausted but satisfied by her accomplishment. I made the cutoff, right? I hope wanting to do this on my own didn't knock me out of the running. You should be fine. I've been keeping count, and you're the 38th person to finish. They always let at least 40 students, usually a few more, through to the second event, enough for both hero classes in their entirety, Izuku reassured her. Oh, phew. Hey Shinsu, do you want to team up? I think we could really mess with people. Shinsu smirked as he said, you read my mind. We'll slip right beneath the radar. They'll never see us coming, and if they do, then it'll be too late. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 giggled with delight, gleefully beginning to plot with Shinsu. Though the school wouldn't allow 𝐔𝐸𝐽 to wear her costume, they did give her an alternate form of the gym uniform that had shorts instead of briefs and no sleeves. She had been delighted at the prospect of tripping people up this way, and she was one of 3 people in their friend group, the other 2 being Izuku and Okiko, who already knew about Shinsu's quirk. It made perfect sense for them to work together. They all chatted idly as more students crossed the finish line, long past the cutoff point but still satisfied that they finished. Hey, Midoriya. Izuku turned to the general education student that called his name. Thanks. It would have scared to be stuck at the start. You're not so bad for a hero student. Happy to help, he said cheerily. I hope you had fun. We did. Good luck with the next round, Midoriya. They all waved farewell as they walked back toward the stands, and Izuku smiled as he watched them go. Always so popular, ♯Shinsu snickered. I think my classmates like you better than me. And that's that. Midnight yelled, pausing to let the stadium's cheers die down. The last of our contestants have crossed the finish line, so let's reveal the final results. Izuku looked up to the scoreboard, smiling when he saw that his whole class had made it through, if only barely. The top 42 from this qualifying round will move on. But for those of you who placed lower, don't worry. We've got recreational games after this round that'll still let you show your stuff. Midnight looked over the crowd of students going through to this round, smirking as she said, and so, the main selection truly begins. Everyone is gonna be watching you closely, so give it all you've got. A familiar hologram phased into existence, blank just like it was before the obstacle course race. It's time for the second event. Wondering what it could possibly be? Well, next up is a cavalry battle. Izuku's eyes lit up. Oh, this is perfect. Even as far as team challenges go, this couldn't be a better scenario for us. Participants will form teams of 2 to 4 members of their choosing, getting into a horse and rider formation. You've got to work together to snag the headbands from other teams while guarding your own. Of course, each person has their own point value, and it was assigned to them based on their ranking on the last event. I'm gonna be target number 1, here. That's fine, I expected that. Your individual point values start at 5 points for 42nd place, increasing by 5 for each rank above that. With one notable exception. And here comes the twist that gives everyone a chance to win. UA was surprisingly formulaic about these things. Izuku knew what he had been getting himself into when he crossed the finish line first, even if he wouldn't have thought to do so without Shimura's nudging. Our first place participant is worth 10 million points. Aim for the students with higher rankings to turn things around. This round is perfect for making a comeback. It's anybody's game. Several of his classmates turned to Izuku with a glint in their eyes, but Okiko stood by his side and glared back. From the looks of things, we won't be able to count on Ida or Yorozu as team members. Shinsu and Hagakure will probably work alone, and Okiko and I can always do the same if necessary. The match will last 15 minutes. Each team's points is the sum of its individual members, and each rider will wear their team's headband, displaying their total point value. Headbands have to be worn at the neck or higher, including those that you steal from other teams. The more that you have, the more difficult they'll be to manage. I see. Everyone is going to be going after me from the start, so if it's possible, most importantly, even if your headband is taken and your formation is broken, it's not over till the time runs out. You can get back in the game. Izuku smirked, and a plan was already beginning to form. Quirks are allowed, so this will be a brutal battle. However, this is still a cavalry battle, so attacking another team with the intent of making them fall will get you a red card. If you do that, then you really will be out of the battle. Now, you've got 15 minutes to form your teams. Izuku looked over to Tokoyami and asked, "You want to be on our team? You and Dark Shadow work well with Okiko and I's mobility, and I can always power Dark Shadow up with Abyssal WHPS2, you are one with the darkness. It would be my honor to dance among the shadows with you. Who's gonna be the horse, Izuku?" He looked at Okiko before saying, "I'd probably be our best option. I can use Abyssal WHPS best if I'm not carrying people, and there aren't any rules against turning this into an air battle." Okiko's eyes shone. "I could lighten our team and you could fly us all up. A bunch of teams wouldn't be able to reach us at all that way. What a mad banquet of darkness. Now let's see if we can get someone else." Suddenly, a pink-haired girl that was decked out in gadgets rushed their group. A support student. Now there's an idea. You're sure to stand out in first place, Mr. 10 Million. Team up with me. What have you got for us? The girl lifted up her goggles and pulled out several gadgets. A discerning customer, I see. I'm myheroacademia. I've got all sorts of super cute babies to show off to the world, and joining your spotlight means that more potential investors will see them. I recognize you from your costume drawing, you know. You and Uraraka both wanted actual tech in your costumes. Someone in support always appreciates heroes like that. I'm sure that some of my babies will be useful to you. Izuku hummed before saying, "You're in. We might not be in the spotlight the whole time, but I've got a plan, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 grinned. Oh. That sounds like drama, and drama always sells well. It'll be nice doing business with you, Midoriya. They shook hands, and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 began distributing gear to people as they discussed strategy. Her echoing laughter had several students backing away from their group in fear. Your 15 minutes are up. I hope that you're all happy with your teams, it's too late to change them now. Izuku loosely tied his headband around his head, grinning down at his team. Tokoyami was the front horse, and he and Dark Shadow would act as their first line of defense and as a way to steer in the air. Okiko was wearing 𝐻𝐻𝐿's jet boots as she kept at least one hand on Tokoyami's shoulder at all times. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 was wearing her jetpack, which was, by her own admission, more difficult to fly with than the boots, and had her goggles down, amplifying her quirk, zoom. She was going to be keeping an eye on which headbands wound up with which teams. Present MIC's voice filled the stadium. Hey, it's time to wake up, Eraser. All 12 teams are lined up and ready to move. Aizawa's hum was picked up by the microphone. They've come up with some interesting combinations, are you all ready? It's the countdown to a brutal battle royal. Izuku brought his right hand up to his headband, grinning as he tightened his grip. The team with the silver-haired student from 1B and Jiru's team were both eyeing his group up, not even being subtle about their plan of attack. 3, 2, 1. Start. Let's see how you like this. Izuku ripped his headband off, throwing it in front of his group as they took to the sky. Thanks to a combination of float and 𝐻𝐻𝐿's gear, Okiko only had to negate Tokoyami's gravity to get them off the ground. The other team scrambled to grab the fluttering headband. What's this? Team Midoriya immediately ditched their headband. What could they be thinking? It's a valid strategy, Aizawa said with a deadpan tone. They would be targeted the entire time if they kept 10 million points. And with the other teams desperately going after that headband, Izuku cackled as he sent Black Whip after Bakugo, grabbing his 665-point headband as the explosive blonde was barely beat to the 10 million points by Todoroki. He fastened their team's new headband around his head, and they could all hear Bakugo's enraged screaming from their place in the sky. Midoriya's team had the chance to take a headband with less risk attached to it, Aizawa concluded. Izuku's strategy was twofold. First, they would ditch the 10 million points right away. After that, they would take Bakugo's headband away from him, ensuring that he would be gunning for their team the entire time. Their main focus was keeping him busy until the end, and then they'd go back for their points once time was almost up. Bakugo is a threat. If it was anyone else, then he'd still try to go after his headband before going after the 10 million points, but because it's me, he'll be even more fixated on it. We just have to run out the clock. Deku. Sorry to turn this into a game of keep away, but we would have done that with the 10 million anyway, Okiko reassured him. At least this way, it's only Bakugo coming after us. Indeed. I do not wish to face him in the one-on-ones, so eliminating him here is vital, Tokoyami muttered. As long as we get to show off my babies, I don't care. Bakugo blasted up toward them, reaching toward Izuku as he screamed, "Give me back my headband, you shitty!" Dark Shadow smacked Bakugo down, and Izuku used Black Whip to ensure that he didn't blast his way back up. Zero barely managed to grab Bakugo and pull him back into their formation before he hit the ground. Is leaving your formation even legal? Present MIC screamed. It is here, on a technicality. As long as the rider doesn't touch the ground, it's all okay. Midnight answered, and her microphone ensured that even Izuku and his team could hear her. Well, Izuku chuckled. Doesn't that sound like an appealing loophole for a flying team? Okiko and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 both looked to each other, grinned, and let Izuku go as he used float to rise above the rest of his team. We don't have to touch the ground at all. Izuku didn't fly too far from his team, but he did dart around and steal the headbands from a boy who shot scales from patches on his arms and a girl who launched her horns at people. Seeing that Hagekyo had taken the headband from Jiru's team, Izuku used Black Whip to cut them off while his friends retreated. He sneakily passed off his newest headbands to her team as well. Bakugo's headband is a high enough value that taking almost any other headband will guarantee us a spot in the next round. I don't want our total point value to get too high until later in the game, and 𝐔𝐸𝐽's team has a low base value. They need them more. Let's check in on our teams at the halfway point. Present MIC called out. Team Todoroki is still holding on to the 10 million points, Team Tetsutetsu is in second, Team 𝐔𝐸𝐽 is in third, and Team Midoriya is in fourth. 1A seems to have the edge here. Izuku grimaced as he watched several teams turn toward 𝐔𝐸𝐽 and Shinsu, clearly planning to overwhelm them with numbers and go for their points. The rest were still targeting Todoroki with the exception of Bakugo, who Izuku warded off every time he made a grab for his original headband. He looked over the teams below him and whistled. Dark Shadow and by extension, the rest of Izuku's team joined him, and Izuku gently lowered himself back into his team's formation. We need to take some of the points from Tetsutetsu's team. If it wasn't for our original headband, then he'd have first, and we're capable of dealing with that threat right now. Okiko and Hatsune looked at each other before nodding and easing off the gas. Their team tipped forward with only Tokoyami keeping them in the air, and they held on tight as Dark Shadow raced forward and dive-bombed Tetsutetsu's team. Between Dark Shadow's quick grab and Black Whip, they grabbed 2 headbands from Team Tetsutetsu before their gear took them back into the sky. Izuku T-scared when he flipped them over and saw that they both had lower point values, 290 from Team Kendo, and 215 from Team Kodai, but Tetsutetsu's team wouldn't be too large a threat as long as they kept him from getting any other headbands. Now that his team was rattled by the sudden air attack, several teams broke off from 𝐔𝐸𝐽's to target his 705-point headband instead. You know, I really didn't expect 1A to have any strategists among them, but you've impressed me, Midoriya. He jerked his head to the side, eyes widening when he saw a floating, detached mouth, ear, and blue eye. You're not only trying to win, you're trying to control who goes through to the next match. Maybe so, Izuku admitted. But you're talking to me instead of attacking for a reason. My name is Nito Minoma, and I want to be one of those teams. I'll guard 𝐔𝐸𝐽's team and pester Bakugo's in exchange for one of those headbands. Izuku's eyes narrowed, but after a few moments of deliberation, he handed over the 290-point headband with a nod. If you don't honor your agreement, then I hope you know I'll ensure you don't have a single headband by the end of this. Of course, of course. I'd expect nothing less. I'll be on my way then. A deal with the devil has been made, Tokoyami muttered. Minoma did honor his deal, though. Izuku and his team kept a close eye on him, watching as his team used air barriers, separated limbs, and telekinesis to keep any of 𝐔𝐸𝐽's headbands from being taken. With their current point value being higher than that team now, they didn't have to worry about being edged out of the competition by doing so either. Bakugo kept trying to go after Izuku, but he got battered away by floating limbs and became particularly enraged when Minoma brushed up against him and started using explosions too. He looked up at Izuku, glowered, and yelled, "You'll be dead after I deal with this copycat, Deku." With both of their problems suddenly dealt with, Izuku grinned and said, "Let's go get our headband back, shall we? We've only got a few minutes left, folks." Team Todoroki is still holding on to the 10 million, having shocked and frozen most of the competition. It's looking like they won't be moving anytime soon. Okiko and Hatsune gently touched down in the center of a ring of ice, and Dark Shadow warily guarded their front, eyeing up Kaminari and the insulator sheet that Todoroki had been using to shield his team from friendly fire. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. "So you did come back for it? What happened to not caring about a place on a podium?" "I want to lift up my friends," Izuku said simply. "I'm not going to let them down just because winning doesn't matter to me." Ice swirled around Todoroki's right side, and Izuku's team shifted toward his left. "We've just got to keep him from using his ice. He won't do it if it'll hit Ida in the process." Izuku created shade for Dark Shadow with Black Whip, encouraging them as they blocked an electric attack from Kaminari. Yorozu was on guard, using a shield to block Dark Shadow from grabbing one of Todoroki's headbands from the front, but none of them saw a single, dark tendril creep behind them. The headband on Todoroki's forehead clearly had the number 615 emblazoned across it. Even with the one around his neck being turned inside out, Izuku knew which one he needed to go for. They didn't notice anything was wrong until it was too late. Todoroki startled, fire flaring up on his left as Izuku gave him a feral grin. Black Whip jerked back with its spoils, and Izuku fastened his original headband around his neck right away, not wanting to risk the time running out. There's only 1 minute left, and Team Midoriya just stole back their headband. Team Todoroki just dropped from 1st to 5th in an instant. Ida's engines started glowing blue. I'll be useless after this, so Todoroki, grab it, he shouted. Let me go. Izuku screamed, and Okiko and Hatsune immediately did so. Overtalk. Recipro burst. Ida moved in the blink of an eye, and Izuku could barely fly away quickly enough to avoid Todoroki grabbing one of the headbands around his neck. When Izuku looked more closely at Todoroki, he saw something in his eyes that he didn't expect. It was fear. He seems like someone whose heart needs saving, here. Izuku didn't have much time. He grabbed the headband with 215 written across it, took it off his neck, and gave it to one of his tendrils, handing the points over. You, why? Todoroki asked, eyes wide as he put the headband around his neck. It seemed like the right thing to do. Time's up. Present MIC yelled, and Izuku sagged with relief. Everyone started breaking formation, relaxing now that it was over. Sorry, Tokoyami. I know you were hoping not to see Kaminari in the next stage, but it's time to see our top 4 teams. In first place, Team Midoriya with 10,990 points. In second place, Team Monoma with 955 points. In third place, Team Todoroki with 830 points. And in fourth place, Team 𝐒𝐲𝐽 with 825 points. Wait, don't we need 16 participants in the next round? Midnight nodded from her place on the podium. As the only other team with points remaining, Team Tetsutetsu will send 2 representatives from their team to fill in those places. Who will it be? In the end, a girl with vines for hair and a boy with a permanent grin was put forward. Though Tetsutetsu, it was nice to finally put a name to the silver-haired boy's face, seemed disappointed in himself. Then that's it. Present MIC cheered. Our 16 finalists, folks. We'll be taking an hour-long lunch break before getting to the final event, so stay tuned. Midoriya. HM. Izuku turned to Todoroki, tilting his head in question. Can we talk? Once Izuku and Todoroki were hidden from sight, Izuku looked over Todoroki with a carefully calm expression. He hid it well, but Izuku was far too used to fear's effects to not see it on the dual-haired boy. Todoroki was trembling. What did you want to talk about? Izuku asked, keeping his tone gentle. He wasn't sure what had Todoroki so shaken, but Izuku could see what Shimura meant now. There was something weighing on his classmate. Something awful. You overwhelmed me. So much so that I broke my own pledge. Todoroki clenched his fist, looking up at Izuku as he asked, why would someone with so much power give points away like that? Not just with me, but with 𝐒𝐲𝐽 and Monoma too. I don't get you, Midoriya. Izuku chuckled softly. Most people don't. It would have been pretty boring if I just took all the points and stayed up in the sky with them, right? I could have, but that would limit the chances of other people getting internships. I'd be pushing them down and climbing over them, and I refuse to do that. You reach out to people. You save them in a way that leaves no question that they'll be saved. Even students outside of our class see you and are reassured. It's almost like, Shoto's eyes narrowed as he asked, Midoriya, are you All Might's secret love child or something? Izuku snorted and shook his head. No. You seem uncomfortable around him. Izuku paled slightly. Is it really that obvious? I thought that I was hiding it well, but... Wait, then why would he assume All Might was my father? I won't pry, but I will listen if you want. I understand all too well the pressure that can come from those at the top. I don't like the sound of that. You know that my father is Endeavor, right? He's a beastie that cares about nothing but strength and becoming more powerful. Endeavor has been number 2 for the last 25 years, but has never been satisfied with that. He wants to surpass All Might. He didn't think he could do it on his own, though, so he came up with another plan. Izuku's eyes widened. He looked at Todoroki's haunted, hurting eyes, thought about how odd it was that his quirk was so perfectly balanced, and felt sick at the implications of that. Todoroki. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but I want you to know that I'll listen too. I'll believe you, whatever it is that you say. Todoroki's eyes softened, seeming to understand Izuku's partial admission. You've heard of quirk marriages, right? Izuku nodded as his heart fell to the floor. They were common during the second and third generations of quirk users. Powerful individuals choosing a partner and forcing them into the marriage solely to produce more powerful quirks. My father did just that. He swayed my mother's family with his wealth and fame, all to get a hold of her ice quirk. Izuku clenched his teeth, feeling rage swell up within him. He focused on that rage because if he didn't, then he was pretty sure that he'd burst into tears. He's trained me ever since my quirk came in, aiming to make me a hero more powerful than All Might. All to fulfill his own ambitions. I hate it. I don't want to be a tool for him. Todoroki raised his hand, covering his scar as he said, My mom was always crying. I can't stand that left side of yours. That's what she told me before throwing scalding water at my face. Izuku shuddered. So even his mother, I refuse to use my left side. It's the only revenge I can have against him. If I can rise to the top without using it, then I'll have denied him everything. They both had wildly different experiences, but there was no denying that life had dealt a cruel hand to them both. Izuku could only do what he always wished that someone would do for him. Todoroki, if there was a way I could help you, then would you want that? Or did you just want someone to listen? Todoroki looked so genuinely confused that it was heartbreaking. Help me. This is just how things are, Midoriya. I didn't tell you this because I expected something from you. You know, there's more than one way to refuse him what he wants. Dual-colored eyes narrowed. I will not use his fire. It's not his fire, Izuku corrected idly. Quirks are unique to each person. I understand if you don't want to use fire you have a lot of negative associations with it, but please don't handicap yourself just to get back at him. Don't let him keep hurting you that way. There may come a day where someone needs fire to save them. A forest fire that needs to be cut off before it can burn the whole forest down. An emergency cauterization that someone will die without. Fire to keep people warm after a storm knocks out the power in winter, leaving them at risk of dying of the cold. Your father uses fire in cruel ways, but that doesn't mean that you have to. Todoroki blinked at him, clearly bewildered. You truly are determined to turn my world on its head, aren't you? He asked with a huff. It's what I do best, Izuku said with a grin. I believe that, Todoroki snorted. Thank you, Midoriya. You've given me a lot to think about. Anytime. Thank you for trusting me, Todoroki. Let me know if there's ever anything I can do for you. Todoroki nodded, looking distinctly uncomfortably before asking, should I be worried about All Might? Why are you uncomfortable with him? His classmate sounded genuinely concerned, and Izuku wasn't sure if it was because he was worried about Izuku or worried about the number one hero being just as bad as his father. Maybe it's a bit of both. Izuku sighed before saying, It's nothing that bad. Something silly, really. It's just that I met him once. Before I got my quirk. I asked him if someone who was quirkless could become a hero. He said no. Todoroki's voice wavered with the realization. Green eyes welled up with tears. Izuku sniffled as he rubbed at them, nodding before whispering, He told me to be realistic and left me alone on a rooftop. The temperature of the hallway dropped several degrees. He did what? Izuku had a feeling that Todoroki might do something stupid like try trapping All Might in a glacier if he didn't redirect the conversation, so he said, I want to do everything I can to keep other people from feeling like I did that day. I want to be the hand that reaches out to help, regardless of someone's quirk, past, or anything else. I want to be part of a generation that encourages dreams instead of destroying them. Making a better future, here. Todoroki mumbled. Now that's something I can get behind. We both know how much it's needed. Izuku chuckled bitterly before saying, Here's to walking toward it together, here. Together, Todoroki said with a solemn nod. They were both startled when Present MIC's voice called out over the intercom, saying, We've got 20 minutes left of the lunch break. Don't forget to head back to your seats before the recreational events start. We should probably go get something before it's too late, here. Yeah. Do you mind if I? Izuku beamed at Todoroki's hesitant question. You can eat lunch with us if you want. Come on. They made it to the cafeteria just in time to grab and eat something before they needed to be back in the arena. Shinsu teased Izuku for taking in another stray, but everyone welcomed Todoroki with open arms. Neither of them knew that someone had been listening in on their earlier conversation, but Izuku did notice that Bakugo seemed oddly shaken when he spotted him in the cafeteria. Izuku just assumed it was because Bakugo hadn't made it to the next round and shrugged it off. He was distracted by the smile tugging at Todoroki's lips as he talked with them all, looking happier than Izuku could ever remember seeing him. The 16 competitors in the final event drew lots to decide who was going against who. Izuku couldn't complain, it was the fairest way to split things up, but it did mean that he was going against one of the students from 1B Honinuki. I'll have to be careful, I'm not sure what he can do. Everyone went their separate ways to prepare for their matches. Some people set off to relax on their own while others participated in the recreational events to calm their nerves. Izuku sat in a prep room and worked through strategies that combined one for all, black whip, and float. If all else fails, then I can just use float to stay out of his reach. Izuku walked out of the prep room and into the hallway that led out into the stadium, leaning against the wall as he waited for President MIC to start the event. He clenched his fists nervously, muttering to himself as he said, I know that I can do this, but there's something more nerve-wracking about the one-on-ones. Maybe it's because helping others is directly against the rules. Maybe it's because I know that everyone who made it this far is going to put up a good fight, even if I help them get here. I'll just have to do my best and be happy with that. You've got this, my boy. Izuku startled at All Might's quivering voice, whirling around to see the hero in his small form. When he looked closely, Izuku could see that All Might had tears in his eyes and a pale face. Izuku politely ignored that and asked, Do you really think so? I do. I see that you figured out another use for one for all. Oh. Shimura was his mentor, so of course he would recognize her quirk. He could tell All Might that she spoke to him, but something told him that would be a bad idea. All Might hadn't even told Izuku about his mentor. The last thing Izuku wanted to do was force him to confront old memories. Besides, it would be crueler to tell him that she's still here. He wouldn't be able to see her or talk to her anyway. Better that he thinks that it's just the quirk stored within one for all. I was just thinking about how much I liked flying or my previous approximation of it, and then I actually was flying. I don't know why one for all is acting like this for me, but I'm trying to roll with the punches. And you've been doing that remarkably well. I'll try to look into the past users of one for all to figure out what's happening here, but I think I have an idea of what this is. Okay, Izuku agreed with a nod. But for now, I'll just use the 15% of one for all that I can manage, Abyssal WHPS, and flight to make my mark. We'll worry about anything else when it happens. All Might nodded shakily before he walked away, muttering lowly under his voice about the past users and researching their quirks. Not that I don't already know what's going on, but I'll let him come to his own conclusions. He doesn't usually listen to what I tell him anyway. Are you all ready? President MIC's voice echoed throughout the stadium. It's time for the one-on-one tournament. You've only got yourself to rely on. Even if you're not a hero, this saying holds true. You all know it. And I'm going to change it, Izuku vowed. I'm going to remind people that we're capable of amazing things when we work together. Spirit, technique, strength, wisdom, and knowledge. Use them all and show us your best. I don't want to discredit anyone by not giving it my all here, but I'm worried that if I win, then All Might will assume that I'm trying to be the next symbol of peace. I can't do anything about that, I guess. I'd be a hypocrite of the highest order if I let that sway me after what I said to Todoroki. Contestants, please come out onto the field. He stepped forward into the sunlight, blushing at the volume of the stadium's cheers. Izuku steeled his nerves, smiled, and waved to the crowd, who only got louder at that. It's time for our first match. We've got the uncontested winner of the sports festival so far, won as class president, Izuku Midoriya, versus a member of Team Tetsu that was selected to move forward, one of 1BS recommended students, Juzu Honinuki. They both stepped forward into the ring, staying on their side as they eyed each other up. The rules are simple. Win by knocking your opponent out of the ring, immobilizing them, or getting them to say "I give up." Feel free to go all out since we've got Recovery Girl on standby. Don't hesitate to fight dirty either. Ethics have no meaning here. The only thing prohibited is going for the kill, and doing so will get you disqualified. Remember that a true hero's fists fly only in the pursuit of villains. Izuku tried not to grimace at present MIC's words, but something of it had to show on his face if Honinuki's curious look was any indication. You shouldn't go for the kill against villains either. Heroes have a duty to protect people and training that most villains could never hope to match. There's a reason why fights tend to be so one-sided. 𝐶𝐿mentos set up a concrete throne for himself near the ring, ready to stop any contestants that took things too far. Izuku looked across the field, grinning at Honinuki as he said, "No hard feelings, right? I don't want to create tension between our classes." Honinuki chuckled. "No hard feelings. Honestly, the fact that you were able to get Monoma to work with 1A last round was proof enough of your intentions. Let's have a good fight. Ready? Start." Honinuki's hands dropped to the ground immediately, and Izuku's eyes widened as they both started to sink into the ground. He's going for immobilization then. What a useful quirk. I'll have to ask him about it sometime. Izuku activated float, and Honinuki rushed forward as he saw Izuku start rising. Black Whip warded the boy off, churning the softened earth into a whirlpool that pulled the boy away from him until Izuku was well off the ground, grinning down at where Honinuki's head was poking out as he let one for all crackle to life. Green lightning and black tendrils danced around him, intertwining with one another as Izuku pointed every tendril at Honinuki. It was a clear threat. Honinuki raised his hand and slowly rose out of the ground before saying, "I forfeit. I know better than to fight a battle I can't win." Midnight cracked her WHP. "The first round goes to Midoriya." Izuku slowly lowered himself back to the ground once Honinuki had solidified it again, stepping forward and shaking his hand. "Good match. If I'd reacted a second slower, just means I'll have to move faster next time." What a touching display of sportsmanship after an uneventful match. Stay tuned to find out who will be fighting Midoriya in the next round. Izuku hurried back to the stands, wanting to observe how both of his potential opponents fought before his second match. "I got lucky with Honinuki. I'm not going to waste the chance to gather information here." "You did great, Izuku." Okiko cheered. Ida smiled and said, "We saved you a seat." He gestured to the place between himself and Shinsu, who had gotten permission to join them instead of the general education students. Getting into the final 16 is probably enough to get him into the hero course anyway, but his chances only go up the farther he gets. At least it shouldn't be too hard for him to get Kaminari talking. Izuku sat down, sharp eyes watching as Monoma and Tsuburaba walked into the ring. "The wait is over. We've got one BS calculating schemer, Nito Monoma, versus one of his teammates in the last round, Kosi Tsuburaba." This match was much flashier than the last one, and the crowd was eating it up. Monoma's arms were covered in scales that Izuku had seen one of Monoma's classmates using during the obstacle race, and he was firing them off at Tsuburaba as he set air barriers between them in an attempt to shield himself. Unfortunately for Tsuburaba, the scales were hard enough that they could pierce those shields. Once Tsuburaba was wheezing with the effort of using his quirk, the scales on Monoma's arms disappeared as he ran forward and landed a solid blow on Tsuburaba's cheek. Monoma grinned as a second, invisible impact sent Tsuburaba flying out of the ring. "Nito Monoma is our winner. He'll be moving on to the next round." I knew that he had a copy quirk, but the fact that he can store multiple quirks at once makes him incredibly versatile. I'll have to be careful going against him. What quirks would he try to use against me? I wish I got to see more of what 1B could do, Izuku muttered. Shinsu snorted as he said, "Well, I'm up next. Better get down there." He waved at them all as he walked out of the stands, and Izuku laughed when Todoroki took the opportunity to steal his seat. "What? I just wanted to see better," Todoroki deadpanned. No one believed him. A few minutes later, Present MIC's voice echoed throughout the stadium again. Our next match starts now. An underdog from 1C that hasn't really stood out yet, Hitoshi Shinsu. Versus one as most electrifying member whose power is no joke, Denki Kaminari. It's impressive that someone from Gen Ed made it so far, but Todoroki's voice trailed off. At least, that's what I might have assumed before. If he's your friend, then he's definitely got something up his sleeve. Your plotting rubs off on people. Izuku protested indignantly as everyone around them just agreed with Todoroki. I resent that. Besides, Shinsu was already like this, then you just draw in a certain type of person. What does that say about you, Todoroki? Okiko asked with a giggle. That I'm the same type of person. I never denied that. Start. Kaminari started sparking, but his talkative nature got the best of him in an instant. Lightning fizzled out as the blonde froze up, slowly turning around and walking out of the arena. The entire stadium was quiet for several long moments. The winner is Shinsu. Midnight called out, blinking out of her stupor. What an unexpected twist. Do we even know what happened down there? I've been telling you that the entrance exam is illogical for years, Aizawa scoffed. Powerful quirks slip through the cracks just because they're not suited to the format. Shinsu is one of those cases. Shinsu looked immensely pleased with himself when he rejoined them in the stands, simply taking Ida's seat once he stood up to quickly prepare for his own match. The first round's just about halfway over everyone. Next up is one of 1A's legacy students, the little brother of Ingenium, Tenya Ida. Versus. Covered head to toe in support items that she built herself, a support student from 1H, myheroacademia. Izuku snorted when he saw Ida step out onto the field, also covered in Hatsume's support items. I know exactly where this is going. Sure enough, after Ida got the okay from Midnight to use the support items since Hatsume wanted him to, the round turned into a 10-minute-long advertisement. The match only ended once Hatsume stepped out of the ring, beaming as the support investors in the stands excitedly muttered about her. The rest of the stadium still seemed to be in a state of shock as Midnight said, Ida moves on to the next round. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 and Tokoyami had already gone down to prepare for their match, and while Tokoyami was undeniably strong, Izuku had trained and experimented with the limits of 𝐔𝐸𝐽 and Okiko's quirks. You were right to worry about Kaminari and Bakugo, but underestimating 𝐔𝐸𝐽 is going to get you and Dark Shadow in trouble, Tokoyami. Next up is a battle between two 1A students. Invisible yet somehow still in the spotlight, Toru 𝐔𝐸𝐽. Versus. A Prince of the Darkness, Fumikage Tokoyami. Start. Their match was over in a literal flash. 𝐔𝐸𝐽's warp refraction blinded Tokoyami and shrunk Dark Shadow down, and while they were both reeling from the unexpected attack, she darted in to flip them over the line. People underestimated muscles that they couldn't see. Izuku had quickly learned that 𝐔𝐸𝐽 was much stronger than people gave her credit for. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 advances to the next round. What's with all these quick matches? Efficiency is important out on the field. That's the point that Aizawa-sensei was trying to hammer home after the battle trials. Trying to make a show of things gets people killed. Even if it's not the most entertaining thing to watch, I'm proud of my friends for doing so well. Yanagi vs Setsuna ended rather predictably. Setsuna's control over her separated limbs was usurped by Yanagi's telekinetic quirk, and a single piece of her being flung outside of the ring was all it took. Yorozu vs Shiozaki took longer, exciting the crowd again as Yorozu warded off vines with her shield before striking back with a potent weed killer that had Shiozaki forfeiting the match in tears. Before he knew it, it was time for the final match of the round, Todoroki vs Okiko. Izuku watched with rapt attention as Todoroki stepped out onto the field with a troubled face, grimacing as he watched Endeavor rejoin the heroes section. He must have talked to him. I hope that Todoroki is okay. It's time for the last match of the first round. One of the strongest students in 1A and the son of Endeavor, Shoto Todoroki. Versus. My personal favorite, 1A's Okiko Uraraka. Start. Izuku's jaw dropped as a massive glacier erupted from Todoroki, going up and out of the arena. Okiko was grimacing, but Izuku could see flashes of pink light bouncing around inside that glacier. So she's gonna use it, heh? Uraraka, can you move? Midnight asked. Okuko's grimace morphed into a giant smile. The glacier started cracking, and the ground beneath it groaned as it sank down. Ice exploded everywhere, refracting the sunlight all around the stadium in a gorgeous display. Todoroki's eyes widened as Okuko screamed, "Yeah!" What was that? Present MIC screamed. Uraraka is unfazed by Todoroki's attack. Her spirit is too fiery to be frozen. Another glacier launched toward Okuko, who only grinned as she ran around it, brushed her fingers against the ice, and crushed it by increasing its gravitational pull. Izuku grinned as he watched the large, shattered pieces of ice start floating up afterward. In the 2 weeks before the sports festival, Izuku had trained the most with Okuko. It made sense, considering that they were planning on starting a team together, and he had a bunch of theories about her quirk that he was eager to test. To both of their delight, Izuku's realization that Okuko controlled the degree to which she affected an object's gravity, everything she touched would float straight into space if she completely negated it, after all, had led to the discovery that Okuko could not only lessen an object's gravitational pull but also increase it. I wonder how many people operate off of false assumptions about their quirks. Okuko most likely could always increase gravitational pull, but because she wanted to help her parents with their construction company, she probably only ever tried to make things lighter. There's not a lot of practical applications to weighing them down more, but in this case, Okuko was harrying Todoroki in a way that Izuku had never seen before. Todoroki honestly looked flustered and unsure of himself here. He kept trying to keep her on the back foot, dancing around the ring as she tried to close the distance, but any attempt to trap her in the ice was crushed. Todoroki didn't see the hailstorm brewing above him. He didn't think to look up at all until Okuko pressed her fingers together with a savage grin. The pieces of ice falling down were various shapes and sizes, but all of them were jagged and fully capable of cutting anyone that they hit. Todoroki was already shivering, breathing out cold air as he had slowed down over the past few minutes, frost creeping over his skin. He wouldn't be able to shield himself with a glacier, not without suffering from severe frostbite. Izuku's eyes lit up as Todoroki pushed into a corner and desperate went up in flames. A gout of fire shot into the sky, expanding the cold air and exploding the chunks of ice that had been raining down. The blast gouged into the earth and left craters all throughout the ring as both Todoroki and Okuko stared each other down. Okuko staggered forward 2 steps before she fell to the ground. She went past her weight limit ages ago. Increasing gravitational pull takes a lot more out of her than decreasing it does, and she was switching between the two quickly. Midnight walked onto the field, holding her hand up as Todoroki snuffed out his flames. Uraraka is unable to continue. Todoroki will be moving on to the second round. Xiaotou. So you've finally accepted it. With my BLD pumping through your veins, you will surpass me. You will fulfill my own ambitions. Endeavor yelled. He was so loud that Izuku could hear him from the other side of the stadium. Todoroki violently twitched before schooling his expression and walking forward, bending down and holding a hand out to Okuko. She was pale and shaking, but Okuko took that hand, letting him and Midnight help her stand. Todoroki draped her arm over his shoulder and helped her walk to the hallway leading to Recovery Girls Station. Another appealing display of sportsmanship from this year's hero class. We'll be back with the second round after a break. The arena needs repairing after that one, folks. Izuku stood up and turned to face his friends, squinting when he realized that Shinsu wasn't there anymore. He shrugged it off and waved farewell to everyone else before running off to check on Okuko and Todoroki. Recovery Girl worked fast. By the time that Izuku got there, they both only had a couple of small bandages that covered up scrapes they'd gotten in the battle. You two should be fine now. Honestly, you kids go too far sometimes, Recovery Girl muttered. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm still not strong enough, Okuko whispered. Izuku wasn't going to let that stand, but Todoroki beat him to it. You're very strong. I've never had to use my fire before. Not even my father could push me to that point. You did. I almost lost. Okuko sniffled. She nodded as she said, I'll just have to do better next year. Don't be too HRD on yourself. Heroes are definitely gonna see how powerful you are, 𝐒𝐿𝐵. We've only been here for a few weeks. Your growth is already incredible, and we're all only going to keep improving from here on out. The three of them walked out of the room, and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and Todoroki walked Izuku to the preparation room while they waited on the arena to be fixed. Todoroki looked to the ground, eyebrows furrowing before he looked between Izuku and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and said, "If I'm going to start using my fire, then I'll need to change my costume. Could I? Would it be okay if I put golden scales on mine too?" Izuku's eyes lit up. "You want to join our team?" Todoroki nodded and averted his eyes, looking more embarrassed than Izuku had ever seen him. "Of course you can." 𝐒𝐿𝐵 cried out. "This is gonna be so cool. Do you need help with your costume? Izuku sketched mine out for me." Midoriya draws. Todoroki blinked, seeming surprised by that. "I would appreciate the assistance. Most hero teams have some sort of uniform, right? Ours is pretty loose, though. The most important thing is the scales. Beyond that, the only thing that I'm strict about is facial protection. Eyes, noses, and mouths are weak points that are easy to exploit, and having something to protect them can also prevent you from instinctively flinching back from blows aimed in that direction. You could always go with something designed after ski goggles. That'd match your aesthetic while also being protective. We'd just need to give you some sort of mask for filtering gases and stuff like mine. Maybe don't make my mistake and protect your neck from the beginning too," Izuku muttered. Todoroki looked slightly overwhelmed as he said, "That sounds good. We'll have to talk more about it later, but thank you, Midoriya, Uraraka." "None of that," 𝐒𝐿𝐵 chided. "You're part of our team now. You can use our first names." Izuku nodded when Todoroki looked at him questioningly. They both grinned when Todoroki nodded and said, "Then call me 𝐿𝐵." It took half an hour for the arena to be completely fixed. When Izuku walked out into the stadium, standing directly across from Monoma, it was impossible to tell that the ground had been so wrecked before this. And we're back. Our second round kicks off with one as still undefeated, Izuku Midoriya versus 1BS keen strategist, Nito Monoma. With a quirk like yours, I really expected you to be all brawn. You've pleasantly surprised me. 1B is counting on me to win this, though. I won't hold back. Start. Izuku very nearly responded to Monoma before pausing, eyeing him more closely, and keeping his mouth closed. Shinsu wasn't sitting with 1A toward the end there. Assuming that he wins his next match against Iida, he'd be going against me. As someone who knows both his fighting style and his quirk, I'm the worst possible matchup for him. Letting Monoma copy his quirk to take me out of the game here would be the smart thing to do since he could still surprise him with his fighting style. I'm not risking it. Monoma sighed. Not gonna do this the easy way, here. Green eyes narrowed as Izuku studied his opponent. I don't want to risk getting too close to him if he copies my quirk and goes all out, then it could seriously hurt him, so my best move would be, he used Black Whip to send out two dark tendrils, wrapping one around Monoma while he dodged away from the other. Izuku tightened his hold on Monoma and prepared to throw him out of the ring when Monoma cackled and said, "Oh, I hoped you'd use that." He froze when Monoma vanished, eyes widening as he saw two blue eyes peeking out from a tendril that was now aimed directly at him. It was hard for something connected to Izuku to miss him. He barely kept himself in the ring from the force of the impact. Only the second tendril planting itself in the ground saved him before he shut off Black Whip entirely, ejecting Monoma back into the ring. Monoma just turned one of Midoriya's attacks against him. Have we finally found someone who'll give our champion trouble? Present MIC cried out. Black Whip is completely out then. That's going to make this difficult. Does he have a copy limit? If I get in close, then I'm going to have to throw him out quickly or risk him breaking himself. You're a thinker, Monoma said as he darted in close. So I just can't give you time to think. Izuku jerked back and grabbed Monoma's wrist, flipping him over his shoulder before the blonde could brush against Izuku with his free hand. He wasn't close enough to the line to flip him out of the ring, but Monoma grunted as Izuku took several steps back. One for all flowed over him, and now that he was looking closely, Izuku noticed that his veins actually glowed red before the green lightning thing happened. Here. That's a visual indicator that could be dangerous. He waited for 𝐼noma to stand up, knowing that trying to restrain him with Black Whip wouldn't go well and that trying to grab him while he was down would only give him the chance to copy one for all. 𝐼noma stood back up, chuckling as he said, "Definitely have to give you credit. You deserve to get this far. The fact that you're still talking makes me almost certain that you have brainwashing. I'm not going to fall for that." Izuku leapt forward, startling when 𝐼noma blew out a stream of air to keep him from getting close. He swung his foot around and shattered the invisible barrier. 𝐼noma's hand immediately went for Izuku's foot, but luckily, he only lightly brushed against the breathes of Izuku's gym uniform. Brainwashing, that darkness-merging quirk, and the air one. That's at least 3 quirks. There has to be some sort of limiter, right? How many can he copy? How long do the copies last? 𝐼noma and Midoriya seemed to be at a standstill. Present MIC shouted. Neither of them can get any solid hits on the other. I could try to time him out, but I have no guarantee that would work. I have to risk it. Izuku rushed forward, tackling 𝐼noma as he tried to throw him out of the ring. He could feel the hand brush against his arm, and he only relaxed once 𝐼noma muttered, "A blank, din. You've got a finicky quirk, don't you?" He pivoted around, swinging his foot at 𝐼noma and reeling when a sudden, invisible impact sent him out of the form. Izuku only managed to keep himself from falling by using float to leave the ground entirely, grimacing. That wasn't the same as the air barrier. He has the invisible impact thing too. At least he can't use one for all for whatever reason. Just as Segas that I still have to keep him from touching me. When Izuku ran toward 𝐼noma again, he was surprised to see the blonde's eyes widen as he dodged instead of striking back. Curious, Izuku decided to chance it and sent another tendril from Black Whip at him, smirking when he didn't sink into it this time. He wasn't going to risk his quirk going out of the ring. It was an extension of himself in some ways. It could count as him stepping out, so he put 𝐼noma down right in front of the line and shoved him out instead. And our champion has come out on top again. Izuku Midoriya is our first semifinalist. Izuku walked over to 𝐼noma, grinning as he said, "A time limit, here. You've got a great quirk. What counts as contact for you? Would it be possible to carry around a support item that lets you refresh your copy of a quirk? Rings with hair, maybe. Obviously you can copy transformation quirks, but can you copy mutations? Do you copy any mutations that someone has if you copy their quirk and it has nothing to do with it? Can you?" 𝐼noma burst into laughter, and Izuku blushed when he realized that he'd started muttering again. "Sorry, no. You're fine. It's quite refreshing to speak with someone who is as interested in quirks as I am. That being said, I'm not going to show all of my cards just yet. You'll see what I can do in time." Izuku walked back to the stands, sitting between Okiko and 𝐿𝐼 with a relieved sigh. That was really close. If he didn't have a time limit, then we could have been locked in a stalemate forever. "He's actually really powerful, here," Okiko murmured. 𝐿𝐼 nodded. "Without a doubt. He'll be a force to reckon with in the future." Moving on to the next round. I'm still not quite sure what he does, but it's scary. Hitoshi Shinsu versus steadfast and straightforward, Tenya Iida. Start. Izuku felt bad when Iida immediately blanked and got ordered out of the ring too, but he'd expected it. Iida is very earnest. Shinsu only had to wish him good luck to get a reaction out of him. But still, it's a rough showing when he got used as an advertisement and then got out the next round. He still has his brother's agency, at least. It was over in an instant again. Midoriya will have his work cut out for him with this one. Our second semifinalist, Hitoshi Shinsu. The matches after that were also quick, decisive victories. Yanagi was unable to use her quirk to get �ヱ𝐻𝑒Q out of bounds, and refracting light off of her body blinded Yanagi long enough for 𝐻𝑒Q to throw her out of the ring. 𝐿𝐼 also took down Yorozu quickly, freezing her up to the neck before she got the chance to create anything. Izuku hoped that she wouldn't get too down on herself about it. Yorozu was surprisingly insecure. Then again, with the expectations on her, maybe it's not so surprising after all. Much to the disappointment of the crowd, the first semifinal match was also over quickly. Izuku just shoved Shinsu out of the ring with Black Whip, and since Shinsu knew that he wasn't going to be able to get Izuku with his quirk or best the person who taught him how to fight, not yet, he let him. Xiaoto and 𝐻𝐻𝐿's fight was an interesting one, even if it didn't last very long either. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 was able to dodge his first blast of ice and tried to blind Xiaoto with a combination of her quirk and the ice amplifying the reflection, but he just encased the other half of the arena in ice to make sure that he caught her. So we've got our finalists. We'll take a brief break to clean up the arena and let our competitors get ready, but Izuku Midoriya and Xiaoto Todoroki will be going head-to-head in the last match of the day. Ida's phone rang. He excused himself while he went to answer it, and when he rejoined them in the stands, he was pale and shaking. Midoriya. Uraraka. I apologize for leaving early, but my brother has been attacked by a villain. I need to go see him. Ida cried out. Be safe, they both called out as he ran off, not getting the chance to say anything more than that. I hope that everything is all right, Okiko murmured. But you better go get ready. Ida would be mad if you weren't prepared because you were worrying about him. Izuku left the stands with a shaky nod, agreeing to go wait in the prep room one last time. He ran into one of the last people he wanted to see on his way there. There you are. Endeavor. What are you doing back here? Izuku gulped as he looked up at the man. The fire flickering around his face both as a beard and as a mask around his eyes cast him in an eerie light that intimidated Izuku, especially given what he knew now. I saw what you did out there. That kind of strength, speed, and versatility. You've got an amazing quirk. It might even be on par with All Might's. Izuku wasn't going to stick around and chance Endeavor seeing the same connection Xiaoto did. He walked around him, quickly striding forward as he said, I don't know what you're getting at. I need to go get ready. Endeavor turned back to face him, cutting him off by saying, my boy, Xiaoto, has a duty to surpass All Might. His match against you will prove a valuable test. Give it your all. Put up a good fight against him. That's all I have to say. Izuku could feel his teeth grinding together as he stopped walking. I'm not All Might. Well, of course you're not, right? That much is obvious. Izuku looked back, staring Endeavor in the eye as he said, and Xiaoto isn't you. Present MIC started talking again, but Izuku's heart was pounding too loudly in his ears for him to hear it. The hallway surged with heat from Endeavor's anger. Izuku quickly walked to where he needed to wait for the next match, deciding that it was better to be safe than sorry. And now, what you've all been waiting for. Izuku stepped into the arena, listening to the crowd cheer louder than they had all day. He looked at Xiaoto and gave him a smile. Xiaoto returned it. Our finalists. Will he hold onto his championship title? Izuku Midoriya versus. His ruthlessly swept everyone aside so far, Xiaoto Todoroki. Your father is a real PP, you know. Xiaoto snorted and nodded, tilting his head as he asked, want to make a show of this? Start. You know I do, Izuku answered with a smirk. Immediately, a giant glacier of ice rushed toward Izuku. He grinned as he let dozens of black tendrils explode outward, writhing as he powered up one for all and helped them destroy the glacier. Any ice that came Izuku's way was shattered into millions of tiny pieces, glittering in the setting sun in a breathtaking display. When one glacier went particularly high, Izuku took the chance to use float and start flying around the ring. He was careful not to cross the line, staying close to the center, and Xiaoto only smiled indulgently before going up in flames and hurling them in the sky again. Izuku used Black Whip to dig into the ground, plant himself in the ring, only getting slightly battered by the rapid expansion of the air. He looked down at Xiaoto, tilted his head, and grinned when Xiaoto nodded. Izuku dive-bombed his newest friend, smashing ice and batting away fire as he got closer and closer to the ground. He did a happy little spin as he laughed, Black Whip swaying and vibrating with his joy. When the tendrils wrapped around Xiaoto, it was more like giving him a hug than truly restraining him. Izuku touched down in front of him with a massive smile on his face, ignoring the fact that a couple of free tendrils were wagging like an excited puppy's tail. I forfeit, Xiaoto announced. I would rather not be thrown out of the ring. They both knew that they could fight for a lot longer. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 could catch himself with rings of ice as Izuku threw him around, after all, but neither of them wanted to do that. They just wanted to have fun, show off a little, and end it peacefully. It's just a school competition. No need to maim each other for this. There you have it. Sh― Todoroki has forfeited, meaning that the winner of the first-year sports festival is one as Izuku Midoriya. Izuku smiled as he deactivated both Black Whip and One for All, lightly bumping his shoulder against 𝐿𝐴𝐷's as he asked, "You doing alright? I know you can balance yourself out pretty well, but rapidly fluctuating temperatures can probably still make you dizzy and never change, Izuku. Since our arena is surprisingly intact, we'll be able to move on to the awards ceremony shortly. Toru Hagekure and Hitoshi Shinsu, please come join our finalists while we get everything set up. We'll be back for our viewers at home after a quick break." 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and Izuku watched as 𝐒mentos set up the concrete podiums, and Hagekure and Shinsu joined them while Midnight was painting the numbers on the front. "You guys were so cool." Hagekure cheered. "We were on the edge of our seats the entire time. Well, except for Uraraka, but she said that you were both just playing, so they were. It would have been a much bloodier fight if they hadn't been." Shinsu looked over them both, eyes narrowing as he said, "Though I don't know when you two got so close." "I'm joining Izuku and Okiko's hero team," 𝐿𝐴𝐷 said simply, and Shinsu looked taken aback by that. "Oh, I can't blame you 'cause it's Todoroki, but I wanted to join," Hagekure mumbled. "You still can," Izuku reassured her. "A stealth hero would balance us out a lot, and we all trust you. It's not like we're trying to restrict the members to a certain number." "Really? That'd be great. The support department is still working on a way to make my costume switch between invisible and visible, but once they've figured it out, I'll make sure to get those scales put on mine too. You can all call me Toru." "What am I, chopped liver?" "You and I both know that you want to be a solo underground hero, Shinsu." "Doesn't mean that I don't want to be offered, Midoriya," Shinsu snarked back, clearly just messing with him. "You have a very weird friendship," 𝐿𝐴𝐷 observed. Izuku and Shinsu both just laughed at that, and once Izuku had caught his breath, he looked up at the nearly finished podiums before turning back to his friends and asking, "Wanna help me make a point on national television?" And we're back. Midnight, take it away. "Thank you, MIC. We're moving right on to the award ceremony. In third place we have, what are you four doing?" Midnight sounded exasperated, but it was in such a begrudgingly fond way that Izuku knew she wasn't mad. He beamed from his place on the first place podium, tilting his head in faux confusion as if there weren't 3 extra people up there with him. Izuku smiled as he said, "I said that I wanted to walk toward a better future together, remember? I may have won the tournament here today, but that doesn't mean that I'm better than anyone else. There's not enough room for all of us up here, and I do know when to stop pushing my luck, believe it or not, but I don't want to stand above the others. We're all equals here." "I like it," Midnight cried out, cracking her WHP with a wide grin. "The medals will be the same, but I don't see why you can't stand together. Speaking of medals, presenting them this year is, I am here with the medals. Everyone's hero, All Might." All Might and Midnight looked at each other awkwardly for several long moments, and then Midnight apologized for cutting him off. She walked over to the podium with All Might, holding the case of medals open as he reached into it and pulled out both third-place medals. "Hagekure, Shinsu, you both proved today that overwhelming power isn't everything. You should be proud of getting so far." He placed the medals around their necks before stepping back and grabbing the next one. Izuku knew that All Might probably didn't mean what he said in a bad way, but it still felt a little dismissive. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 definitely agreed if the cold glare on his face was any indication. Then again, that just might be because it's All Might. "Young Todoroki, your true capabilities were a wonder to behold. I look forward to seeing more of what you can do." That glare only hardened further when All Might gave him the silver medal. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 wound up snatching it from his hands and putting it on himself. All Might blinked at the scene before moving on and bringing the gold medal up to Izuku, smiling as he said, "You've done incredibly well for yourself today, young Midoriya. You've made me proud. Make it more obvious for people that we have a connection, would you?" Izuku thought snarkily. The medal itself wasn't heavy, but the weight of what it represented certainly felt that way as it hung around his neck. "These are your winners," All Might declared. But as young Midoriya said, everyone here has the potential to be standing up on this podium. Competition. Encouragement. Pushing each other to climb higher. The sprouts of today will grow into the heroes of tomorrow. In that spirit, let's have one final cheer. And while the weight of All Might's expectations still felt heavy, Izuku laughed alongside all of his friends as the rest of the stadium screamed plus ultra over whatever All Might said. They bid their farewells to Shinsu who, after ranking third in the sports festival, was definitely guaranteed a spot in the hero course and headed back to class together. Everyone was told that they'd get the next couple of days off to recover, and the class grew even more excited once they learned that any internship offers would be waiting for them once they got back. This is our starting line. Everything really begins here. The next day, Izuku got a message from 𝐬𝐽. He gave Okiko, Toru, and Izuku his number right after the sports festival asking if he could come over tomorrow to work on his costume. His mother had been excited at the prospect of meeting more of Izuku's friends and agreed immediately, but Izuku needed to focus on what was happening today for now. "It's been so long since we've had a family over," 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 said with a hum. "I hope that the Urarakas don't mind the clutter. Should we put some of it away?" "I think it'll be fine, Mom. It's just some pictures and knickknacks anyway," Izuku answered from the kitchen. "I don't think I've seen her so worried in a while. She must really want to make a good impression on them." Izuku could understand that. Okiko was the first friend he'd made in a literal decade. The last thing he wanted was for her parents to not like him. There was a knock on the door. "Mom, would you mind getting that? The donburi is almost done." "Hello. Welcome to our home, Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka. It's nice to see you again, Okiko." "You don't have to be so formal, Mrs. Midoriya. Just Chami is fine," Okiko's mother said. "Thank you for inviting Oshita and I over as well. Okiko speaks so fondly of you and your son." "Call me 𝐭, then." "Speaking of, where is Izuku?" He peeked his head out from the kitchen when he heard Okiko's voice, saying, "In here. Sorry, dinner's almost done." "Your boy's cooking for us?" Okiko's father asked. 𝐭 giggled and said, "He really wanted to make a good impression on you both." "Mom," Izuku wailed. The adults all laughed, and Izuku's face was still bright red by the time that Okiko helped him carry the plates to their dining table. There was just enough room for 5 people. Izuku and his mother used to do this sort of thing with the Bakugos, after all, and once they had all settled and started eating, Okiko's mother turned to Izuku with a questioning look. "Okiko was telling me about how you're forming a hero team together, but have you two come up with a name? Are there any others joining in?" "We're the Scales of Justice," Izuku answered with a huge grin. "And 𝐬𝐽 and Toru are both joining too. That's the Fire and Ice Boy and the Invisible Girl, isn't it?" "Talk about a strong team," Okiko's father muttered. 𝐭 looked to Izuku with teary eyes, sniffling as she said, "I knew that putting the scales on your costume was an homage to me, but I didn't expect you to name the whole team after that." "Oh. Come to think of it, what do you do for a living, 𝐭?" His mother turned to Okiko's with a small smile tugging at her lips. "I'm a villain defense lawyer. It's my job to make sure that villains are given fair sentences. It's shockingly common for heroes to try to push their careless damages off on those they captured and that their human rights are still being maintained. Most people would probably assume that it's a thankless job, but I enjoy what I do." "Oh," Okiko gasped. "That's why you talk so much about wanting to make sure things are fair. You're not just trying to save civilians," Izuku nodded. "If you're really going to save someone, then you need to save their hearts too. Sometimes villains are the ones who need the most help, but no one ever seems willing to offer it to them. I want to change that. We're all people. With the way that heroes are deified and villains are demonized, I think that a lot of people forget that. I just want to help people." Okiko's father gave him a long look before saying, "Okiko, you need to marry this boy." "Dad," she cried out as both she and Izuku blushed bright red. "Oh, I'm so proud of you, Izuku," 𝐭 sniffled. "You've always had such a big heart." I was worried that going to a hero school would harden it. We've got a couple of good kids here, 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐼's mother said with a smile. I'll admit, it makes me feel a lot better to know that 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐼 won't be doing this all alone. She did amazing, especially against someone as powerful as that Todoroki kid, but knowing that our kids will be looking out for each other, it makes it a little bit easier to let them go, his mother agreed. This is impressive, �プ𝐿 muttered as he looked at the sketch of his costume. And the specifications are so detailed too. Is it even possible to weave more fire-resistant fibers with Kevlar? Izuku nodded. It's a bit finicky, but it helps that Kevlar is fire-resistant to start with. Obviously, it's super important that your costume can withstand extreme temperatures, but Kevlar protects you from getting stabbed or shot too. I've seen devices that can regulate body temperatures like this before. It shouldn't be too hard for the support department to build a monitoring function into the jumpsuit itself and link it into an external piece of gear that helps you. That's why I added the vest. Can you think of any other additions that you want? I want a utility belt too. Having pouches for supplies will be useful. Maybe add a way for the boots to become spiked. It would make running on ice easier. Izuku wrote down everything that 𝐿𝐴𝐼 was saying, drawing arrows to the places on the costume that would need the new functions. Those are good ideas. The gauntlets that I added should hopefully help you compress both ice and fire better, assuming that the support department can figure out a way to make them. You want the full range for the ski goggles, right? Thermal and X-ray vision. Do you want a design on your mask, or do you just want to leave it white? Those both sound good, 𝐿𝐴𝐼 agreed. Make sure to specify that the goggle lenses need to be clear too. People are more relaxed when they can see your face, right? The mask can't be helped, but if seeing my eyes can put them more at ease. As for the mask's design, maybe we can make it look like fabric. It could throw villains off if it doesn't look particularly useful. That all sounds doable. What colors do you want? Navy for the main color. White for the accents. Maybe some shade of pink here and there. The silver from the support items should go fine with that, right? MHMN. The gold scales won't clash with anything either. It looks good, 𝐿𝐴𝐼. Thanks, 𝐿𝐴𝐼 said with a small smile. I appreciate you helping me put the idea to paper. Anytime. 𝐿𝐴𝐼 looked around Izuku's apartment, eyes lingering on a few family pictures. It was just Izuku and 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐼 in most of them, but in a few early ones pictures that were taken when Izuku was 3 or younger there was a tall man with white hair and red eyes in them too. I know your mother is at work right now, but is your father? Izuku shook his head and chuckled bitterly. He left months before I was diagnosed as quirkless. I think that he knew. Mom is still married to him and he still sends checks, but I haven't seen him since he left. I wouldn't even know what he looked like if we didn't have pictures. Are all fathers awful? 𝐿𝐴𝐼 muttered. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐼 seems nice. 𝐻M sounds fake, but okay. Izuku snorted at that, stretching and massaging the crick out of his neck that came with bending over one of his notebooks for too long. How did visiting your mother go? Izuku had been a bit worried when 𝐿𝐴𝐼 mentioned wanting to visit her after the sports festival, but he trusted his friend to know his limits. It went well. She seems happier now that she's away from my father. I want to save her. I want her to be able to feel safe like that outside of the hospital too. That sounds like a good thing to work toward, Izuku said with a smile. We'll help you however we can. Thank you, 𝐿𝐴𝐼 said with a small smile. It's nice not being alone. It was raining on the day that classes started up again. Izuku had been swarmed on the trains after his win at the sports festival, and he resolved to start taking an earlier train to avoid being late. I'm cutting it close as it is. Izuku wasn't the only one running behind this morning. He and 𝐈𝐵 both sprinted into the building, Izuku holding an umbrella while 𝐈𝐵 was decked out in a poncho and rain boots and shook out their soaked rain gear before storing them in lockers. Is everything okay? You needn't worry about my brother. 𝐈𝐵 said with a smile. Something about it felt unbearably hollow. I apologize if he or I caused you any undue concern. If things were really okay, then you wouldn't have gone radio silent while we were on break. He knew better than to press, though, so the two of them simply made their way to the classroom in silence. Everyone was chattering excitedly about the sports festival until Aizawa walked into the room, quieting immediately as he called out, "Morning. Good morning. We've got a hero informatics class first thing today. It's a special one too. You'll be coming up with your hero names." The entire class erupted into cheers, and Izuku wasn't ashamed to be one of them. He, Okiko, Xiaoto, and Toru had all talked about their hero names over the break, wanting to coordinate them so that, even if it wasn't immediately obvious, they all had a theme of balance and inclusivity. But first, concerning the internships that I mentioned, offers are based on who the pros think will be ready to join the workforce after another 2 or 3 years of experience. You could say that it's a way for them to show interest in your futures. However, that interest can grow or wane before you graduate. These offers aren't set in stone and can be revoked at any time. It's actually quite common. So, even if we pick now, there'll just be higher hurdles in the year to come, here? Toru asked. Yes. Now, here are the number of internship offers that each of you received. Aizawa clicked a remote and a holographic projection covered the blackboard. Izuku blinked in shock at the uneven numbers. Most of the offers were sent to him or Xiaoto, but he was pleased that all of his friends had at least a few offers. There's typically more of a spread, but our top 2 really stole the spotlight. Man, they're in a totally different league. Kaminari cried out, slumping in his chair. He got a few offers thanks to his showing in the cavalry battle, but Izuku knew that Shinsu getting him out right away hurt his chances. Ida got a decent number of offers, but that probably had more to do with the fact that he was a legacy, considering how things went for him. Given Ida's displeased expression, he knew that too. Kirishima said, "They've got first and second backward, though. Some heroes probably don't know how to help Midoriya," Zero pointed out. "His quirk is a lot more technical than Todoroki's." "Good job, as ever, Todoroki." "It was mostly just my father's influence, Yarozu." Okiko beamed at her 100 or so offers, saying, "I guess my fight against Xiaoto was enough. I was worried, since when were you calling him Xiaoto, Kero?" With that said, Aizawa continued, clearing his throat. "Whether or not you were given any offers, you'll all have a chance to work alongside pros. So that's where our hero names come in." Seitu cheered. "They won't be set in stone, but you'll still want to pick something appropriate or else you'll know hell." Midnight cut Aizawa off, sauntering into the classroom. "The name that you pick now may be what the world ends up calling you. It's happened to plenty of pros. It'll be hard to change it once it becomes commonly used." "Exactly. Midnight will be the one evaluating whether or not your names make the cut. I'm really no good at that kind of thing. What future do you see for yourself? The name that you choose will play a large part in cementing your image and reflecting your goals and character." The class got 15 minutes to work on names, and the Scales of Justice wrote theirs down right away. Izuku offered to help. A struggling M, sighing in relief once he persuaded him away from an entire sentence. He didn't see anyone else who needed immediate, dire help besides Bakugo, but Izuku knew better than to comment on his name even if they could use improvement, so he left them be. "Alright, let's get started. It's alright if you're still working on it, but will someone who's ready come to the front?" Midnight asked. Emma did just that, carrying his board up with him and smiling as he said, "I'm the shining hero, Etoile." "Oh, I like that. Very nicely done." Ashido went up next, and while Midnight tried to veto her name idea, Izuku pointed out that the Alien series was no longer protected under any copyright law. Ashido was ecstatic about that news. Midnight convinced her to change her tagline to Acidic Hero, though, so she wound up being the Acidic Hero, Alien Queen. Tsuyu went next, and everyone loved the name Froppy. Rainy Season Hero is a cute tagline, and it makes Tsuyu sound approachable too. Kirishima declared himself the sturdy hero, Red Riot, an obvious homage to Crimson Riot that made Izuku smile. Midnight warned him that there was a lot of pressure that came with names like that, but in typical Kirishima fashion, he was ready to meet that head-on. Jiru picked Hearing Hero, Earphone Jack, Shuji picked Tentacle Hero, Tentacle, Zero picked Taping Hero, Cellophane, Seitu picked Sweets Hero, Sugarman, Ojiro picked Martial Arts Hero, Tailman, and Kaminari picked Stun Gun Hero, Charge Bolt. Midnight seemed pleasantly surprised by all of their names. Toru was the first member of their group to present her name. I'm the stealth hero, Spectra. Her name took their group the longest to come up with, but they all were happy with it in the end. Visible light is part of the electromagnetic spectrum, and she manipulates that both to make herself invisible even if she can't turn that part off and to refract light. One of the plural forms for spectrum is spectra, and her name also sounds kind of like spectre. It was way better than going with ghost and calling it a day. 𝐤𝐻𝐿 went next. Thermodynamic hero, equilibrium. That name was pretty self-explanatory, and Midnight seemed to agree, giving it an immediate pass. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 followed him up by saying, I'm the orbital hero, Uravity. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had decided on her hero name a while back using the kanji from her name in an incredibly clever way, and everyone agreed that it was a good one. Since orbits are typically a regular thing, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 changed her tagline to match the group's theme. Because, as she said, what goes around comes around. Yorozu looked like she was about to present her own name, but when she saw the look on Izuku's face, she gestured for him to go first. Izuku took a deep breath as he flipped his board around in front of the class. I'm the balance hero, the Miss. Midnight gave him a long look, asking, Isn't that a Greek titan's name? Izuku nodded. The Miss is the personification of fairness, law, natural law, and so on. As a hero, I want to embody those things, so several years ago, I decided to take on her name. They're big shoes to fill, but I'm determined to do so. I don't have any objections. After Izuku sat back down, Yorozu chose everything hero, Creati, Kuda chose petting hero, Anima, Mineta chose fresh-picked hero, grape juice, and Tokoyami chose jet black hero, Tsukuimi, giving Izuku a nod as he did so. Another deity name, here. At least I won't stand out too much for choosing one myself. Bakugo went up and had his name instantly rejected, and when Ida went up, he only chose his first name. Midnight allowed it with a sigh after Ida refused to budge. The look in his eye. It's probably bad to say that I'm more worried about Ida than his brother, but, after Bakugo's next name got rejected, Aizawa cut them off with a sigh and asked him to keep working on it outside of the class. Your internships start in a week. Everyone who was drafted will get personalized lists, and those of you who weren't will be able to choose from 40 agencies that are always accepting interns. Each hero has their own specialty and region, so make your choices carefully. We need you to submit your choices by the coming weekend. The heroes you choose will need time to prepare accommodations for you all. We've only got 2 days to pick. 𝐒𝐿 cried out. Everyone started leafing through their lists, grateful that their next class was a free PRD. Izuku's eyes widened at the first name he saw on his list. Hawks. Flying quirks are pretty rare, so while it makes sense, I still didn't expect. It'd be a good way to learn how to incorporate float into my fighting style. I was really just winging it through the sports festival, and if I'm already flying this fast with 15% of one for all, the more that Izuku thought about it, the more certain he was that Hawks was the best choice for him. He circled the hero's name and laid his stack on the desk, turning to 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 as he asked, Who are you planning to intern with? Gunhead. I really want to work on my direct combat abilities, you know. I like rescue work, but I don't want to lean too heavily into one thing and limit myself. That's fair. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was one of the people who saw what happened to 13 who did exactly that and focused on rescue to the exclusion of all else, and she was already picking up on a lot of combat techniques. Refining it with Gunhead is a good idea. How about you? I'm gonna go with Hawks. Tokoyami immediately looked over to Izuku and said, You got picked by Hawks too. It appears that we'll be doing our internships together. He sent me an offer too, 𝐤𝐻𝐿 hummed. He's probably one of the few heroes my father can't bully into handing over the internship, and I want to work more on my fine control anyway, whoa. And here I thought I was lucky to get picked by Yoroimusha. You guys all are going to work with the number 3. You'll have to keep me updated, Toru cheered, uniform sleeves waving excitedly. How about you, Ida? Yorozu asked. I planned on interning with my brother, but Manuel was kind enough to offer me a place in his agency. I intend to take it. Manuel. Doesn't he operate out of Hosu? 𝐼𝐺𝐸𝐺 was patrolling that area during the sports festival, and I haven't heard of any other stain victims in that area. Ida, please tell me that you're not planning something so stupid. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 cut off Izuku's spiraling thoughts. You said that you needed to go to the support department today, right? Yeah. They should have my costume fitted with a turtleneck now, and it'll let you submit yours too. Aizawa-sensei, can we? Aizawa sighed. If you two already made your choice, then I don't see why not. Leave your forms on the desk before you go. The two of them did just that, and to Izuku's delight, Hatsume greeted them as soon as they entered the workshop. Hey, Midoriya. Thanks again for the opportunity to show off my babies. Do you need any more fancy gadgets for your costume? He's just here to pick up a minor modification, Hatsume. Power Loader called out. Don't scare him off before he can try it on. Izuku only laughed, saying, she couldn't do that. Besides, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 actually does need some tech. Hatsume's eyes lit up. Do you have another sketch for him? You have some of the best ideas for babies, even if you don't know how to make them yourself. She was practically vibrating as she asked this, and Izuku nodded and pulled out the sheet of paper with 𝐿𝐴𝐷's costume on it. Hatsume snatched it right away, humming and nodding as she said, I see. He's gonna be on your team too, here. I'll make sure to link him to the special frequency that you and Uraraca's comms are set to by default. Izuku watched as Hatsume took off in a whirlwind. Am I like this about quirks? Yes, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 deadpanned. But there's nothing wrong with that. Power Loader only sighed and went off to take pictures of the sketch before it wound up caught in an explosion, handing Izuku his costume when he came back over to them. Izuku pulled the fabric out of the case, nodding at how seamlessly the addition of a turtleneck had been added. You can't tell that it didn't have one to begin with. Let me know if it needs any adjustments before your internship start. Todoroki, we'll get as much done as we can before you go on yours, but something as complex as the gauntlets probably won't be finished. That's fine. Says you. Hatsume cried out. I'll make sure they get done. Hatsume, you do have to go home at some point, Power Loader sighed, sounding absolutely exhausted. Izuku and 𝐿𝐴𝐷 left before they could start arguing over realistic deadline times. The next several days went by quickly, and Izuku spent most of his time researching Stain. There were a few things that most people knew about him, like how he struck under the cover of night and took down multiple heroes per city, but he dug deep to find as much information as he could. The first thing that Izuku did was figure out Stain's exact pattern. When Izuku looked back at past victims, he always targeted 4 heroes per city before moving on. In addition to that, the bodies were always found in alleyways that were distant from the main roads, indicating that Stain stalked his victims before striking, learning their patterns and ambushing them to keep the upper hand. Izuku also learned that every hero that Stain killed had the sort of dismissed charges on their file that his mother warned him was a red flag. More often than not, those heroes bribed or threatened people into silence once charges were brought against them, and with abuse of power practically oozing from their files, Izuku wasn't particularly upset that they were gone. The heroes that Stain left alive were the interesting ones. 𝐼𝐺𝐸𝐺 doesn't have anything against him on his record, so why would Stain go after him? There's no link between the ones he left alive. Some are legacies and some aren't. Some have sidekicks and some don't. Did they just stumble across him at the wrong place and wrong time? The more that Izuku looked into it, the more likely that seemed. However, Stain's attacks had become more and more brutal, even to the ones he left alive, ending with 𝐼𝐺𝐸𝐺 formally announcing his retirement after being paralyzed from the waist down. His spiraling. The moral code that he was holding himself to before is becoming less and less firm, and things are only going to get worse because of it. True to her word, Hatsume finished 𝐿𝐴𝐷's gauntlets 2 days before they were leaving for internships. Power Loader had 𝐿𝐴𝐷 test out those and his new temperature regulation systems thoroughly before giving him the all-clear, and though 𝐿𝐴𝐷 looked a bit embarrassed that his jumpsuit had the same pattern of lines on it as Izuku's, though 𝐿𝐴𝐷's was done in white, he conceded that a plain navy jumpsuit with just the scales on it probably wasn't distinctive enough, even with his gear. I haven't seen a hero team come together like this since the Wild Wild Pussycats, Power Loader muttered. Just so you know, we think we're close to figuring out a way to turn the invisibility in Hagiku's suit on and off. She was very insistent that she get scales on her costume as quickly as possible, so, despite Izuku and his friend's best efforts, Ida continued to withdraw from them. What was once mildly worrying was now outright concerning, and Izuku was certain that Ida was going to do something that he'd regret. That's why, at the train station as they headed off to their internships, Izuku looked at Ida and said, "If it ever gets to be too much and you need to talk, please say something. We're your friends. You don't have to be alone if you don't want to be." Ida faced him with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Sure," he said before walking away, and Izuku sighed heavily as he watched him go. "I can't just leave this be. I don't want to betray his trust, but is it betraying his trust if he never told me anything in the first place? Hawks, he'll be able to do something about this, right? I didn't expect 3 fledglings to pick my agency. I'm glad that you did, but what are you all wanting to get out of this? I hope you have better reasons for choosing me than rank," Hawks teased, and Izuku watched with wide eyes as the hero effortlessly carried their luggage with red feathers. How skilled is he at multitasking? He doesn't even seem to be focused on those feathers, but he has to be to some degree, right? I mostly came here to train float, but I could probably improve Black Whip too. I wish to work on my public relations, Tokoyami admitted. I have never been particularly popular, so my social skills could use some work. Hawks nodded seriously at that and said, "Well, you came to the right place for that. How about you, little Todoroki? Fine control, especially with my fire. You're more precise than my father is, and I don't ever want to catch someone in the crossfire. Though now that Tokoyami mentions it, I could probably use help with publicity too." 𝐿𝐴𝐷 furrowed his eyebrows in thought, sounding exhausted by the thought alone. Izuku watched Red Wings puff up slightly at the compliment, filing that information away for later. "I'll have to update Hawk's entry in my notebook later. He definitely has more qualities of a mutation quirk than he publicly advertises, if that reaction is any indication." "And what about you, Midoriya?" "Oh, mostly it was because I only figured out how to fly during the sports festival. There aren't a lot of heroes who could help me with that, and I know that I'll be able to fly even faster than I do now once I can withstand more of my latent energy. You're the only hero that could train me in high-speed flight specifically, and your precision with your feathers is also something that I hope I can emulate with Abyssal WHPS. They're very linked to my emotions, so control can be a bit finicky." And Hawks laughed, bright and loud, as he said, "Your brain and mouth goes as fast as the rest of you, kid. I like that. All right. We can definitely work all of that in, but your first task is to keep up with me during patrol. Good luck with that." "You'll need it," Hawks said with a smirk. The 3 of them spent most of their first patrol desperately chasing after Hawks, but Izuku helped 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and Tokoyami by flying them along while holding onto them with Black Whip. Hawks had been delighted when Izuku actually managed to catch up to him before he defeated a small group of criminals. When Izuku, 𝐿𝐴𝐷, and Tokoyami fell into their temporary beds that evening, they were all sore and tired, but they were also tentatively excited about what was to come. Izuku checked his phone after lying down, frowning when he saw that Ida had left him on red again. "Tomorrow," Izuku thought as he drifted off to sleep. "I'll tell Hawks about my suspicions first thing tomorrow." Hawks. Can I talk to you about something?" The winged hero looked back at Izuku with a ped eyebrow, patting the bar stool next to him as he nodded. "Sure, kid. What's got you up so early? Couldn't sleep?" Izuku shook his head as he sat down. "No, I slept fine. I'm always up this early. I usually go on a run or do some stretches, but, do you have a way of contacting Manuel?" Hawk's head tilted slightly as he said, "Yeah, but what do you need to talk to him for?" "I'm really worried about Ida. He's been super distant ever since Stain went after his brother, and while that's understandable, he also chose to intern with someone who is based in Hosu. Stain has a pattern of going after exactly 4 heroes per city, and Ingenium was the first target in Hosu that was reported. Given Stain's typical target limelight heroes with dismissed charges with a few rare exceptions, such as Ingenium, that are more likely victims of circumstance, the odds of an unreported hero death in Hosu is low, even if the bodies are always found in alleyways. The odds of 3 unreported hero deaths are astronomically low, near impossible. If Ida is given the chance to run off after Stain, then I wouldn't put it past him to do that, not with how much he loves his brother. Golden eyes were much sharper now, evaluating Izuku as Hawks dissected what he said. "What do you want me to do?" Hawks asked, clearly testing him. Is he really using even this to test my problem-solving capabilities? If that's what it takes, Manual typically patrols during the day, but since the number of heroes patrolling Hosu has decreased until Stain has passed through, he's been picking up later shifts too. I'd recommend not allowing Ida to join him on those late shifts, not now. As important as it is to be able to work at any time of day, Ida won't be given the opportunity to do something foolish if he never steps foot into Hosu at night. That presents its own issues, of course, like the possibility that he might try to sneak out and hunt Stain down on his own, but security measures in any standard hero agency will notify Manual or his sidekicks of Ida exiting the building. I don't want to burden Manual with what is essentially babysitting, but, Hawk sighed. You've obviously done your research. I'll go call Manual and make sure he keeps an eye on little Ida, okay? You go do your stretches and unwind, you won't want to be stiff when we start afternoon patrol. Izuku nodded and went to the training room that Hawks had shown them the day before, warming up and getting his BLD pumping to calm his racing thoughts. Xiaotou joined him before too long, also used to waking up early to train, and when an exhausted Tokoyami stumbled into the room 2 hours later, he looked at them both with abject horror. "Morning, people. Truly, the bane of my existence." Hawks barked a laugh from his place behind Tokoyami, gently ruffling black feathers as he said, "The early bird gets the worm, Tokumi. Besides, you'll need to get used to working during dusk and dawn even if you're not planning on going underground." Tokoyami sighed heavily, but he didn't protest Hawk's point. It would definitely be the best utilization of Tokoyami's strength in the darkness. Working when it's darker out would also prevent attacks from people like Toru, Kaminari, or Bakugo from being so devastating against Dark Shadow. They would at least be able to recharge over time. Now, since we've got a little bit of time before we patrol and I don't want to wear you fledglings out too badly, I figured we could talk for a minute. Izuku, Xiaotou, and Tokoyami all straightened up at Hawk's words. Seeing their serious expressions, Hawks waved his hands and said, "It's really nothing that serious. You're all so tense. Then again, I suppose that's to be expected from a class that's already been attacked by villains, so that's his angle." Hawks is good at playing up the friendly, carefree persona, but Izuku spent the vast majority of his life dealing with people who pretended to be something they weren't. Some were good at it and some were bad, but between people acting like they pitied him while wishing he was dead, kids his age finding it hilarious to fake being his friend for a few weeks before leaving him alone again, and teachers acting like they cared about his future when they recommended he start looking for jobs instead of aiming for high school, Izuku knew how to listen for the words that people weren't saying. The fact that he only asked for 1A students is telling. Xiaotou and Tokoyami both nodded at Hawk's words, but they weren't the type to offer up information without being prompted more obviously. Izuku weighed the pros and cons of giving Hawks what he wanted. On one hand, most of this information is already public knowledge anyway. On the other hand, he is closely affiliated with the Commission, and Mom has always told me to steer clear of them. In the end, Izuku decided that it would be more trouble than it was worth to obscure information here. The League of Villains really weren't that big of a threat. It was scary at the time, no doubt, but even with numbers on their side and a few particularly powerful members, they still lost to 20 untrained children and 2 pros who were at a massive disadvantage. Hawk's keen eyes locked onto Izuku again, and Izuku distantly noted that his smile didn't reach his eyes either. "From what I can gather through the reports, you had a large part in dealing with the League, Midoriya." "It was nothing that special, really," Izuku said dismissively, waving his hand. "Just because I'm willing to talk doesn't mean that I'm gonna tell you everything outright. Ask the specific questions. I want to know why the Commission is digging beyond the reports here." Tokoyami gave Izuku an odd look before saying, "I disagree. Your abyssal WHBs are likely the only reason that Aizawa-sensei was not more grievously injured. It'd be different if I had known that I could do that with my quirk beforehand, but I only figured it out through dumb luck and blind panic. The fact that you used that move to neutralize such a powerful threat the first time you used it is impressive," Hawks insisted. "I do wonder how you never realized you could use energy like that before then, though." Was it a matter of only ever using it as a general enhancer, or? Izuku knew that Hawks would be given information from the quirk registry. It was the best way for their new mentors to be able to assist them while knowing their limitations in advance, but it didn't make the fact that Hawks seemed a bit too interested in what his quirk could do any less unnerving. Izuku's quirk had special activation requirements. He's only been able to use it for a few months. Xiaoto's answer had Hawk's eyes widening before he could school his expression. Seriously? It was registered as a late manifestation, but I've never heard of one coming in that late before. No wonder you're still working out the specifics of it. Seriously. From what I've figured out, I can gather, store, and use different types of energy in several ways. The general enhancer that is my default feels different from abyssal WHPS, which feels different from flight. Izuku sighed. And it's nothing like anyone else in my family has ever had, so I'm really left to figure it out on my own. Here. We'll work on testing some things out later then. Now, I do apologize for circling back to the League, but it was mentioned that the leader of that attack spoke to you directly, Midoriya. Would you mind telling me about that? That was covered in my official statement. Is the Commission being shut out of the investigation, or is this another test? Izuku smiled small, gentle, and fake as he said, not at all. I don't know how much help I'll be, but I'll tell you what I know. What was the League's goal in attacking the USJ? Killing All Might, Xiaoto answered. When Hawks looked at him questioning, Xiaoto said, I interrogated some of the lackeys on what their plan was. I intended to head to the plaza to assist Aizawa-sensei afterward, but it wound up being unnecessary. Killing All Might, here. Why would so many petty criminals jump on that bandwagon? Hawk's question was probably rhetorical, but Izuku answered it anyway. Because he's been less active recently. People who look at his patrol patterns can see that the time he spends fighting crime has been getting shorter over the years. If they mistook a likely shift toward retirement for weakness, then they might believe that they have a genuine chance of defeating him now. Retirement? Hawks asked, eyes sharp and searching. I'm sorry, All Might, but Hawks is the number 3 hero. Even with his ties to the Commission, he needs to know that the weight on his shoulders is about to get a lot heavier. I sure as hell can't trust Endeavor to take care of things. Izuku nodded. It's the only reason I can see someone like All Might teaching at UA. He's probably trying to get people used to him being less active before stepping down, and if he's a teacher, then he can still be a part of creating the next generation of heroes to replace him. That makes entirely too much sense, Tokoyami mumbled. I had wondered why someone of his caliber would become a teacher. If it's meant to indicate a shift in careers, as for why even petty criminals might want him dead, Izuku grimaced as he said, having a symbol of peace is a double-edged sword. Heroism before the age of All Might was seen as more of a profession than a way of life. It was still a highly celebritized job, but heroes weren't deified either. On the other side of the coin, villains were still called criminals back then, not being nearly as demonized as they are now. The overall crime rate has gone down, yes, but the sense of security All Might brought to Japan also brought an end to villain rehabilitation programs and encouraged black and white thinking. Anyone who looked at the data would find a direct link between All Might's rise as a symbol and the dehumanization of villains. Public perspective shifted. Heroes slowly became faultless bastions of good while villains became irredeemably evil monsters. It's a small wonder that more people aren't trying to kill him. Both Tokoyami and Hawk's feathers were puffed out in alarm, though the latter hid it better than Tokoyami did. Xiaoto only nodded solemnly at Izuku's words. The number of people who would instantly defend what Endeavor has done just because he's a hero. I'm glad that Xiaoto told me, but it's also awful because I know that no one would believe him. So, my best guess at their motives is ending that sort of thinking. Getting rid of the symbol that everyone holds up as the pinnacle of heroism would force them to re-evaluate heroism as a whole, and with heroism and villainy so closely entwined, they would be forced to look into shadows that they were previously content to ignore, Tokoyami concluded. Exactly. Even petty criminals are prosecuted as villains. I mean, think about Mount Lady's debut. I was there to see that in person, and I can tell you that the purse snatcher was terrified out of his mind. That was a crime of desperation, not of malicious intent. He intentionally avoided buildings and thus, people by staying on the empty train tracks after he activated his quirk, and while Kamu Woods would have been able to resolve the incident with no trouble, Mount Lady kicked him off the tracks with excessive force that caused a good bit of damage and endangered the civilians near the fight. Her lawyers also tried to push that damage off on the purse snatcher to increase his 10-year sentence. Izuku could go further into how no one should go to prison for 10 years because they stole a purse which probably didn't have that much money in it anyway, but he forcefully cut himself off before he said anything that put him on a commission watch list. If I'm not on one already, that is. Well, Hawk said faintly. Remind me to talk informatic-focused heroics with you, Midoriya. If you're not aiming for that specification yet, then you really should be. I can't help noticing that you and Equilibrium have similar costumes. Is there a reason for that? The four of them were on their afternoon patrol now, and Hawks was impressed enough with their ability to keep up with him that he decided to walk around and act as a visible deterrent to crime instead of making them chase him all over the prefecture. 𝐬𝐽 looked at Izuku when Hawks asked his question, so Izuku chuckled and said, Equilibrium and I plan on forming a hero team. Uravity and Spectra are with us too. I wish to speak with you about that, actually, Tokoyami cut in. I am unsure if you intended to cut the group off at a certain number since heroes are paid on commission, but I would be interested in joining your revelry in the dark. We work well together. Izuku beamed. Really? We'd love to have you, Tsukuyomi. Might have to do a bit of costume modification, but it wouldn't be anything too major. When Tokoyami tilted his head at Izuku, 𝐬𝐽 explained, the scales are important for all members to have for identification reasons, and our costumes are made of Kevlar. You'd probably need long sleeves for protection reasons. Protective eyewear and a mask that can be used as a rebreather and a gas filtration system are also important. Hawks whistled. I've never seen first years put so much thought into their costumes before. Your father help you with that, Equilibrium? Bold of you to assume that he knows I'm joining a hero team, 𝐬𝐽 snorted. No, the Mist designed our costumes. Came up with the ideas for the support gear too. Before Hawks could say anything about that, Tokoyami cut in and said, that would be acceptable. Dark Shadow shouldn't have to carry the burden of defending me from all angles. Sounds good then. We can work on designs later, Izuku cheered, thoroughly pleased that the scales of justice were doing so well. At the start of the year, everyone was so focused on making it to the top alone. I know that I'll never be able to change some of their minds. Bakugo is Bakugo and Ida is determined to fulfill his brother's legacy and that others wouldn't join us even if I did, but a fourth of the class is already planning to work together after graduating. That'll give us so much more time to come up with combination moves and learn to fight alongside each other. The rest of the patrol went by fairly uneventfully. Izuku got a couple of cats down from trees, Tokoyami and Dark Shadow carried groceries for a few elderly people, and 𝐬𝐽 in a display of control that Izuku hadn't realized he was capable of refroze a crying kid's melting ice cream. Hawks handled any villain encounters with an efficiency that Izuku couldn't help admiring, but that didn't stop Izuku from reassuring said villains that his mother would represent them in court as soon as Hawks was out of earshot. The way that they looked at him with teary relief knowing that they wouldn't be stuck in jail waiting for a trial for years only made Izuku more certain that he was doing the right thing. Rest up, fledglings. I don't have a patrol tomorrow, so we'll be working on your quirks instead. We'll be starting bright and early. Tokoyami groaned at that, but they all got ready for bed with no other complaints. Izuku added Tokoyami to the Scales of Justice group chat. They didn't use it often, but it was good for keeping all of them in the loop, and Okiko and Toru were both excited to have another member. After realizing that they all used each other's first names, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 gave them permission to do the same for him. He seemed a bit embarrassed by that, but Dark Shadow reassured Izuku that 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 just wasn't used to having people call him by his first name. As someone who didn't have friends before UA, Izuku could relate. The next morning, Izuku did his daily stretches before sitting down with a granola bar and sketching an alternate version of 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺's costume. This really is normal for you, here. Izuku looked over his shoulder and saw Hawk standing at the doorway, tilting his head as he observed what Izuku was doing. How long has he been standing there? I need to work on not zoning out like that. Izuku nodded, yawning as he stretched and put his pencil down. Good morning, Hawks. Are we gonna practice in costume or out of them? In costume. It's better to wear protective gear when we're working on new stuff. You can go suit up when you're done eating. I'll wake the other two up in a. Hawk's head turned toward the hallway, wings twitching as he said, I'll go wake Tokoyami up in a few minutes. 𝐤𝐻𝐽 grunted in greeting as he walked into the room. He walked straight for the coffee machine, and Hawks laughed when 𝐤𝐻𝐽 visibly perked up once he got about half a cup of coffee in him. Doesn't caffeine stunt your growth or something, kid? I'm surprised Endeavor lets you drink that stuff. That's a myth, 𝐤𝐻𝐽 said with a glare. But trauma does, and I somehow seem to be doing fine so far. Izuku choked. I can't even blame him, though. Hawks has been bringing up Endeavor pretty much any time that he talks to 𝐤𝐻𝐽. What? Hawks asked, visibly confused. What do you mean by that? I interned here to get away from Endeavor. I would appreciate you not mentioning him at every opportunity. Got it. Hawk sounded a lot less flippant than usual. He probably realizes that he struck a nerve. Even if he wants to know more, he's going to avoid the subject for a while. The hero looked between 𝐤𝐻𝐽 and Izuku for a few moments before saying, I'm gonna go wake Tokoyami up. Why don't you two go get in costume? They both did so, and when they got to the training room, Izuku led 𝐤𝐻𝐽 through a few Aikido katas to help him blow off some steam without wearing himself out. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and Hawks joined them a few minutes later, and Izuku watched a grimace flit across Hawks' face when he saw 𝐤𝐻𝐽's expression. Hawks clapped his hands together. Right. Here's the plan for today, fledglings. He looked over at 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 first, grinning as he said, We're gonna get you flying. No bird should be grounded, and since Dark Shadow could carry you just fine during the sports festival, I see no reason why it wouldn't be possible. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 looked startled by that, but he also seemed excited by the prospect. Hawks turned to 𝐤𝐻𝐽 next. You want to work on precision, so I want you to practice making ice cubes. I know how that sounds, but making your ice in a small, consistent shape will refine your control. On the other end, you can put your ice cubes into a glass and practice melting them without also melting the cup. You'll have to make your flames small and keep them beneath a certain temperature to do that, so again, you'll have more control over it in time. 𝐤𝐻𝐽 nodded and said, I can do that. Hawks turned to Izuku and said, You're a bit more difficult. I have a question for you, actually. Do you know what kind of energy you're using for your general enhancer mode? It's all of them at once, I think. I can only use a small amount of it. I'm at about 18% maximum right now because of how much energy there is. I think that I was passively storing energy for a while, so I've got more of it in me than I can safely use. Then the first thing we'll want to test out is kinetic energy. If you can figure out how to separate that from the rest of it, then you'll probably be able to fight more efficiently without straining yourself with too much energy. That'd be a really good idea if I actually had an energy quirk. Most people don't know enough about the different kinds of energy to push the boundaries of my explanation like this. How am I supposed to hide one for all from Hawks if I can't even use kinetic energy? Alright, he stuttered. Deep within him, Izuku felt an inquisitive, reluctant hum. Then I suppose you're lucky that I can do just that. Izuku tensed up slightly, eyes flickering to his right as he saw a glowing, dark purple man with a bandana and a stern expression. I still do not know how I feel about you, 9. You are the son of our greatest enemy, so by all rights I should hate you, and yet, the man scrutinized Izuku, looking for something within him. And yet Yoichi has reminded me that none of this could have started had we not extended a hand to the brother of our greatest enemy, and I cannot say that modern heroism is on the right path either. We fought to free the world of oppressive control, and yet another force was put in place to do just that. You may be just the shade of grey needed to right the wrongs of this world. I suppose that so long as you don't throw your lot in with him specifically. Izuku tried to listen to Hawk's instructions, but it was hard to ignore the contemplative ghost by his side. Luckily, Hawks was helping 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 with flight first since it was a more involved process, so Izuku was left alone to do more stretches that would store up kinetic energy. Seeming to resolve himself, the glowing man said, You may call me 3 for now, a name isn't necessary. However, my quirk will be if you intend to keep this secret. It is known as Fa Jin, and as long as you repeat regular motions with it activated, it will store kinetic energy to use later. It can be released all at once or in increments. Exercise caution while using my quirk, as it can be quite disorienting at first. It would also be wise to leave 𝐻𝐸𝐺 active while going about daily activities. Better to have a store of energy that you do not need than to come up empty when you do need it. Izuku nodded, reaching deep within him and feeling the frantic, explosive energy of 𝐻𝐸𝐺 reach back. He pivoted around a few times and did a few kicks, and the energy that surged through him at the simple motions was almost overwhelming. It's like adrenaline on steroids. That's going to take some getting used to. He took a deep breath, tried to release that energy, and smashed right into a wall. The room went dead silent as Izuku groaned, looked at Hawks, and said, "Oh, think I can use kinetic energy. How the F am I supposed to? I know that 5 told you that Black Whip got stronger because of One for All. Did you expect 𝐻𝐸𝐺 to be any different? It has been part of One for All for even longer. Even I cannot help you beyond what I've already told you. Good luck." 3 faded away, looking far too pleased with this outcome. "You all right, Midoriya?" Hawks asked, and while both 𝐿𝐼𝐽 and 𝐵𝐵𝐺 kept doing what the hero had told them to, they were also looking in his direction with concern. Izuku nodded, sighing as he pulled on 𝐻𝐸𝐺 again. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just gonna be a bit of a learning curve on this one." He only moved once before releasing that energy again, and though he still ran into a punching bag, Izuku managed to stop himself before he barreled into anything else. I need to figure out how to only release part of that energy. Will the water valve analogy work here too? Deciding that it was worth a shot, Izuku did a few more spins before trying to release only some of the energy that they generated. He wound up across the room before he could blink. Izuku frantically dug his heels into the floor, stopping inches in front of the wall with a relieved sigh. "It's like you're teleporting," 𝐿𝐼𝐽 mumbled with wide eyes. "You move so fast that I can't see it. I think I'll call it flicker, then. If people think it's a minor teleportation thing, then they're more likely to panic and less likely to figure out how to counter it. This is definitely more of an outside thing though." Hawks looked over at Izuku and said, "I'd offer for us to practice on top of the building, but I only have so many eyes. And I don't want you to accidentally hurl yourself off the roof." "I can fly," Izuku grumbled. "But that's fine. I'll figure it out." And he did. Very slowly. He was banged up and bruised so badly that he hissed when they sat down together to eat lunch, but Izuku was getting more used to traveling at the speed that 𝐻𝐸𝐺 propelled him to. "I'm just glad that I have these goggles. I don't want to imagine the wind getting into my eyes while I'm moving like that." By the end of the day, 𝐵𝐵𝐺 had devised a new move that he was calling Black Fallen Angel. Izuku found it endlessly fascinating that Dark Shadow's levitation was strong enough to support flight as long as they held onto 𝐵𝐵𝐺, and the two of them had both been so delighted by the discovery that it was infectious. 𝐿𝐼𝐽 also made good progress, and he was consistently creating perfect ice cubes and melting them before he started getting adventurous and making stars and flowers instead. He wasn't ready to explore as much with his fire, but Hawks didn't push him on that, seeming content with his progress so far. Izuku was absolutely exhausted by the time that they were sent to bed, but he still checked his phone for any messages before passing out. When a news app that he had notifications on for told him that there was a villain attack in Hosu, he paled before frantically clicking on the article. The League of Villains had apparently sent a few 𝐴𝐽 to attack the city, causing mass destruction but very few injuries. However, while the 𝐴𝐽 were creating chaos in the city, Stain struck and killed Native. It could have been worse. Native's brand was cultural appropriation, and he was also known for planting evidence to incriminate innocent people, usually people with mutation quirks. As a hero in training, I should probably be horrified that a hero is dead, but as a person, Izuku was just relieved that Ida's name wasn't right next to Native's. The rest of the internships passed by without incident. Hawks promised them that his door was open for future internships if they were interested, and Izuku, 𝐿𝐼𝐽, and 𝐵𝐵𝐺 went back to school all the better for the experience they gained by working with him. When Izuku entered Wana's classroom, he was taken aback by Bakugo's hairstyle, and Kirishima and Zero's laughter over it made it clear that he wasn't the only one. Didn't he wind up interning with Best Jeanist? I'm guessing he didn't like that very much. Akiko and Toru also had a different sort of energy about them, and Izuku had no doubt that the week they spent with combat heroes would be beneficial for them in the future. Ida, on the other hand, seemed tense and frustrated, and part of Izuku felt guilty for being the reason for that. None of us are anywhere near Stain's level yet, though. It's awful that he's still out there, but I'd rather him still be out there with Ida alive than out there with Ida dead. Ojiro's voice brought Izuku out of his thoughts. The news has been saying that they think Stain is affiliated with the League of Villains. It kind of makes sense, doesn't it? He took advantage of their attack to kill someone as heavily televised as Native while people were distracted. I hate to think of how things could have turned out if he had shown up at the USJ, but was he actually? I can understand why some people would think Stain was working with them, but he's always been a lone wolf as far as we can tell. Cooperating with a group like that would be out of character for him. Everyone excitedly talked about what they did on their internships whenever they got the chance, and before long, they were back in foundational hero studies. All Might made it clear that he intended to use the energy and excitement they had from their internships as part of this class. As an immediate follow-up to your internships, today's activity is a playful one. It's a rescue training race. Ida raised his hand. Shouldn't rescue training be conducted at the USJ? That place is for disaster rescues in particular. This is something a bit different from that. Today, we'll be using Field Gamma. It's a dense spread of factories that wind together and create an intricate network of maze-like alleys. Izuku poked his head around All Might, taking in the sheer scope of the area. Seriously, where does UA get the funding for this? You'll be split into 4 teams of 5, and each team will go one at a time. I'll be sending a distress signal from somewhere within Field Gamma, and each of you will start at the border. It's a race to see who can rescue me first. All Might pointed at Bakugo as he said, of course, property damage needs to be kept to a minimum. They were all divided into teams, and All Might had Izuku, Ojiro, Ida, Ashido, and Zero going first. I've got a huge advantage here since I can just use float. I may have mostly trained with FA Jin when I was with Hawks, but a lot of the movements I use there are useful for flying as well. Besides, it's not like I didn't get the chance to fly there. Xiaotou had been disappointed that there was no way for him to learn how to fly himself, but he'd been pretty happy when Izuku carried him the night that Hawks took 𝐼𝐼𝐾𝐽 and Izuku out for a flight. It was completely different flying at night than it was in the day. 𝐼𝐼𝐾𝐽 could see pretty well, but I struggled a lot more. Maybe I should add basic night vision to my goggles. I don't plan on doing a lot of night patrols, but it wouldn't hurt. Start! Izuku lifted off the ground with float immediately, powering up one for all and racing forward while heading toward All Might's distress signal. For the sake of a race, he's more likely to be on top of a building. If push comes to shove, then I can always just get to the building and work through it. It's still faster to fly. Sure enough, Izuku found All Might standing on top of a tall tower. He gently lowered himself until he was standing in front of the hero, feeling a bit bad about leaving everyone else in the dust. It's okay to be competitive this time. It's just a race. I'm so proud of you, young Midoriya. You've truly come a long way in such a short amount of time. Keep up your good work while you prepare for the finals. All Might used a hand to shield his eyes while looking out for any of Izuku's classmates before leaning down and whispering, "Come talk to me after class. We need to have an important discussion about me, and about One for All." Izuku gulped and nodded, feeling faint. Something in All Might's voice had him feeling distinctly uneasy about this. The tense atmosphere in the teacher's lounge told Izuku that he was right to be worried about this conversation. I've never seen All Might look so serious before. It feels wrong. Take a seat. Izuku awkwardly shuffled into the room and sat down across from All Might. He fidgeted uneasily as his mentor collected himself, wondering if they were about to talk about Izuku's differing aims in heroism. Technically this is leaking information, but Tsukochi told me this for the same reason that I'm telling you. Just don't go spreading it around. When Izuku nodded, All Might said, "The Nomu that you defeated at the USJ had multiple quirks. That may not seem relevant yet, but the existence of this Nomu links back to the origin of One for All. Izuku's eyebrows furrowed as he listened to All Might talk. Are we going to talk about that greatest enemy thing that 3 mentioned? The person that I'm apparently the son of. He had compartmentalized that bit of information to deal with later, but no matter how much he racked his brain, Izuku couldn't figure out how his father could have anything to do with One for All. Not that I remember much of the guy, but this quirk is ancient. There's just no way, right? One for All was originally derived from another quirk altogether. All for One, a quirk that allows its user to steal other quirks as well as grant them to others. The implications hit Izuku like a truck. Wait a second. If he can steal quirks, then he probably found a longevity quirk at some point, right? Which would mean that he really could be my. Was I born with a quirk? Did he just take it, or was I born quirkless because people in early generations were genetically more likely to be born that way? You didn't have a quirk, 9, a glowing, green man said, flickering into existence by Izuku's side. Sorry for startling you. I'm Yoichi Shigaraki. You should know that One for All would feel its absence if my brother stole your quirk from you. It's not much of a comfort, but, all for one, you mean that everything was for this guy to take. Izuku knew that it was better to play dumb here. He had no logical reason to know anything about All for One, and he knew that saying the ghosts in his head were telling him things wouldn't go over well. This was back at the advent of the exceptional. During the dawn of quirks, back when society hadn't adapted to the sudden changes it was undergoing. Back then, everything collapsed when the norms of what it meant to be human couldn't be defined. Laws became meaningless. Societal progress halted and, in many areas, reverted. It was a time of war and bloodshed unlike anything we've seen since. Izuku nodded. It said that we would be enjoying interstellar travel right now if quirks hadn't set us back several centuries. Suddenly all the resources that were going toward things like long-distance space travel, curing cancer, and technological advancements had to be redirected to accommodate for quirks and how they affected people. Back in the beginning, there were a lot of people born with quirks that either killed them directly because they couldn't withstand it or killed them indirectly because people were afraid of it. We can still feel the echoes of those times in some of our modern laws. All Might blinked, looking up at Izuku as he said, I'm surprised you know so much about it. Anyway, one man brought people together during that time of confusion and disorder. You've likely heard of this as well. He would steal quirks from other people, and with his overwhelming power, he spread the influence of his organization. He manipulated countless people into committing wicked acts. Before too long, he took over Japan as a symbol of evil. I've seen rumors about him on the internet. The fact that any mentions of those rumors were stricken out of textbooks always seemed suspicious to me. Izuku knew all too well how their society liked to shove things under the rug. But how is this connected to One for All? I mentioned that All for One could grant quirks too. With that ability, he indebted people to him or at least forced them to submit. However, the burden of those quirks was often too heavy for the recipients to bear. Many of them lost the ability to move or even speak. Just like those Nomu. He found a way to weaponize that mind state while still forcing multiple quirks into a person. That's One for All won't do that to me, right? I haven't had any issues with the quirk so far, but I don't know how many quirks a person can typically handle. 2 or 3, usually, Izuku's uncle said. But you don't have to worry about that. While you don't have a quirk factor, some of the genetic mutations that my brother got with his quirk were passed down to you. Your body doesn't have a quirk limit. On the other hand, there was a case where he granted a quirk that resulted in a mutation. The quirk he gave this person blended with the one they already had. All for one, he had a quirkless younger brother. This brother was small and physically fragile, but he had a great sense of justice. The actions of his brother pained him, so he opposed him in any way that he could. But All for One gave his younger brother a power stockpiling quirk by force. We still don't know if it was done out of a twisted form of care or if it was done in an attempt to force his brother to submit to his will, though I believe it was likely the latter. Izuku's eyes flickered over to the man who was glowing the same shade of green as Izuku's eyes. It was a bit of both. We lived in troubled times, and I do believe that he worried someone would try to use my weakness against him or that I'd get caught in the crossfire. He has never been opposed to helping people so long as doing so benefits him in some way. He's just quick to abandon someone once they stop being useful to him. Izuku mentally acknowledged that before saying, "Wait, so one for all?" Yes. It turned out that the younger brother hadn't been quirkless after all, though neither he nor anyone else realized it. He possessed a useless quirk that let him pass the quirk itself on to others. "Not all of that is true," Yoichi mumbled. "My brother did know I had a quirk. He was always capable of taking it, and he can sense quirks in anyone who has them. The only limitation to that is that he can't tell if they'll have a quirk or not until someone reaches the age of manifestation, though mutations are an exception there since people are born with them. I suspect that he gave me a power stockpiling quirk because he wanted to have someone loyal to him cultivating that power throughout his reign. He either didn't think I would want to escape his hold or didn't expect that I would be able to even if I did." The power stockpiling quirk and the transferring quirk fused. All Might cried out as he spread his arms. That's how One for All came to be. It's an ironic tale, no. Justice is always born from evil. I see. Why are you telling me this now, though? Izuku knew why. All Might mentioning the Nomyu made it abundantly clear, but Izuku wanted to know what All Might expected him to do about all of this. We're talking about someone who could steal quirks, my boy. Quirks of any kind were at his disposal, and he stole one that halted the aging process, making himself functionally immortal. Given the man's undefeatable strength and the state of society at the time, his younger brother passed the quirk and the mission that came with it onto future generations. As the power was passed from person to person, it grew and grew, evolving into what you have now. A quirk that even allows you to access the quirks of past users and use them alongside the stockpile itself. This quirk was passed down with the hope that it would one day grow strong enough to defeat All for One. All Might's eyes met Izuku's, and the guilt lined his face as he said, "I thought that my generation had finally taken him down, but he survived. And now he's moving again as the brain behind the League of Villains. One for All is a power that is inherited for the sole purpose of defeating All for One. Someday, you will likely have to face that ultimate evil yourself." I knew it. Why wouldn't he tell me about something like this before giving me One for All? Even if he did think All for One was dead, he would have supporters and allies that targeted me because of it anyway. 8 has never been much of a strategist, I'm afraid. After his fight with my brother, he likely wanted to put him out of mind and never think about him again. He truly did believe that he was only passing on the mantle of the symbol of peace, but you have every right to be upset that he didn't let you make an informed decision, Yoichi said with a sympathetic smile, resting his hand on Izuku's shoulder. A rush of comforting warmth rushed through him at the contact, feeling not unlike One for All itself. The fact that he expects you to blindly follow his path of heroism is also concerning. I do not believe he means ill by it, but the symbol of peace is a position with the kind of power and sway over people that my brother had once. I do not want any one person to impact our society so heavily ever again. It's a recipe for disaster, no matter how well-intentioned. After several tense moments of silence, Izuku said, "I'll do what needs to be done. I want to help people, and if that means that I wind up fighting All for One someday, then I am prepared to do that. I do have a question though. Is All for One capable of taking One for All?" No. One for All is a quirk that can only be passed down willingly. You do not have to worry about him taking it from you, my boy. Just keep training. You've made remarkable progress, but you'll need everything you've got if you hope to take him down. All Might sent him back to class after that, and it was only on the walk there that Izuku realized that the conversation never shifted from One for All to All Might himself. I wonder what he wanted to tell me. I wish that I could tell you. 9. 8 has been pretty quiet within One for All. Watching his physical self interact with you is painful for him, and he's the only one still linked to 8 as much as his link to you. Izuku grimaced. I understand. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. He must be disappointed in me. I don't know how you all aren't. No, I am not, a hauntingly familiar voice said. Izuku looked to his left, wide-eyed, and saw a yellow, flaming silhouette of All Might. The living me does not know the things you do. Does not have your memories or knowledge like I do. My boy, you see injustices that my living self refuses to look at for fear of acknowledging that he, too, would have suffered them without one for all. Wait a minute. Are you saying that you were also quirkless? Yes. The discrimination still existed, but it wasn't nearly so bad in our generation. The things that you have gone through, young Midoriya. Izuku froze, thankful that the courtyard was empty and the school day long over as the vestige of All Might wrapped him in a hug. I am so sorry. I should have fought to change these things instead of accepting them as reality. You deserved better than that. The people who entrusted their safety to me all deserved better than that. Thank you for refusing to make the same mistakes as I did. Izuku sobbed, falling to his knees as two ghostly presences comforted him. I'm so relieved. I was so afraid of letting you down, but I just couldn't let things stay as they are. I couldn't. Midoriya. Are you alright? Watery eyes looked up at a vaguely familiar face, and when Izuku wiped them free of tears, he realized that it was Monoma. He flushed with embarrassment, but Yoichi's voice brought him out of that mortified spiral quickly. Oh. The way that One for All reacts to him. I'm sorry for dropping this on you too, Nine, but I don't want to hide it from you either. Monoma's quirk factor feels familiar. Familiar in the sense of it being linked to my brother in some way. Yoichi's eyes were wide with shock as he said this, form shimmering at the surge of emotion. Izuku smiled sheepishly at Monoma and said, Why, I'm fine. Sorry, today's just been weird. Monoma took Izuku's hand in his as he helped him to his feet, giving him a once-over before saying, I'm willing to listen if you need someone to talk to. I can also take you to a teacher if you want, but I figured there was a reason you were out here so. Do you know what your father looks like? The question escaped him before Izuku could restrain it. He had learned entirely too much today to shoulder alone, and someone knowing even a part of it would be a massive relief. Considering that this involves Monoma too. He doesn't need to know about All for One, but it would be nice if he knew we're probably related. Closely related if I had to guess. That's such a strange question. Most people would assume that I see him regularly, you know. Monoma chuckled uneasily before saying, I haven't seen him in quite some time, but yes, I do know what he looks like. White hair, red eyes, pretty tall. I take after my mother, obviously. Why are you asking? Because I also take after my mother, Izuku choked out. He pulled out his phone, looking through his photos and scrolling back to an old one that his mother sent him several years ago. He'd asked for it when he was going through a particularly rough time in Aldera, wishing that someone was there to help him and his mother fight against the school that did nothing about red spider lilies being left on his desk every day for months. Izuku showed Monoma his phone, watching blue eyes widen. That's him, Monoma whispered. We're brothers. Apparently. When's your birthday? Izuku blinked at the sudden topic change, answering, July 15th. Why? Mine is May 13th, so I'm the older one. Monoma nodded decisively before saying, Call me Nito, then. I'm not going to have my half-brother call me by my last name. That's just weird. Izuku. You don't think it's weird. This doesn't bother you. It's definitely weird, but we can't do anything about it. And no, it doesn't bother me. I've always wanted a sibling. Me too, Izuku mumbled with a smile tugging at his lips. The two of them talked underneath a tree in the courtyard for hours. Izuku was so enraptured with the conversation that he didn't even notice when Yoichi and Vestige All Might faded away, too busy laughing over the fact that Nito only stumbled across him at all because he'd been in detention. They didn't part ways until the sun started setting, exchanging numbers and promising to stay in touch. I better hurry and catch the next train home. I need to make dinner for Mom tonight. It'll have to be something quick, but I can manage it before she gets home. Thoughts of his family allowed him to forget about the heavy burden on his shoulders for just one day. Izuku lost himself in the motions of cooking as he prepared himself to tell his mother about Nito. Aizawa was flipping through some forms as he walked into the classroom, laying them down on the podium as he looked over them all. Summer vacation will be here before much longer. Of course, it would be irrational for all of you to take a whole month off. Izuku perked up at his words. It makes sense to keep progress from backsliding during the break, but how does UA do that? training on campus a couple of days a week, assigning exercises and checking in on us over break. You'll be doing a summer training camp in the woods. Everyone cheered and started excitedly talking about what they wanted to do at the camp. We'll be able to do things that we can't do on the main campus, and the camp will be good for practicing in forested environments too. And at least 𝐤𝐻𝐻 will have something to look forward to during this break. Aizawa shushed them all. However, anyone who doesn't pass their final exams will be stuck in remedial hell here. Good luck everyone. Kirishima called out. Izuku looked over at Yorozu. And the two of them nodded, waiting until after class to offer to tutor their classmates in subjects that they were struggling with. Time passed in a haze of studying and training, and by the time that June was coming to a close, Izuku was able to use 25% of one for all. I'm lucky that FA Jin got me used to using more power with less risk to myself. It's made opening the valve with one for all a lot easier. I'm still not anywhere near where I'll need to be to fight my father, but it's an improvement. I'm not worried about the academic tests, but the practical could be trouble, Izuku muttered as he and his friends ate together in the cafeteria. We don't have any clue how it'll go. I can't imagine that it'll be anything too unusual, Ida reassured him. Izuku was still worried about his friend, but he was relieved that some of Ida's smiles were starting to reach his eyes again, even if some of them were still painfully fake. It feels more like he's struggling with things and less like he's being consumed by revenge now. Okiko sighed. I wish I had your confidence about the academic portion, Izuku. It's probably just a comprehensive test of everything from the first semester, Toru said with a hum. We should be all right as long as we look over our notes. Yeah, Tsuyu agreed. That's all Aizawa-sensei has told us. Battle training, rescue training, and basic training will all be covered on the hero test. I'm honestly more worried about my general courses, Okiko admitted. I'd be happy to go over stuff with you again. Sorry that I've been so busy with physical training lately. Okiko waved her hands frantically and said, Don't worry, Izuku. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 has been tutoring me. Besides, you have to make sure you do well too, and you're working on different things. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 nodded in agreement, and Izuku sniffled slightly, relieved that he had such amazing friends. You worry too much, Izuku. Izuku's friends were all startled by Nito's voice. While neither he nor Nito was hiding the fact that they were close now, they were having a bit of fun watching everyone try to figure out when and why they started hanging out with each other. I am confident that you, of all people, won't struggle with either final. This is so surreal, Kendo muttered. Monoma went from wanting to crush 1A to outright liking Midoriya so quickly. What did you do? Wouldn't you like to know? Izuku and Nito said in perfect sync, looking at each other with pleased grins. Shinsu shuddered. That's so creepy. I did have a reason for coming over here, though, Nito continued. Kendo heard from an upperclassman that past practical exams have been against robots. Just wanted to pass it along. You're voluntarily helping them. I was going to do the same, but Nito only smirked at Kendo before waving farewell and going to join their class, leaving Izuku before he could say that he doubted things would be nearly that simple with a group like the League of Villains on the rise. Izuku was relieved to be finished with the written tests, but he was a bundle of nerves on the day of the practical exam. Their entire class was told to get in costume and head out to the buses, and seeing Bakugo with his newly reproved gauntlets only made Izuku more afraid of what was to come. Why are so many of our teachers here? I don't like the looks of this. Let's begin your practical exam, Aizawa said. It is, of course, possible to fail. If you want to attend the training camp, then you can't afford to mess this up. Knowing you guys, you probably asked around and think that you have a vague idea of how this'll go. This is definitely not gonna be robots. It's gonna be robots. Just like the entrance exam, Kaminari cheered. Ashido beamed as she said, Summer camp, here I come. I'm afraid not. Nezu cried as he sprung out of Aizawa's scarf. Current circumstances have demanded a revision to our exam format. As such, you students will be pairing up with each other and fighting one of the teachers you see here. Izuku paled. I don't like the sound of that at all. Who will I be going against? Who will I be working with? Depending on the answers to those questions, I could easily fail this. Nezu chuckled as he said, "Your pairings and assigned teachers have already been decided. Your battle moves, your grades, your friendships with one another. These factors were all considered in that decision." Okay, so maybe it won't be that bad. Aizawa looked at Xiaotou and said, "First up, Todoroki is with Yorozu, and you two will be fighting me." Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Aizawa-sensei was the worst matchup for me out of all the teachers here, so at least I don't have to worry about plummeting from the sky or anything. Next, Midoriya is with Bakugo. Izuku's heart stopped. What? And your opponent? Aizawa trailed off as All Might appeared out of nowhere. Will be me. You'll have to work together to win, so come at me you two. No. They can't do this. Why would they do this? Why would they give Bakugo back his gauntlets if they were going to do this? Izuku froze in place, trembling as his heart pounded in his ears. He could barely hear Aizawa when he said, 10 stages have been prepared and all teams will begin simultaneously. The test guidelines will be explained by the teacher you're going against. None of the areas are outside of the school grounds, but let's not waste any more time. He and Bakugo were ushered onto a bus with All Might, and the tension was so thick that Izuku could choke on it. They headed toward their exam in complete silence, and Izuku kept several paces between himself and Bakugo once they exited the bus. Now, this is where we'll fight. All Might said, gesturing to a massive cityscape. Fight. Izuku squeaked. You can't expect us to beat you. No matter what we do, that would be impossible. Pessimistic and impatient, I see. Allow me to explain. The time limit is 30 minutes. Your objective is to either get these HNDCFFS on me, All Might held up said HNDCFFS, or for one of you to escape the area. One look at. Bakugo told Izuku that there was no chance of him agreeing to escape. All Might said it himself earlier. We have to work together to pass. I don't believe that abandoning him will go over well, not when it's clear that they are trying to force us to get along. Why couldn't they just let me avoid him? One person, I asked to be left alone by one person. Your decision-making is being tested too. Of course, given the rules and circumstances, I'm sure that you believe running is the only option. Bakugo scoffed as All Might held up several metal bracelets. That's why we had the support department make these. They are ultra-compressed weights that'll weigh me down with an extra 50% of my body weight. All Might attached 2 to each arm and 1 to each of his legs, and Izuku felt at least slightly better about the fact that he was going to be forced to fight All Might now. He didn't feel any better about who he was being forced to fight him with, though. Are you trying to bring this fight down to our level or something? That's insulting. Bakugo looked cessed at the very idea, and Izuku felt like he was a few minutes away from having a breakdown. A disaster. This is going to be a disaster. All Might only laughed and said, we'll see. Izuku could barely register what was going on as everyone got into position. Only the distant sound of an intercom announcing the start of the test snapped him out of it, and Izuku just quietly followed Bakugo, hoping to avoid any conflict here. Stop following me. Beating him down is the best option, and I don't need your fin power to do it. If only I could be so lucky, Izuku thought with a sigh. Didn't you hear All Might? He said we have to work together. There are probably secret points like with the entrance exam. Running off alone defeats the whole point of the test. He's not taking us seriously, Bakugo continued, ignoring Izuku as usual. So we'll let him toy with us until the exam is almost over. Then, when he's exhausted, I'll let him have it. As much as I hate to admit it, it's not even a bad plan. The only issue is that we could do it much quicker if we work together. This is All Might we're talking about, Bakugo. Even with the handicap, there's no way you can beat him alone. One of the gauntlets that still haunted his nightmares swung around to hit him in the face. Izuku rubbed at his cheek as he laid on the asphalt, looking up at Bakugo and hating himself for how afraid he was. I promised that I wasn't going to be afraid of him anymore. So then why? Deep down, Izuku knew that it was because Bakugo hadn't tried to kill him, at least not directly back when he made that promise. It was a bit harder to keep now, especially when faced with the weapons that nearly did him in before. Stop talking, Bakugo snarled. You think you're all that? It's really starting to piss me off. We have to cooperate if we want to pass, Bakugo. You think I need your Fing power to pass? Forget it. Izuku stood up, scrambling after Bakugo as his voice died in his throat. Why? Why does he hate me so much that we can't even talk? Debris went flying as a massive gust of wind cut down the street that they were on. Izuku watched, horrified, as entire buildings crumbled under the force of All Might's blow. He marched toward them, chuckling as he said, "Don't think that I'll be going easy on you. I'm dead. I'm actually dead this time. Who cares about keeping the town intact? If you just think of this as a test, then you're going to be demolished, heroes. I'm a villain. Give me your best shot. Bakugo, we can't fight him head-on. We need to retreat. You're not the boss of me." Bakugo screamed, running forward and aiming his hands toward All Might as he raced toward them. The explosions he let off were more light than heat, but Izuku flinched nonetheless. All Might. I knew from the start. Bakugo's voice cut off as All Might gripped his head with his hand. I was expecting this, he snarled as he set off several explosions at close range, refusing to let All Might's grip deter him from his attack. If it was any other hero, then it might even have worked. As it was, Izuku watched in horror as All Might flipped Bakugo and slammed him into the asphalt. A weak barrage like that does hurt, but only a little. Now then, All Might made direct eye contact with Izuku as he asked, "You gonna leave your teammate and make a break for it?" Izuku let one for all flare to life as he jumped up, combining it with float and hoping beyond all hope that it would buy him a few seconds to trigger and regulate the power on F.A.Jin. Well, that's just unfortunate. He understood what All Might meant when Bakugo's explosions grew closer, and though Izuku tried to put more energy in the rise to get out of Bakugo's way, he reacted too slowly to keep them both from crashing to the ground. Bakugo growled as he stood back up and looked around for All Might, moving with determination. We can't win like this. Please, stop talking. I'm gonna win. That's what heroes do. There's nothing wrong with admitting you need help. Everyone does sometimes. I said. Stop talking, Bakugo growled with a glare. Izuku gulped, deflating and nodding. In the meantime, All Might's voice came from above, and by the time Izuku looked up, it was too late to stop the next sequence of events. A guardrail. I've got a present for the one who wants to run away. All Might cried out as he slammed Izuku into the ground, caging him by shoving the guardrail into the asphalt. Whether he intended to or not, Izuku wasn't sure. One of the jagged ends that All Might ripped from the ground pierced through the side of Izuku's chest. It doesn't matter how protective my costume is against someone like All Might. He exerts too much force for it to matter. A wet cough escaped him and blood dribbled down his lips. Black spots danced in Izuku's vision as he watched All Might punch Bakugo in the stomach, launching him down the street. A frantic buzz started ringing in his ears. What is that fool doing? First he gives one for all to a child, then he shows no restraint in going against him. Izuku could barely make out a glowing, lavender man, distantly noting that he was a different shade of purple than 3. Just keep breathing, kid. Hurts, I know, the man whispered. His voice was full of sorrow as he said, I know. He punctured a lung. Just focus on my voice, okay? I'm 𝐒𝐭𝐲, though most of the others call me 4. My quirk is Danger Sense, and it allows me to detect any threats in the area. This quirk is yours now too. You will not be surprised by him again. I am right here, and I will not leave you. Izuku couldn't move. He would make things even worse if he tried, coughing and wheezing as he struggled to draw in breath. He couldn't hear most of what All Might and Bakugo were talking about, but one thing came through loud and clear. If you're saying that I gotta rely on his help, then I'd rather lose. That's so. As long as you have no regrets. All Might reared back his fist, and Izuku's hand twitched as a single tendril from Black Whip jerked out to stop All Might in his tracks. Degoro, please help him. Banjo reappeared for the first time since the USJ. All Might looked back at Izuku as one tendril became dozens of angry, writhing masses of darkness that trapped the hero no matter how hard he struggled. True to his word, Bakugo refused to capitalize on that moment. Another black tendril snaked around to steal the HNDCFFs from Bakugo and click them on All Might's wrists itself. This is an announcement. The first team to pass is Bakugo and Midoriya's. Izuku slumped into the ground as the puddle of BLD around him grew even larger, registering 2 sharp pulses of pain in his head before he fell into oblivion. Are you even capable of holding back? 10 minutes. If it had taken him 10 minutes longer to capture you, then he'd be dead. He's lost a lung. Recovery Girl's furious voice was the first thing Izuku heard when he regained consciousness. His fingers twitched as a crippling pain shot through his head again, and Izuku jolted at the sensation with tears spilling from his eyes. Young Midoriya, you're awake. The pain in his head was screaming at him, and Izuku realized that this must be Danger Sense. All Might was the threat he was sensing. All Might had almost killed him. He had been permanently injured by his mentor's carelessness twice now. Black tendrils exploded from him as his heart monitor went haywire. This time, however, they didn't blindly lash out and destroy everything around them. They all went straight for All Might. Izuku watched as Banjo directed them while standing in front of Izuku's bed, standing guard with vicious determination written across his face. Why? Why are you protecting me? One for All almost ended with you, kid, and it wasn't even because of All for One. It doesn't matter that he didn't mean to do it. He can't be trusted with your well-being. Out. Get out. You can make your apologies later. I need to tend to my patient now. The door slammed shut, and slowly but surely, Danger Sense started to calm. Daigoro brought Black Whip to heal too, leaving only a few tendrils around as a precaution. Recovery Girl's voice was low and pained when she asked, Midoriya, are you all right? Izuku trembled, shaking his head as he burst into tears. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, my boy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He wasn't sure when All Might's vestige showed up, but he trusted the echoes of the hero a lot more than the real thing right now. Izuku only cried harder, mourning the loss of his mentor in every way that mattered. He couldn't trust All Might. It would only get him killed.